Welcome back in, guys. This is part 2 of day 2 of the EXP Expo, our 3-day launch party for the comic book shopping experience. We are joined by someone you met earlier today and somebody you met yesterday, 2 legends in the industry, 2 people who have worked together for a very long time. We have John Romita Jr. and Scott Hanna here with us. Guys, thank you for coming back and doing a second panel with us.
Thank you. How did the earlier panel go, John?
I didn't FF too bad, so it's not too bad. I'm happy, and Kyle smiled a little bit, and Spencer only made fun of me for about 15 minutes afterwards, so I guess I didn't do that bad.
Yeah, I told Spencer we had to plug him on this interview.
So, Spencer who?
Spencer Beck is our art dealer. Yes,
that's right.
He represents John and I, sells all of our original artwork. Really great guy. Highly recommend getting in touch with him if you want commissions or original art from John or I.
That's it. We just did the plug, and now we're done with it.
Right? Actually, this is one of the pieces that we just did together, which I loved your homage to your dad, which was fantastic. This is just a small copy because you did this oversized. But I grew up with this Treasury edition. That was like one of my prize items when I first got that as a kid.
Fantastic work on that, Scott. I love it, love it, love it. We got to think about that in the future.
And actually, since I have you online, I did this just the other day. Do you remember this character?
Yeah.
So tell us the story about the Prowler.
You want to know what cracks me up is the version that I did. Stan kind of poo-pooed it. It's just a costume, no big deal. But I really like that name. Tell your son, what was his name again? Tell your son that I like the name. I swear that was the conversation.
That is
He's talking to my father, John, and he forgets what my name is, which was comical.
That's
I was 13 at the time, and just pure luck. I never thought it would happen. It was just the name stuck with Stan, and look at the characters still around. Unbelievable.
Yeah, they just used it in the movie.
That's right. That's right. Very lucky. Very, very lucky. And an African-American character way back when. You know, that Stan and a couple of the creators really were ahead of their time, and it's fantastic. Just like with Black Panther, and I'm very impressed with Stan, and always have been. But Jack and some of the other artists, they were ahead of their time.
Yeah, I was really happy that we were able to do the last Fantastic Four story with Stan.
That's right.
That was really, well, actually, I'd done 2 smaller things with Stan, but that was my really first ever time doing a full project with Stan Lee. And it was his last FF. Yes, it was his last FF. So that was
actually,
definitely.
Just in all honesty, Stan's words were, all right, after working with Romita Jr. and Hanna, this is my last FF. So what's going on, Scott, man? I see your office looks so much better than mine. I got 1 or 2 things behind me.
Well, this is my studio. I actually teach classes in my studio as well as do all my artwork in here. So I have a lot of the paintings and stuff I do, or demonstrations I do for my students. I have actually the dragon over my shoulder is an inking demonstration I did for students. Up on the wall is one of my painted graphic novel covers and an ink job over the X-Men, and a Joker piece, again, I did as a Facebook Live demonstration, actually. So
I'm simple. The most important thing is not just this. This one here.
Yeah, I can't tell. It's a weird mirror thing. It's like, yeah, this weird thing.
Right. But this is more important than that, only because this is a star that I had named after my wife.
Oh, that is so cool. That is great.
I'm a romantic at heart. I also know how to keep myself from getting in trouble.
That's the way to do it, yes.
So, all right, Kyle, have you been listening to our bladder? Are you ready to start talking?
Well, I'm just thinking I'll just take myself out and let you guys go. It'll be the most interesting panel I've ever done.
No, because I know what Scott's going to do. Scott's going to start talking about me. He'll make me talk about him. And I don't know anything about the man. I know he's a teacher and he's a brilliant artist, which is so And the answer to one of your questions, the reason why the product we put out was so good, because there's 2 artists on it, and our color artist makes it 3. And everybody forgets, just because he's called ink artist, you forget that it means artist as well, and that's why it's so good quality.
And one of the reasons I love working with John is John treats it as a collaborative medium. He knows that somebody's going to take his work and kind of run with it, and he enjoys that and lets us do that. The encouragement I get by having a really strong pencil artist like John say, hey, do what you want with it, or take it further, that kind of encouragement you don't get all the time. I wish you did, but that was the old school way of doing things. But when I started, it stopped being that way. Luckily, John learned from his dad, so you still have that philosophy of, hey, let's do a team effort and come up with something greater than any of us can do individually. Like, I can't tell a story like you can, though I've learned a ton from you. Like, actually, most of what I teach in storytelling, I learned from this guy. So.
Thank you. That's nice to hear that, because I can't tell anybody how to ink. But if I tell people how to ink, I have worked with some of the best ink artists in the business in history. I got to work with Scott for a long, long time. I've worked with Klaus for a long, long time. My father inked me. I've been very lucky. And then, of course, Al Williamson and a couple of brilliant artists. So what I can say is, look at the guys that I've worked with and look at the product. I don't know what to tell you other than you need a steady hand. You can't be an alcoholic. You can't be a smoker.
Well, I said on the last panel with Jim Starlin and Jamie Jameson that, there are 2 phrases that we don't hear enough in comics, and it's creative team and art process. Okay. Everybody who touches a page is an artist in some way or another. They're drawing the lines, they're doing the inking, they're doing the coloring, they're doing the lettering. Lettering is an art that's so hard.
Absolutely.
To get right. So
the color artists are now so sophisticated, and yet they're so simplified. Scott and I still have to work on gigantic tables, and we get a mess. I leave graphite marks all over my white walls in this house. My wife wants to shoot me. Color artists are sitting there with this beautiful tablet, little cup of latte, and it just kind of makes me want to scream. But they're painters.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
It's fantastic that we get to work 3 guys as opposed to the way it was a long, long time ago.
Yeah, actually, right. one of my favorite color jobs, I actually tell people that John is tough to color because he's got this amazing mood and setup, but it's not based on like realistic necessarily. He's abstracted to a degree the form. And for a colorist, you don't want to color him like a real person figure or like a flat cartoon figure. It's this weird combination, which some people get, some people don't. But I loved when Laura Martin colored us on X-Men versus the Avengers. She did and truly she is a painter. She's just a phenomenal painter. And she just made her stuff look so gorgeous. Like she'd do a sunset. And it's like, whoa, that looks amazing. And it just elevates the whole product when you work with somebody that fantastic.
And what this does, watching the tools of the trade of color artists now, it does give you the urge to tip your hat to the former color artists who were literally coloring on photocopies and then had to speak to the color separator and etc. They were working with a hammer and chisel, basically, and now they're working with just beautiful tablets and incredible amounts of tools.
I remember even when I was working on Batman in my early days, you could only do so many gradations of color on a page because it cost them too much to do many gradations. So it's like, okay, I can do it for the splash pages, but we can't do it for normal panels because it just wasn't allowed.
Scott, are you still using pen brush and paper, or are you using some tablet work? Can you do?
No, I do. So in my teaching, I will use tablets. So I have a small understanding of digital painting and drawing, but all of my comic book work, even if I do blue lines, which is the standard nowadays, I will print out a blue line onto paper, ink it traditionally, scan it back into the computer for the colorist and the letterer, and that way I have an original piece of art. My preferred way is always to get the real pencils, but not many people do that anymore. And even the people who do that don't necessarily get, we don't get to ship it by FedEx every day like we used to, because they're like, oh, it costs too much, when they can just send me a digital file. So I always, this sounds trite, but to me, when I get the real pencils of a penciler, part of the soul of the artist is in there. You know, I see the pressure sensitivity, I see the delicacy of all the, you know, is that an important line or a less important line? All these subtleties I can see when I get the real art. When I get a scan, I lose some of that reading. So that means I have to put a little bit more of my own personality into it, which is not necessarily bad for me, but I love kind of connecting with that artist ahead of me. To me, that's a really special thing. Like, I don't know if when we worked together for so long on Spider-Man, that you got to a point where you weren't erasing all of your perspective grid, because you knew I could tell the difference, because you trusted me, I trusted you, I could read your pencils well enough. That was like, why bother with it? This is good. This is part of the process. So we worked together at it, and we learned to understand each other. So you could trust me in a different way than somebody else who's brand new to you.
Well said. Go ahead, Kyle. We want you to join in.
I can't offer anything to this conversation other than to maybe point you guys in a direction. And the direction I want to point you guys in is the Eisner. That you guys won with J. Michael Straczynski on the Coming Home story in Spider-Man.
I got to tell you, in all humility on my end, that title won it. We were a part of it, but that was important stuff that Mike JMS was putting out. Yeah. I do not stand up and say, oh, wow, I won an Eisner. Never. I don't think I've ever won an Eisner as a penciler. I won an Eisner as somebody part of that run of books, and I'm very proud of it, because it look at the time that it was part of, and one very important book that was part of that was the 9/11 issue.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually on a panel with JMS, and the panelist or somebody from the audience said, what's the most important Spider-Man issue of Spider-Man? And truly, in my mind, yes, I worked on it, but just the team of us, because we were dealing with a totally real event that was viscerally important to all of us, because I lived in New York City for 14 years. You grew up in New York. All of us, it was just such an important thing going on with that issue. And so being part of that, to me, I think is not just an historic thing for Spider-Man, but for me, if I had done nothing else in my career except for that issue, I would have been content, you know, because that was so important and so vital.
Yeah, the reactions to that are stunning, and they're heart-wrenching, and they can choke you up. Kyle, the story that goes how JMS got to the story was because when he was first asked about it, he said, there aren't any words. And that's the main tagline for the beginning of the book. And I love stories like that, because my first reaction was, no, I'm not going to do anything that capitalizes on this. I'm still crying. And I remember talking to my father and talking to my wife, and everybody said, that's crazy. And then it filtered down how they planned on addressing it. And then I heard the story about JMS. I'm very proud of it, and I'm very sad that I'm proud of it. But that kind of thing won the Eisner, the book.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm very proud that I was a part of it. But no penciler would take credit for that as an Eisner winner. Sorry.
Sure. No, I completely respect and understand that thought process. The reason I wanted to ask about it is because we already mentioned creative team. The creative team, the three of you plus, I know there were some other people who worked on that book, that series as well, whose names I don't have in front of me, but that creative team was so strong. I don't know that a less strong creative team could have handled this kind of work.
Yeah, well, that
so what was that like? I mean, how did you guys collaborate in that regard? How did the creative team work?
Well, the weird thing is that we turned that issue around really quickly too, because we had, it was a real life event. The Marvel wanted to get this out, so I think JMS wrote the script in a weekend or like in a day. Luckily, John and I had worked together for years, so we were used. But the amount of detail that John was giving me on every page and the reference he was using to get all this stuff accurate and realistic. And then Dan Kemp was doing the colors, and he was doing a phenomenal job on the cityscapes and the opening splash, double page splash we had is just stunning in the impact and the power and the colors and everything. So the fact that we were a seasoned team already, that we had worked together for a while, I think helped tremendously. The fact that we were all pouring our hearts and our guts into this was really important. And it's just one of those things that we happen to be in the right place at the right time, but because I don't think actually, for Marvel at the time, I did something for the book A Moment of Silence. In that I did a story with Mark Bagley. I also did a piece in the Heroes book, which was also dealing with 9/11. And I believe for both of those books, all of the profit was going to donated to the World Trade Center Fund. And one of my most important stories about the Amazing Spider-Man 36 and those other books is that when we first were doing this, we felt helpless, right? Like Spider-Man felt in the story, that we wish we could help, and we're just artists. What can we do? We can just draw books, right? But my sister-in-law was actually a counselor at Ground Zero for the people digging up the site, and she said it was really tough for her to open up all the workmen at the site, because there are these tough he-men who digging up literal body parts and stuff, and they're taking it out on the family, or they're drinking too much or whatever. And she was there to help. And she said, Scott, can you send me all of your Marvel stuff dealing with 9/11? So I actually sent all my personal copies of Amazing 36 to the Ground Zero site. I sent all my copies of Heroes, all my copies of A Moment of Silence. And she actually said it helped tremendously. So to me, that elevated the importance of that book even more, that not that we were just doing a comic book about an important story. We actually, by our talents or skills as storytellers and artists, we were actually able to give a small little effect and help to the people actually working at the site. So the fact that we can do that with a comic book, to me, that's like what our job should be, And I've had more firefighters and police officers come to me wanting me to sign that book or do
military folks.
Yeah, so I've had military, I've had firefighters, I've had police officers. One of the things I sometimes do is I'll do badges with their numbers or friends that they lost during the event. So to me, again, that's what else. It's totally the most important thing I've ever done in my career.
So I'll tell you, I having that on hand, and I'm not doing this for any reason other than hopefully I'll be able to promote this when it happens. Is the only reason I have this sitting here is this is being donated to the local fire department. They had a guy who served on. He went to New York. He was on a certain type of training. He had a certain type of training where he could go into those situations and he knew how to do it safely. And he recently passed, and they're doing a fundraiser for his family. And so this was my personal copy. Send it out and get it graded. It's going to them to raise money. And so when they put that up, I'll be promoting that. But that's the only reason I even have it here, is because I think it's so important to give that book to those first responders who do that kind of stuff every day.
I'd like to lighten this up a little bit.
Yeah. Well, we're going there.
The first time Scott and I sat down, I don't remember, when we put our pointed heads together to discuss remarking the whole print run, we kind of chuckled, ha, 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 ha. We had the whole print run, right. Well, here we are nearly 20 years later. I would give my right pinky toe to find out how close we are to getting all of those issues remarked. How much more do we have to go? Another 20 years? I would love to know. We've been remarking, by the way, Kyle, to anybody that's listening, and they may well know this, we've been remarking those covers when they come to us, it's blank black cover. And when it gets put in front of you, I can't just sign it and hand it back. It almost seems superfluous. And I want more than just the signature. And that's where Scott and I come in. I'm dying to know what the numbers are, and probably we'll never find out.
Yeah, I literally, at every show I've ever done, I get multiple copies of that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Or Slack. And like, we're not allowed to just sign it. We sign it and have to do at least a little bitty headshot or something, because it's putting a blank canvas in front of an artist is just cruel, because we have to, like, we're forced to wait. There's this big black shape here. We got to put something on there.
Yeah.
You know, that's an interesting question for you guys. I know you've both over your career taken commissions from people. What's the most fun you've ever had when somebody hands you a blank canvas? What's something you've done that just sticks in your mind?
Oh, wow. You said there'd be no math on this test, teacher. Oh, shit. I can't think. Scott, take it. You're the one that's talking the most anyway. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I just did 2 spectacular pieces that were commissions over John Jr. in that he did 2 homages to his father, which the one I just showed you, which was from the Treasury edition, and the other one was Amazing Spider-Man 100. And that was just so cool because you captured your father and you still had your personality, your style, and then I got to contribute as a piece to this. And the fact that you now do your commissions at this gigantic size, which just blows me away. It's actually really fun to work that big, but it's just super impressive to whoever gets to frame that and put that up on their wall.
Okay, thank you for saying that, because, Kyle, if I had to give an answer, then I couldn't think of anything else. Doing the recreations of my father's covers is a joy in and of itself beyond description, because I get to do work over stuff that I saw when I was a little guy, and how beautiful it was then. It's still beautiful. It holds up. So thank you, Scott, because it gave me, it's the chance to work on recreations of my father's stuff.
Yeah. And secondly, for me, I enjoy it when my fans actually give me a challenge, because I've worked on literally almost every minor and major character for Marvel and DC over my 3-something decades, and I love drawing the obscure characters. So somebody's like, do the Creeper? I'm like, cool. And Steve Ditko designed that. I think I drew him in the comic books maybe once, but I still remember that character. And he's not like, you don't go on automatic pilot like you do with Batman or Spider-Man. I mean, Spider-Man and Batman are actually a challenge because you try to do it slightly differently than the last 100 times you did it. But I love doing the weird guys, the unusual characters. Actually, I just got a Transformer commission to do right behind my shoulder. And like, I've only drawn Optimus Prime once in my entire career, and they asked me to do commission. So I actually enjoy getting pushed a little bit, getting challenged. To me, that's really fun to say, hey, how do I do this, in a new way, a different way, or take a character that is obscure and make him special to the fan.
All right. Speaking of challenges, this goes way back to what I did. I was supposed to be doing the Olympic issue of 1980. I hate to say this, but it was the Olympics. And then Jimmy Carter backed out of the Olympics, so they changed it to the 1,000,001 characters for the sake of 1,000,001 characters. Anyway, since then, the rumor is that the writers say, well, Romita can do unlimited amounts of, so I'm doing Cecil B. effing DeMille in every issue I work on, because they say, well, look, he can handle large groups of people. And now here we are. Challenge, I get Brian Bendis, who did 10 years of close-ups with Mark Bagley. He did just 9 panel pages with faces, and he works with me. I get to do X-Men Avengers. I get to do Action Comics, which turns into a group book. Brian, I love you, but I'm going to rewire your car because you put 10 years on my life. So I get the challenge of doing group books, even when it's a single character.
Actually,
I'm not complaining.
I just worked on Amazing Spider-Man. Just came out last month and this month, and I'm thinking, it used to be Spider-Man was a solo book, and now it's a whole team of 5 female Spider-Man, and there's Miles Morales Spider-Man. It's like, wait, there's now 8 Spider characters, not just one Spider. It's like the Batman. Batman used to be the solo character, now it's the Batman family. So
there it is.
So I have a question. I'm going to ask you to rack your brains, but first I want to throw some people up here. William Pace says, "Hey Scott Hanna, what's up, buddy?" Spencer Beck wants me to ask you a question, but I don't want to get punched through the computer, so I'm not going to do that.
Oh, come on! I gotta hear this. I gotta hear it.
I want to know does John Jr. die is
one or two hairs. That's it.
I don't care, but I had to dye my beard this year, so.
Oh God!
There's a reason I don't have a beard is because my chin is white. That's my hair not too bad, but my chin is white. Yeah,
my chin is becoming whiter as I'm less and less facial hair guy because it's becoming whiter. And here, I can't believe this conversation, and I am going to gut punch him when I see him because my beard is silver, and it's starting to creep up a little bit. People think, well, he's got a silver beard and dark hair. That means he colors his hair. And that's exactly the way Spencer Beck speaks.
Guys, if you head to theartistvoice.com and scrolling across the bottom, you can tell Spencer Beck what you think of the question. And then we gotta give Daniel Medina a shout out in Mexico. Greetings from Mexico.
Come on, Scott, there you go.
Yeah, I had a wonderful time last time I was down in Mexico City. It was just such a joyous convention because all the fans in Mexico were bringing up their books that were like read to death, and and they would still want it signed and say, "This is the first comic book I ever read," or something like that. And the fans were just so wonderful down there. I really, really enjoyed it.
That brings me to 2 questions, but I'm going to ask the first one first. Do you guys remember the first book the first thing you worked on together? And what was that? And how did that first meeting go?
Well, I have a story about this. I'm wondering what John. How does it work from your end?
I don't remember if it was Spider-Man. So be it. But I don't remember if we worked on something else first. I don't remember. I feel bad.
No. Well, So we officially worked together for the very, very first time on Spider-Man. And hold on 1 second. Actually, no, it's in the way. But I had left Spider-Man. I'd worked on it with Tom Lyle. I left it during the middle of the Clone Saga, and they called me up, and they had actually asked me to work over John multiple times when I was working on Cable and still Batman at DC, and I kept saying no because I actually didn't think I could ink John. I had tried inking him when I was first starting out at Marvel, or first starting out as an inker, and I didn't get his style. So I actively avoided every time they asked me to work over John. And then they called me up and said, "Scott, we want you to work on the Spider-Man book as John's regular inker." I'm like, whoa, I've never even inked the guy before. And on top of that, I'm following after Al Williamson, who to me was my all-time favorite inker over John. I mean, he's had many spectacular inkers, but I loved Al's take on John's pencils. It was very unique. And we know Williamson is a phenomenal artist in his own right, but he did these just wonderful things with your skies and buildings and stuff. So he had been inking John on Spider-Man, and I'm coming in after Williamson. I'm like, wait, I've never even inked Romita before in my entire life. I'm coming after the best inker over him ever, and what do I do? So what I did and John never asked for this, so I don't even know if he knew who I was, right? Because a lot of times the editors make these decisions. It's not always the penciler's choice. And John's really humble and nice, so he doesn't pick on stuff. But anyway, so I actually asked for a sample of John's real pencils to work on. So they gave me the cover for Spider-Man. I think I started with you on 5th. Well, I'm horrible at remembering the numbers. Anyway, we started together on the death of Ben Reilly when we killed the clone, okay. But I did the cover of like the previous issue as my sample.
Okay.
So it was either an issue before or 2 issues before. I did that cover to see if I got your style, and I had matured enough as an artist from my beginning days that I was like, okay, I get it now, I understand it. But then the hardest part for me was to try to not emulate Al Williamson, because I loved what he did over you, and it was like,
it was on Daredevil. I don't think Al ever did ink. Jim Mooney did some inks over me on Spider-Man, but Al was working on me with Daredevil, which was
okay, right. But anyways, but what Al did over you, I loved, and I didn't want to just be a bad copy of Al Williamson. So one of the trickiest things about John pencils is because his pencils are super strong, and he gives you everything you need, but you're allowed to interpret it your way. And so I had to come up with my way of interpreting his artwork that wasn't a Klaus Janson way or a Tom Palmer way or an Al Williamson way. And that's one of the hardest things about working with John. It's like, take what he gives you and interpret it in your version. And luckily, I got to work with him on the various Spider-Man books for, I think we had almost a continuous 10-year run without like a break of any kind. And we both evolve. You know, you get to trust each other, you change styles, you try new things. So it's really cool to see how like I started with him, and then even after we stopped doing Spider-Man, how we would do Avengers versus X-Men or you know, whatever. Is every time it's like, oh, new challenge, get to, you know, try it out a different way or a different look or see where we can go from here. But yeah, that was really intimidating though, because they called me up and said, you're on the book, and I had never worked with him before. And then it turned into a 10-year run. So, yeah.
So,
so ask John a question.
We're talking too much. He doesn't have questions. That's how bad it is.
Okay. No, it's not that at all. It's excuse me, I can feel that cough coming on. But also it's, you know, Scott says something and it gives me 6 questions I want to ask, and then and so my question is John, when your pencils are your style, you have somebody like Scott interpreting your style but embellishing it in the way that they feel is right for the book or in the situation. Do you think about that when you're drawing your pencils, that somebody else is gonna come behind you and maybe change things a little bit? Do you leave it a little more open, or do you get real in there?
I don't ever. And first of all, the people that I've worked with, I don't need to be concerned. The only thing I concern myself with is being clear in what I'm trying to do. In other words, down to the smallest of parts of a small panel. If it's not clear, it could be misconstrued by the ink artists and maybe confusing things. And they never blame the ink artist. They'll just always blame me. So I have to make sure it makes sense. But as long as I have guys like Scott, Klaus, even, you know, Tom Palmer, they're artists in their own right. They can repair it without me even. And they get it. They know what we're dealing with.
Well, John, do you still write notes alongside?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I do.
That's extremely helpful for the next stage of the process. He'll write, you know, little notations of a particular panel. So we not only do we get the script, but we also get John's notations on his breakdown of the script.
That's interesting. The notes. I've bought a couple of original pieces that have been colored, and there's always notes about the colors. I don't know if I've ever seen notes about the inking,
it's because it's not the inking per se. It's to let the writer and the ink artist know what I had intended for that panel or that page. Sometimes I'll veer from the dialogue intention without actually causing the dialogue to be removed or anything, but might be altered. So if there's an expression on a character, I will write, Peter Parker is frowning because of this. But I deliberately tell the story in sequence sometimes by adding extra panels, and I will indicate as so. but it's not because I'm concerned with what the ink artist is doing. It's to let them know what I was intending and make it easier on them. If Scott wants to throw a furrow on a brow with a little bit of shading extra, I'd like him to know what I had intended for the thought in that panel.
Yeah, and it really does help. It's amazing that one tiny little mark can make a big difference in an expression. And if you're not reading that expression properly, having a notation, having the script is extraordinarily helpful to make sure because my job, in my mind, my job is to interpret John. It's not to interpret me. It's to interpret his intent. The more I get his intent, the easier it is for me to get into his mindset and to interpret it the right way.
So we have a comment from Chuck Morgan who says, "Hi, John. You're one of my favorite artists ever. I'm still inking over some of your pencils from a Marvel tryout book, and that Scott's great too."
I still have the Marvel tryout book too. And what's funny to me is I was young enough to need the Marvel tryout book when I was doing it, and I probably could have used it. There's a couple of guys that have used it to get their. As a matter of fact, Bagley claims that that's what got him that his samples with the tryout book he used when he was applying to work for the company. That's fantastic. So that's good to hear that. I like to hear that. And it was a brilliant idea by Marvel to do that, showing the grades and the steps.
And then we have a comment from Anthony Vito. I'm going to read it the way I think he meant it. "I wish yous were on ASM again."
Hey, Vito, Kumba. I actually would love, listen, never say never again, but I would love to do Spider-Man someday. That would be outstanding to go back. I would love it.
Yeah, and Spider-Man has always been, well, my two favorite characters have always been Batman and Spider-Man, but I've spent longer on Spider-Man by far than any other character. And it's such a rich character with such great villains and so much potential that it's literally a joy to work on that character anytime I get the opportunity. And to do something like that with John would be like even more spectacular because again,
now I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble with DC now because of what I just said.
Oh, yeah. Well, I work for both companies at the same time.
I'm a freelancer. Yeah, I'm not offending anybody. It's okay. I talked to Kyle about doing Doctor Strange a couple hours ago. Always wanted to do Doctor Strange. Always wanted to do Wonder Woman. These characters have always wanted to get back in. And listen, there's no mystery to this. I would love to do Daredevil again because of how much fun I had doing Daredevil.
Yeah, and Daredevil is actually one of those characters that I've always loved the characters, but I very rarely touch the character. I think I did like 6 issues in my entire career, which is, for me, that's a really small amount. And whereas you had a really big impact on the character.
That Man Without Fear book with Frank was as much fun I had so much fun on it, and I enjoyed it so much when it came out that they just sent another release of it, hardcover, and I open it up and I look at it and I say, wow, between Al Williamson and Frank, this is a good product. I'm really proud of that. So the Daredevil character to me is as iconic as the Batman costume because of the horns. That's great silhouette. One of the best silhouettes of all time. Daredevil and Batman.
Yeah.
So, and then we just got the question, and I think we just answered. If you were to collaborate again, what comic would you like to work on?
That's an easy question. I would do anything to work with Scott on Spider-Man again. I would, but that's got to be at the right place and the right time.
Oh yeah,
Spider-Man, of course. Just because I see how. Listen, Scott hasn't lost this. Scott, turn your head. I don't want anybody hearing this. Scott hasn't lost a step, and he's 85 years old. He looks fantastic.
Yeah, I don't look that good for my age. No.
We would both love to try it again someday. So never say never.
Well, yeah. To me, literally every single time I've had the opportunity to work with John, I've just enjoyed it because he's literally a one-of-a-kind penciler that I cannot compare him to anybody else. He's so distinctive in his strengths, in his storytelling, and like I said, his collaboration quality. The fact all those strengths together means that every single opportunity I get, I'm ecstatic. I'm like, I look forward to pages saying, wow, I get to have, I mean, I have fun in my job every day, but I really get to have fun when I see Romita Jr. pages on my tabletop. And the fact that we usually still work together in real pencils and real inks. So I get to touch that real paper that John was working on. To me, that's getting to be a rarer and rarer pleasure.
Thank you, Scott.
So,
nice to hear that.
So again, anytime I get the opportunity to work with John, to me is great. But yes, Spider-Man is iconic. That I think we made together a really big impact on the history of the character, and to add even more to that history would be, but again, right time, right place, whatever,
Amen.
My philosophy in comics is I've been around for so long. If it's meant to be, it's going to happen at some point. We can't control it necessarily. It's just, you stick around long enough, it will come to you,
Amen. Well said.
So as a not getting into the weeds question, you talked about visiting Mexico for a convention. What has been in your career your favorite comic book convention, or what's one that you've maybe been to once and would love to go back to again? We're all looking forward to when we can go back to things.
I got to start that one because I hate to interrupt you, but this is so clear in my mind. Sao Paulo, Brazil. I've never encountered a convention that size, run that well, and people so sweet. Now, all the conventions I've been to, people are sweet. But to have something this size, continent-wise, everybody from all over South America was coming in, and there have been the different shows in the different countries. But my wife and I enjoyed Sao Paulo so much, stunningly. And I would do it again in a second. We were about to, but things changed with the virus. And the next time we have the opportunity, I will jump at the chance. Just so you know, people in Sao Paulo, I want you to know that the one complaint that my wife had is that we didn't get a chance to do the helicopter ride. We had to go in traffic. And Frank Miller got a chance to use the helicopter. Sorry, you got to please the wife next time. You got to put us in a helicopter. It was a 2-hour drive cross city because of our hotel being where it was and the convention center. And we sat in traffic. Now, being New Yorkers, it wasn't a problem. We were used to that shit, but that's my one complaint. But I loved every second of that convention. 350,000 people for the weekend, 4-day weekend, something insane.
Yeah, I was unfortunately planning on going to that show like last year or this year. And yeah, look at what's happened now. But I've never been there yet. I've heard nothing but phenomenal things about it. And I actually don't think I have a particularly favorite show, but I really, up until recently, I wasn't doing all that many shows. I would normally concentrate in the Northeast where I live. So I would always do New York Comic Con. There's a couple of fantastic smaller shows like Garden State Comic Fest in New Jersey. I love Heroes Con because it's all about the artists, and you get to hang out with all. To me, it's wonderful. It shows not just to see all the fans, which are spectacular, but to see all your other coworkers and buddies. They're people that I've worked with for decades and never met them in person. And then I'll see them and I'll have this long conversations like, wait, who are you? And then we finally figure out, like, oh, that's who we are. But that to me is a real pleasure. That's one of the reasons why I love Heroes Con, because it's all about the artists getting together as well.
Terrific Con is spectacular as well.
That's another one, yeah.
And to know, and Spencer Beck has nothing to do with it, but that's still, it's despite Spencer Beck, it's a terrific con.
I think the thing is I asked the question because I think we are all waiting with bated breath for the day when we can go back to doing those things.
Oh, so, very well said. Very well said.
You know, it's one of those is which one are you dreaming about? Like for me, it's C2E2 in Chicago, just because I have a deep dish deficiency now. We've got a very great New York transplant who opened a pizza shop here in town, so I don't miss New York style pizza from New York Comic Con. I've got a deep dish deficiency, so that's my answer. But back to the work. who have been some of the favorite color artists you've gotten to work with? We haven't talked about that. We've talked about inkers, and we've talked about
My wife just waved hello.
hello. We've talked about
We were talking about you, Kat.
I'm not listening, you guys, but okay.
We were talking about you and the helicopter complaint in Sao Paulo.
Oh boy. Yes, they just didn't get you there fast enough. It took too long. Bye. I'll let you go, honey.
Okay.
So we've talked about I talked with Scott about who he's worked with. I've talked with John about who he's worked with. Let's talk about the colorists. Are there colorists that you feel that, especially in your time together, really brought something extra to the table?
I'm going to start with the two guys that I enjoyed, and this is not to say that there are spectacular color artists, but Dean White and Peter Steigerwald, the three of us have bonded in our work. They are highlight guys, and I would get a chance to work with either of them anytime. The other color artists that I've worked with, I've never had a bad experience. So I love everybody that I've worked with, but those two guys, because we go way back, if I had to pick two, I would pick those to start with.
Yeah, for me, there are really too many to list. Particularly when I was working with John, I absolutely loved what Laura Martin did. I think she is one of the absolute best in the entire industry. Anytime I know her name's on a project I'm on, I'm just like in heaven because I know she's going to make my work look better. And that's the, some colorists will make your work look worse. Some will make it look good or like as good as it is. Some will actually improve the process. And fortunately, I've worked with, a vast number of spectacular colorists that do that latter bit, that they take the black and white artwork, read our intent with our values and our depth and our lighting, and then make it even better. I love it when a colorist will properly interpret what my guidelines are. Like I'm an old school inker, so when I do a line weight, it should be telling the colorist, oh, the light source is here. Or if I'm doing, particular things with depth or texture, I want them to understand that and read it. And colorists actually get a lot of, they have the worst pressure of everybody because they're the last person in the line, and they're frequently told like, oh yeah, do the whole book in a weekend. It's like, oh, come on, how do you do a good job under those circumstances? So when they have these horrible deadlines and they still manage to pull off a great job, is just spectacular. And so I don't blame them when sometimes they have to rush it. It doesn't look spectacular. Sure. But when they can pull it off, and there are certain people, when you hear those names, it's like, oh, I have nothing to worry about. And to me, because I do painting and I understand color really well, frequently you get in your head a particular idea of what you think is going to be on the page. And sometimes I've had some colorists read me exactly and do exactly what I had already in my head. And sometimes the colorist will go in a totally different direction, and I'll be like, wow, I never even thought of that. And you made it work so beautiful, And that's what, to me, is what's so special about a collaboration, is that every artist gets to add their input and make it a better product.
Yeah. All right, perfect example of the great experiences I've had recently. Action Comics was Brett Anderson, and I honestly, maybe the tools are more sophisticated, but the work, he's constantly checking in with me, and I always enjoyed that. But his work was spectacular, especially his covers. So, Brad, I tip my hat to you. Fantastic work. Fantastic work.
All right. So I said I was going to get in the weeds, and I'm going to get in the weeds now. This is where we're headed. You guys have more experience on Spider-Man than almost anyone I could ever hope to talk to. But every Spider-Man artist, every Spider-Man, on any level of the art process, has a different take on how to draw the web.
The webbing on the costume?
Yeah, on the costume or the hand?
any of them. They're all different. Everybody's a little different. The costume changes a little. What comes out of the hands changes a little. How did you approach it? And then Scott, how did you approach adding the inks?
I honestly had a certain amount of lines on the face and webs on between each of the lines, because I sometimes do panels that repeat. So you have to make sure that they're consistent. Now I just did 200 commissions, and some of them are, well, a majority of them were Spider-Man close-ups. They all have the same amount of webs on them. I just learned, literally following my father, to draw the webs counter to the curve of the body so it doesn't look like it's a soft surface. That's just a pet peeve, and I try to be consistent with the webbing, and I'm sure Scott has fixed many of my F-ups.
Yeah, the inkers job, and I've not only worked with John a long time on Spider-Man, I worked with Mark Bagley a long time on Spider-Man. I've worked with, I think when I was on Spider-Man, I worked on every single Spider title there was, including sometimes more than one a month, and every artist does it differently. So I think John's was probably what he learned from his dad about the reversing and the more simple lines was kind of my go-to. But when I first started on Spider-Man, it was with Tom Lyle, and he did totally different webbing. He would always put highlights on the costume, and he would do different shaped eyes. So again, as my inker self, I have to adapt to what the penciler gives me. So if I'm working with Bagley, I can't ink him or the webbing the same way as when I work with Romita. When I work with Eric Larson, it's going to look different. When every single artist has their own interpretation, and that's one of the magical things about the character. That you think Spider-Man is a relatively simple design. I think it's actually a brilliant design by Ditka. That the fact that there's a stripe going down the arm shows the twists and turns of the arm, right?
I think Kirby created the costume.
Okay, well,
in its infancy.
But anyway, the design is simple, but it's vastly adaptable, and that's what makes it a cool character. Just like Batman, simple, basic premise, but you can do it in hundreds of different variations. And that's why I think one of the reasons why Spider-Man is still a popular character, because we can update him, we can change him. There were times during our run on, I think it was Peter Parker, where the editor was saying, it's like, oh, you got to make him thinner, right? We were making him a little more muscular. They said, no, you got to make him thinner. So we made him, we adapted, we changed. So there were different times in our run on the book that we did it slightly differently. And that's how it works. So yeah, to me, that's why I like the character, because he can change it up and not, break any rules.
We got a few minutes left here. So I have one more question, but I just want to give another shout out to the artistchoice.com and Spencer Beck for helping us to get all these guys, these wonderful artists and creators here this weekend to talk to.
Despite his ball-busting questions, yes, I agree.
Right. Despite being a troll in the comments.
Don't open your car door tonight, Spencer. I got too many cousins that live in Connecticut.
And I will tell you guys that Spencer Beck will be appearing on a show on our network on Thursday with Nick Barucci and Will Gabrielle talking about original art and talking about these wonderful creators. So make sure you tune in for that. But I got to do my job, otherwise I'll get in trouble. So, so let's go back one more time to the working together. Was there ever a time where one of you had to make a phone call to the other and be like, really? What are you doing?
I never called Scott about that.
Yeah.
If anything, I've called him to compliment him. Never had to do that. Excuse the expression, had to. I don't think I've ever called any ink artist. I've been very fortunate. Like I said, I listed the guys I've worked with, just like the guys I've worked with as writers. I have been blessed with some of the great artists that worked with me. No. Scott doesn't need to have anybody call him on anything. He's brilliant.
I think the only thing I ever met one time, because I'm married to a fashion designer, I think I mentioned and John is, by the way, fantastic at doing.
I know where you're going with this. Go ahead. Go.
Well, anyway, I was always impressed that John could draw people in suits better than anybody else. Like, he understands the bulk of the clothes, how it goes over the body, whereas a lot of comic book artists have never worn a suit in their lives, so they skin tight things and they don't know how.
I know where you're going with this.
So John was always great at drawing suits and these thugs and guys in normal outfits. But because my wife's a fashion designer, I had to call John up. I forget whether we did this in person or on the phone. And I said, John, I hate to say this, but suit cuffs do not have just one button. Men's suits always have at least 3 buttons. Usually, the better quality have 4. And
True story.
On that, he fixed it, and I've never seen him do a 1-button anymore. He always does at least.
That is the damn truth, and he's right. And it was, at first I said, I can't believe he's calling me on this. And then I ended up, I swear to God, I went in and looked at my suits in my closet, and he's right. I had 1 button on one suit because I was in a bar fight and it got ripped off. I'm kidding. But perfect example, and it is he's right. 100% accurate, that story.
But also, it's because I knew John would care, because he actually does use reference, and he uses, he looks at real things when we're drawing stuff. It's not just, we don't just make this up out of our head. We actually, pay attention to the real world. And again, there are some pencilers I couldn't say that to. Not that I ever needed to say anything to John, but the fact that he was willing to listen to the inker and about this minor little thing, and he immediately fixed it. And like I said, I think he's fixed it the entire rest of his career, because that was just this tiny. So yeah, in 20 years of working together, I mentioned one thing, never had to, and again, I didn't have to mention that. It was just one of those things that I knew he would appreciate the feedback.
Great story.
Yeah, those are the stories that people love to hear. Well, John Romita didn't know how many buttons were on a suit. That's the only mistake he ever made, Like, those are the stories people love, right?
Hey, listen, if you're gonna F up, it might as well be buttons on cuffs.
Right? I mean, it's better than the story of, he forgot to put the web on the suit the one time.
Wait a minute. Here's a great story. The greatest mistake ever made that I ever saw was by Jack Kirby. There is a close-up splash of Mr. Fantastic with his stretching arm going right at the reader,
right,
on a splash page, and it's the wrong hand. He had 2 left hands. And what's funny is the backhand of Mr. Fantastic is so far in the background, you wouldn't have paid attention to it normally. But my father was the editor on it, or I forgot what made, and he says, "What do you see wrong with this splash?" And I didn't notice it until he pointed it out. But it's so glaring. It's 2 left hands. It's comical.
Hey,
one of the great all-time mistakes.
Puts his hand around. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we got just a couple minutes left. Ron Lim is patiently waiting his turn here. We got another legend coming up next.
Ron Lim is a patient man. Ron, how are you, boss? Glad to hear it.
Let me bring him in.
How's your wife and my kids?
Hey, Scott. Hey, John. How you doing, guys?
Good to see you, Ron. It's been way too long.
Yeah, no doubt, for sure.
All right.
We'll get going. Let you take
Real
over.
quick, guys, tell us where people can find you, what you got coming out here in the last minute or so, what you got coming out, where people should be looking for you.
Go ahead, Scott, because I don't have anything I can talk about. I already mentioned it a couple hours ago.
Okay, I'm working on Amazing Spider-Man, Werewolf by Night, working on Savage Avengers for Marvel, just did the fantastic Generation Shattered for DC with Ivan Reyes, which actually John was part of that too. Really wonderful story and group effort of all the teams on that. You can find me on Facebook or Instagram, and you can find our artwork at theartistchoice.com.
Beautiful. Well said.
And then John talked about it earlier. He's got a book coming out soon with Howard Chaykin, hopefully. We've got some other stuff that he can't talk about, but you should be watching. At John Romita Jr. on Instagram, at Inker Scott on the social medias, Inker Scott1, and theartistchoice.com if you're interested in their original art. Guys, thank you so much. It's been an honor to meet both of you. This day, I'm just kind of shaken. Like, I've gotten to talk to so many greats, and I've got another one coming up that I'm so excited to talk to. This has been 12-year-old Kyle, his head is exploding. So we will.
Our pleasure. Trust me, our pleasure.
Yes,
We will see
definitely.
you all. We will see you all very, very, very soon in
Well, I'm
person.
gonna
Thank
go
you
cook
so
a
much.
Sunday meal for my wife. Be good.
All right.
Be good, guys.
Take care, guys.
All right, guys, stay tuned. In just about a minute's time, Ron Lim will be joining us here on the EXP Expo Day 2. I have to remember to click the things when I say that. It's getting out of hand, everybody. Welcome back in, everybody. It's Kyle. I've been with you most of both days. We are joined now by the legend, Ron Lim, a man who has drawn more characters than I even could think of off the top of my head. I had to go look them up. Welcome in, Ron. How's it going,
Thanks,
man?
Kyle. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you. I'm starting everybody with this question. It's the question you probably get asked more often than any when you do panels and things.
Sure.
But why comics? How did you come to be in comics? Why did you choose this medium?
Initially, when I was a kid, I was looking into animation. I was into Disney cartoons and stuff like that. But then one day, my parents brought home some comics that weren't like the Archie comics or the kids comics, and one was a Fantastic Four. And so I was like, what is this? And so after reading comics, the Marvel stuff for a long time and DC stuff, then I decided that I'd rather do comics than animation. So I started going that direction.
So Fantastic Four was kind of your introduction.
Yeah.
And
yes, Fantastic Four 121.
if you can remember, that's amazing.
Well,
and
it's weird because I work on all these books. I don't remember issue numbers for anything, but for some reason that one, that's the only one.
I think it's everybody remembers their first taste, right?
Right.
And it's such an amazing connection that we as comic fans have with the product and with the books, is that we can remember our first. Yeah. I remember the first book I ever bought with my own money. And it's one of those things is just you probably could still smell the pages if you thought really hard about it.
That's true. I mean, is that burned in our memories, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But what's it like to then go on, as a professional and work on those characters? You had a run on Fantastic Four.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. I mean, the people I got to work with were people I read growing up. So I mean, it's like working with Jim on all the Surfer stuff and the Infinity stuff that blew my mind, because I mean, I worked on and Steve Englehart. I worked with him initially, which I was a big fan of his already too. But then when Jim came on, because Jim was one of my artistic influences, so I was a big fan of his. So when he came on board as a writer for Surfer, I was blown away. But yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Well, I wasn't going to talk about Surfer yet, but since you brought it up,
sorry.
No. I was going to save Surfer for last, because Surfer is
okay.
That's kind of where I like to eat. So, but let's talk about it. The Silver Surfer is a character with a very unique look and a very unique kind of way he's presented. Sure. What challenges did that present to you as an artist? And how did you approach creating Silver Surfer pages?
Well, for the Surfer, I mean, he was kind of hard to play with the way he looked, because he's so kind of simple. He's just there's not much way you go with. I mean, the biggest change, I guess, is whether you put pants on him or not. But so I decided to leave the pants off because Marshall Rogers. I took over from Marshall Rogers, and so I loved his version of the surfer because it was very fluid, the way he surfed through space and everything like that. But also like the Kirby stuff and the Buscema stuff. So I mean, all that stuff kind of was kind of influencing what I was thinking of surf. So my one thing I wanted to add to him was I tried to make him as shiny as I could. I figured he's going to be silver, so he's going to be reflective. So I thought the one thing I could maybe add was just add those shines and that kind of that sparkling effect to his skin.
It's true. I have a friend, and I'm going to shout him out. Seth the Moose is an independent comic book artist who draws a lot of Silver Surfer, and he credits you with the way he approaches the surfer because he tries to do that same thing with the shininess and the kind of I'm going to use the word metallic, even though it's not the right word. But
no, yeah, right. But no, that fits. That fits.
Nick Barucci's in the comments, and apparently he broke his exclamation point button.
Nick.
And then Nick wanted to bring up the fact that he saw his first Jackie Chan movie on your house on your Laserdisc machine.
I forced him to watch it when he came over. Hilarious.
I can't imagine Nick watching a Jackie Chan movie. I just can't do it. Brain doesn't work that way.
I forgot about that. Wow, that's a long time ago. That's right. I do remember now, though.
So you've had a very long career, and most of your career was at Marvel.
Yeah.
But you've also had the chance to work on some kind of fun titles, I think, with a couple of other companies in terms of Stormwatch over at Image.
Yeah.
And I really want to ask about Xena at Topps, which Xena is one of those comic books that I don't think enough people have read because it's very, very good.
Right.
So what was it like taking something that people could see on TV and Lucy Lawless, who's beautiful and a very unique look, and trying to translate that to the page? Yeah.
Well, my editor, Renee, she was my editor at Marvel, so she called me and asked me if I was interested in working on Xena. And I thought, I was a fan of the show, so I was excited to try something. I do like working on the licensed stuff, but it can be kind of complicated because all the reference I need and all that kind of stuff. But it was a lot of fun. So I mean, it was a challenge because I'm not used to really doing likenesses for actors and stuff like that. So luckily, it didn't really require too much, exacting, on the faces and stuff. But I tried my best to stay as faithful as I could to the TV show. So I dug up as much reference as I could. But it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it.
I got distracted. Is that a HR Puffin stuff Funko Pop behind you?
Yes, it is.
Awesome. So awesome.
My son's collection, so he loves that stuff. So
Don Nguyen, guys, shout out to Don real quick. He'd made a lot of our graphics that we've shared out for people on social media. But he feels that he's digging the Funko Pop wall.
Awesome.
So the thing probably the most people out there really maybe know you for and even don't realize they know you for is the Infinity War and Infinity Crusade books.
Sure. Yeah.
Ron, is that the right website at the bottom? RonLim.com,
actually.
RonLim Art. Okay, I just copied it from your Instagram. I will make the change.
Yes, there's another guy with the exact same name at his website.
Save. Done. My bad. I apologize.
No worries, man. When I saw that, I was like, oh, it's already taken. Guess I can't have that one.
I can't tell you. I can't tell you how hard that's been with the name of the comic book shopping experience and all the different hyphenates. It's a thing. I get it.
Yeah.
But no. So back to Infinity Crusade and Infinity Gauntlet, Infinity War, Infinity Crusade, Infinity Gauntlet.
Yeah.
What was it like working in those giant worlds and working with Starlin?
Well, like I said, working with Jim was great. I mean, I was a huge fan of his even before, so I mean, to be able to work with him was incredible. And then, and luckily, we turned out to be able. We were able to work together for quite a few years on quite a few projects. But yeah, I mean, working with Jim on Surfer kind of led into the Infinity stuff. So I was kind of ready for the Infinity stuff. The pressure was following George Perez. That was a little pressure there. So I was like, great, how do you follow George, right? But luckily I was already drawing Surfer, and I'd kind of drawn some of the lead-ins to the Infinity stuff. So Thanos Quest, all that kind of stuff. So I was kind of ready for it, but also a little worried to be following George.
So how when you look at something, when you are following George Perez, I mean, someone who has indelibly changed the industry with his style,
right.
How do you approach the page? Is it do you try and mimic a little bit? Do you go your own direction? Is it how do you think about that?
A couple pages that followed his pages, I kind of tried to be a little bit like his, but then once I got into it, I just did my own thing, because I figured there's no way I can match George. I mean, George has his style. Just no one can kind of do his thing. So I just stuck with the way I drew my stuff. And I think it helped also that Joe Rubin's thing was inking the whole thing, so that kind of unified the look of the book. So that helped a lot too.
Absolutely. I mean, and when you look at that stuff now, and it's been the spawn of the greatest superhero revolution and rebirth in this industry, how does it feel to know that you had a part of that?
No, pretty amazing. I mean, I never saw the movies coming at all. I mean, when we saw Thanos at the end of the Avengers, I was stunned. I was like, "What? They're bringing him in already?" I thought they'd save him for later if he was ever going to appear. So the fact that he appeared so early was pretty surprising. But yeah, it was great. I mean, the last few years with the movies coming out have been pretty crazy.
Right. I mean, and it's one of those things is we're seeing so much growth, and to get a chance to talk to the guys who kind of did that, that work that led to that.
Right.
So let's. You also have a prolific career as a cover artist.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you about interiors because that's the part of the book that's most fascinating to me, because that's where so much of the storytelling happens. How do you approach a page of interiors, and then what's different about approaching a cover in terms of process?
Well, like you said, the interior is mostly storytelling. So I mean, for that, it's just the panel to panel, visual storytelling. I mean, just telling the story visually so people can just understand what's going on. Because I mean, I was always taught to try to draw the page and do it so that people can kind of tell what's going on without reading it, without any dialogue first. I mean, of course, for the details, you need dialogue and stuff like that, but just visually. But for covers, it's more like a poster, right? I try to take the strongest image and just put that from the story and put that on the cover just to kind of represent the idea. It doesn't have to be exact, but the idea of the story.
You've also had done some work for the Marvel video games.
Yes. Yeah, I did it.
Is that good?
No, I worked on a couple Spider-Man Game Boy games, an X-Men game, and then Marvel Heroes, the PC game. I think that's it.
Yeah. Sorry, I just got a text that I had fixed that. Nick is texting me going, "Hey, make sure you get the right side up." I did. Don't worry.
We're good.
No, how does that work? How is that different from the other two processes?
What's that?
The digital stuff for the video games.
Oh, when I was doing the video game stuff, I would draw them in different layers. I mean, I was still drawing on paper and pencil. I was still doing traditional, but then I'd scan them in and send them high-res scans of those. Then they would work from those. But yeah, so I mean, it was just more doing everything in layers so that they can layer different parts on top of it, so I can rearrange stuff for the video game, make things move, that kind of stuff.
So, who would you call your greatest influences in your art? Who did you try to model yourself after?
I would say probably the three biggest ones are Jim Starlin. I mean, because I loved his cosmic stuff, reading that stuff. George Perez, of course, and John Byrne was my other big influence. He was a huge influence too.
Did you get a chance?
That's Fantastic Four stuff.
Did you get a chance to work with John at all?
No, not at all. I think I met him once, and that was like way long time ago. That was it.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. You know how small the fraternity is
Right.
of people who do this, and how many people are like, yeah, this person was like my big influence, and then 10 years later I got to work with them, and it was mind blowing. And
Yeah.
you talked about that with Starlin.
Yeah. And George, because then I worked with George on he inked some of my the Gauntlet covers after he left. He inked the covers, and then he wrote the Surfer Superman crossover that we did together. That was crazy. I never thought I'd be drawing a George Perez story. That was pretty wild.
Right.
Yeah.
So you had kind of you worked a lot in that kind of cosmic world that Starlin created. How did you approach the space? Because so much of his stuff has notoriously a lot of perspective and a lot of depth.
Right.
How did you approach that?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's since I followed his stuff for so long, I probably kind of emulate what he was doing, kind of in a way. I mean, I read all his Warlock stuff, all his Captain Marvel stuff, and some of my favorite comics are like the Marvel 2-in-1 annual and the Avengers annual, the Thanos, that 2-part Thanos thing. I love that. To this day, that's one of my favorite comics ever. So I mean, so that stuff probably just rubbed off on me subliminally, and I probably just drew kind of that style.
So, osmosis. It just kind of became part of you.
Absorbed.
Right. You did X-Men 2099, and you worked on the X-Men for a while. What is the X-Men are more grounded. Not completely grounded characters, but they're more grounded than say Thanos. Sure. So how did that come about, and what was that like?
What, the 2099?
Well, just working on the X-Men as opposed to working on something kind of intergalactic.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's not really different. I mean, just more reference, just more because I mean, obviously, there's more realistic backgrounds, more realistic surroundings, so I have to draw. I mean, I do that stuff initially. So I'm not. When I went into Surfer, I really haven't drawn as much sci-fi stuff. So I mean, I was used to more drawing the regular, city type stuff. So I mean, so coming back to that after drawing Surfer for so long, I mean, it wasn't that difficult. It's just having to dig out more reference for that kind of stuff.
How did you find yourself on an X-Men book?
I only did the sporadic fill-ins and some arcs like Excalibur and some X-Men stuff. But the 2099 is the longest run I had on it, like an X-Men title type thing.
And was that something that you were approached about, or is that something you wanted to do and just kind of put it out there? And
the 2099, Joey Cavalieri, the editor, he called me out of the blue one day and just asked if I was interested in doing something for the 2099 line. And I was like, sure, that'd be fun, but what is it? And they said X-Men. I was like, heck yeah. So that was pretty cool.
Right?
Out of left field.
Don,
I didn't see that one coming.
Don is throwing up some fire for your Aliens #1 variant.
Oh, thanks. I know that.
Yeah, so I mean, let's talk about that for a minute.
That was
getting to play with the aliens.
That was awesome. Yeah, I'm a huge Alien, Predator, Terminator fan. So, and right now I'm working on a Predator Defenders cover right now. So that's a lot of fun too. So, yeah, I've never drawn them before. I mean, I've watched all the movies and I've been a huge fan. So, I had a ton of reference. So when they asked me to do that, I was like, heck yeah, I'm on board. Alien, though, that was weird. Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's one of those. It's back in space, which is a theme, but it's a very different space. It's a Ridley Scott space.
Very dark space.
Yeah.
Even when DC, I did that all the space stuff at DC as well. I did Green Lantern. I did that's the Ran Thanagar War with Jim. Mm-hmm. So yeah, a lot of cosmic stuff.
So, is there a character that you haven't had a chance to work with yet or work on yet that you would think, man, if I could just get my hands on that, this is what I would do?
The only character that I really want to do that I've never done is Batman. Because I did Superman. I've done issues of Superman. I did the Flash at DC. So I mean, so Batman's the one character at DC that I've drawn him in a couple panels and a couple pages here and there, but nothing like a full issue. That would be awesome. Yeah, that'd be fun. Someday.
And
someday.
Yeah, no, hey, I've been telling everybody, treat this like it's the vision board, like it's the secret or something. Just throw it out there, and we'll use our considerably limited resources to try and make it happen. You know, we'll just dream about it for you as well.
All right, cool.
So you've collaborated with a lot of people. You've worked with a ton of people over the years. What is that process like for you when you either get the plot or you get a concept from a writer,
Right.
or you get, you know, a couple of issues that you're going to follow up? What is the collaboration like with the rest of the creative team for you?
It's always different. I mean, every writer is different. Every inker is different. You know, the colorists. So I mean, with the writing, I mean, like when I worked with Jim, it's always, you know, it's a full script, so I know what I'm getting. Because he lays everything out, and it's really. I mean, I get all dialogue and everything from him. Then from like when I worked with Chris Claremont, it was, you know, it's all plot, and it's very detailed, very, you know, quite a few pages. And so yeah, everybody's different, but it's just fun. I mean, that's what makes it exciting, right? So when I went to Tom DeFalco, I did a Marvel style, so it's a, you know, plot thing too. So yes, and then with the inkers, I love being inked by different guys. So, I mean, but my favorite inkers working on always was like Terry Austin and Joe Rubenstein and Al Milgram. Those guys. That's why I worked with them so much over the years.
Is there a method you prefer? Do you prefer to work from a plot, or do you prefer to have a full script?
Not really. I mean, I enjoy both because with a script, I get all the dialogue, so I know what they're saying. So that helps, like with expressions and that kind of thing in the book. But then on the other hand, with the plot, it leaves me open to do layouts for, you know, play around with whatever I want to do, kind of that. So I mean, they both have their strengths and weaknesses, you know. But it's fun both ways.
Absolutely. You mentioned before that you were working on some stuff. What projects are you working on right now that you want to tell people about?
Well, I'm mainly doing the covers, the variant covers for all the different books. So I'm working on a few right now. I did the Predator Defender one I'm working on right now, and then I just finished a bunch of them last week. So yeah, it's just much. I'm not sure which one I can announce either, so I don't want to say.
Okay, that's fair. So we should be looking for variant covers from you.
Yeah,
for a lot of fun stuff.
Yeah, keeps me out of trouble.
It's true. Is there a book that you've worked on,
right,
that if they called you up today and said, "Hey, can you come back and do interiors or do covers for," that you would drop everything and go do?
It'd have to be the right team, though, right? So it'd have to be a writer I liked to work with. But I mean, character-wise, I love Surfer. So I mean, I'd love to do like an arc with the Surfer again. That would be awesome. Fantastic Four is another one. I've done a lot of Fantastic Four stuff, but I never really worked on the book regularly, like a run on the book. And I love the Fantastic Four, so that'd be fun one to do. So those two are probably two of the strongest ones.
You did a mini series for Spider-Man that is one of the, as a Spider-Man fan, it's one of the ones that I love the story, but it just destroyed me. And that's the Death of the Octopus.
Oh, the origin one?
Yes.
Unlimited. Yeah.
It was. What's it like to play with a character that like Doc Ock?
That's awesome. I mean, he's a great character. I mean, he's fun to draw. He's not the usual look for a character, right? So it's like, yeah, that was a lot of fun. I remember getting that script from Tom DeFalco, and that was a lot of fun. He cracked up on this. Yeah, some stuff we did on there was pretty fun to do. But it was a brutal story, though, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Is it just wrecked me because I'm so attached to all the Spider-Man villains.
Right.
That when you hear their origin stories and then you see people like in it, that you get attached to them, and then something like you said, brutal happens.
Right.
Like you feel it in your chest. Like, and that's good storytelling on so many levels. And so I wanted to ask about that one in particular.
Yeah, that was probably one of my favorite issues on that whole Spider-Man Unlimited run that we did together.
You did a lot of you talked had a big run on the Cable Deadpool series.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Which what's interesting to me about Cable and Deadpool is the mythology around those two characters.
Right.
From an artistic storytelling point of view, what was it like to play with those guys? And then conversely, did you feel any tether to what had come before in terms of the story, in terms of those stories?
Well, what's weird is when I came on board those books, Cable was pretty much out of it by then. It was still called Cable Deadpool, but it was just mainly Deadpool. I mean, I think the first issue I did had a little bit of Cable in there, but then after that, most of the stuff it was strictly Deadpool. So I was like, there's hardly any Cable in here. So yeah, and I love the Cable. I mean, the Deadpool character because he's pretty hilarious. I mean, the stuff we did in that book kind of surprised me because of how wacky it was. Because back then it was like really, the first was a really wacky mainstream Marvel stuff. So that was pretty funny.
Well, and that was what I was going to ask, is that you did that book and you had some time with the What If stories that traditionally are a little off the wall.
Yeah. Those were fun. I love the What If stuff.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. The series announcement has me very excited.
TV show one.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. That looks great. Yeah.
And then it's funny because so many of the What If books eventually became the storylines.
Yeah.
What if Jane Foster with Thor became a thing?
Yep. Oh, that's right. Huh? That's true. Yeah.
So, do you like working on those a little bit lighter fare like that?
Well, I like to work on. I enjoy all the stories. I mean, that's why I like the variety, right? I mean, the serious. I prefer the more mainstream, serious stuff, but I do love the goofy stuff because that's change of pace. I mean, because I did a couple issues of Surfer with the Impossible Man, and then those were so bizarre that I loved it.
So it's true. It's the Surfer stories they're
pretty grim.
Yeah. And you throw them into the What If universe and it gets a little weird. So I've been asking a lot of people on this convention is that we're talking so much about art and creativeness,
right,
and creativity and the things people are known for. But one of the things that's fascinating to me is that most comic people aren't just comic people. They don't, they've got other interests and other things that they do. And so I've been asking people, do you have any secret hobbies or not secret hobbies, secret talents, things people wouldn't know about you?
I don't think so. No, not really. Secret talent.
Well, it's you find some guys who, I'm actually a great dancer, or
gotcha.
Like a talent you wouldn't. It's not really a talent like you're going to go out and monetize, but something that you're really good at, cooking. Karaoke.
Nope.
Hey, and that's fair. And I think
no secret talent.
I think, and that's fair. I mean, I think it's just interesting to see, more of the people's lives and just what we expect from them when we see comic book creators.
Right.
You've got a wall of Funko Pops. You collect Funko Pops with your son, you said.
Yes.
Which is an interesting thing that, collecting. Did you said you started with Fantastic Four. Did you collect comics and do you collect other nerd culture things?
I do. I did until recently because I collect a lot of statues, like movie statues and comic statues and stuff like that. So I have like the Sideshow stuff, the the Prime One stuff. So I mean, I still collect some of that stuff, but ran out of room, so I gotta stop. It's like,
isn't that always the problem?
Yeah, it's like when they said I have to leave them in the box, it's not a good sign. No room. Plus the wife's
true.
Wife's not thrilled. She's like, "Why you keep buying these? You have no room to show them." All right, good point.
It's true. It's isn't that always the truth?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you collected comics, what did you collect? What was your pull list?
My favorites growing up, let's see, my favorites. I mean, I shouldn't say growing up, but the ones I collected the most was I collected Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, Batman. I love the Legion of Superheroes. Actually, I love the Legion, so I collected a lot of that too.
Who's your favorite Legionnaire?
I liked Timberwolf, and I liked Wildfire.
That's a good one. Wildfire was going to be is in my top 3 for sure.
Oh, cool. Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, Timberwolf's a good one I didn't think of.
Yeah, I like him. And then I Kid, but they killed him.
It's true. You know, it's funny. I had a in my shop. I had a Karate Kid book come in, and I start flipping through it, and I'm going, "This has nothing to do with the movie." Because I didn't know about Karate Kid because that was before I really discovered the Legion.
Right.
And I'm reading this going, I've got to go find the rest of this.
You know, he has a TV show on what is it? Netflix now?
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
The rest of the Legion.
Right. Exactly. No, so we talked about Batman a little bit Batman was one you would want to work on.
Yeah.
Is there a story you would like to tell, like from an art perspective, or would it depend on, or let me ask it in a proper way that makes sense to any human alive,
Okay.
which is, if you got a chance to work on Batman,
right,
would you want to work on the Batman we have now, or would you want to maybe tell some older Batman stories?
Oh,
what style would you like to work in?
My favorite Batman stuff was like the Neil Adams and the Marshall Rogers stuff. So I mean, that era would be awesome because I love that stuff. But yeah, the stuff now is so different. I mean, because back then, he wasn't with all the different sub characters like how all the Robins are now and all that kind of stuff, which is cool. But I liked it when he was more solo, when he was by himself, you know, or maybe just a Robin. So yeah, that'd be fun. I love that era.
Guys, remember, if you're out there watching us right now, throw your comments into the comment feed. If you have questions for Ron, we will make sure we get to them. You know, we're trying to be fully interactive here. We also want to give a shout out real quick to theartistchoice.com, to Spencer for helping for helping us to get Ron here. Shout out to Spencer. He's been a little bit of a troll today, but you know, that's only in a good way. You know, he made me ask John Romita if he colors his hair, and I felt threatened.
Did you really?
Yeah.
It's
all in good fun. All in good fun. So, speaking of all in good fun, the ultimate pop culture garage. You could have one car from all of pop culture and one spaceship from all of pop culture.
Oh.
What are you putting in your garage?
Let's see. Probably the Batmobile, right? Gotta have the Batmobile.
Right.
You want a specific Batmobile? I like the one from probably the Tim Burton one. Might be cool. That'd be cool. And the Falcon, right? The Millennium Falcon. There you go.
I had told everybody yesterday that my car was definitely Speed Buggy from Hanna-Barbera, and
that's a good one
because it's an all-purpose it's an all-purpose vehicle. It can go anywhere.
Okay, yeah.
But that the ship I would choose is a Slave 1 because it stores much smaller than it actually is. So I keep my garage clean.
That makes sense.
So,
that makes sense. That's true. Mine would take over the whole house.
So is there a writer or even an inker out there that you haven't had a chance to work with that you'd like to?
Let's see. There's a lot of writers I like to work with. I mean, gosh, I can't. Now I'm blanking out now, of course. Yeah, just a lot. There's a ton, I'm sure. Yeah. And inker-wise, I worked with so many inkers. There's probably not a whole lot. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. There's too many. Too many.
That's fair. There's too many to name. Back to the Surfer, because the questions keep coming to me about the Surfer.
Sure.
And your work on the Surfer, you know, it really did, you know, bring a lot of change to that character,
right?
In terms of the way it was presented. When you see the Surfer now,
right,
when you see the surfer before yours,
Right.
what do you think about that what do you think it is about that character that's given it kind of the longevity it's had? It's because it's gone through many different changes, and he's gone through many different affiliations. And is he a good guy? Is he a bad guy? But he just sticks around. And I think there's something special about the surfer that gives him that ability. And what do you think it is about that character?
Gosh, I don't know. I mean, he kind of changes with the times, right? I mean, back when Stan was writing him, and he was definitely a different character than what we were doing with him in the in our stories. And then now he's kind of a mixture of both, right? He's kind of like the one that we did, but kind of more philosophical, like kind of what Stan did, I guess. Because like a lot of the more recent stories have been a lot more kind of psychological stories than the stuff we had some of that stuff too, but a lot of it was also more sci-fi, kind of more the cosmic-y with all the different characters and stuff. I mean, I like the fact that he actually was in space and was able to deal with all the stuff in the Earth before our stuff. He was trapped on Earth, right? So I was pretty contained on the Earth characters. When when he set free into space, that we were able to do all that cool stuff with all those cosmic characters, which is pretty fun. But I think he's just such a unique character. I mean, there's no other character really like him, right, in the comics. That I think that's why people keep coming back to him. I mean, I'm surprised he's not. He doesn't have a regular series still. Because I thought that he would definitely have one.
Yeah, I mean, he just had a little pop, a mini series that ran. What was it, last year or late 2019?
That Black. Yeah, that was great. I really enjoyed that one. Yeah.
No. Do you prefer, Galactus's buddy Silver Surfer, or do you prefer Fantastic Four Silver Surfer?
Wait, do I prefer him with just Galactus or with?
Well, I'm saying, do you prefer Silver Surfer, who's maybe not a hero per se? He's kind of his own guy, or do you when he's in the Fantastic Four and he's
the hero guy,
Mr. Good Guy?
I like the hero version. That's the version we worked on, and that's the. I always liked when he was post Galactus, when he was not just the hair. I mean, that's why he was all guilty, right, about all that stuff he did with Galactus and that kind of stuff. So yeah, I prefer the post Galactus version.
Right. I
although,
think
although the Galactus version is interesting. I mean, you could write probably a lot of cool stories about him before he turned good, right? Before he was when he was more kind of amoral or whatever he was.
Right. I mean, being a Herald of Galactus is a very interesting job to have, as it were. And
not a lot of pressure,
right. Knowing that, do you think that influenced, because you were a Fantastic Four fan, do you think that influenced the way you portrayed the character?
Oh, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Because I mean, my first exposure to him was when he was in that when they released the Marvel those Treasury editions, those giant Treasury editions. They had a Fantastic Four one, but they reprinted the whole Galactus saga thing. That's where I first saw him. And so so I mean, my first experience, I guess everyone's was when he became when he joined the Fantastic Four against Galactus. So that probably had a big influence. We didn't see that stuff till later, right? The stuff with Galactus till after all that stuff.
Yeah,
we saw with the Fantastic Four. So yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, it's, I mean, you meet him, he's joining the Fantastic Four essentially, and then you find out, oh, he used to not be a great dude.
Exactly. Yeah.
And he used to have some problems.
Right. Which was great. That was interesting stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Which I think is part of the appeal of the character, is that he's a very imperfect.
Oh yeah.
Not a person, right? But very imperfect being.
Right.
And like a lot of people. So
sure. Yeah, one of my favorite issues that we did that Jim wrote was what issue was that? Like 48, or I think it was. The one where he kind of deals with the guilt of all the people he's kind of sacrificed to Galactus over all those years. That was pretty interesting issue.
So I'm going to ask a very Jim Starlin specific question.
Okay.
Because I spoke to him earlier. And he's an artist, but he was also writing the stuff that you worked on with him. As a writer, you said he's sending you full scripts. Is he also sending you, hey, maybe if you did it this way, Is he sending you ideas and letting, or is he just letting you play?
No. Well, he'll do like little thumbnail, just like panel breakdowns, just to give me an idea which are the important panels he thinks that should be important or whatever. But then he says, just do whatever you want. So I mean, I never felt like tied down to what he wrote through. It gave me an idea of what he wanted, the priority of the panels or whatever he thought was more important. So, but he never said stick to this layout.
Yeah. When your writer is also an artist,
yeah,
does that present a challenge as an artist?
Not really, unless they try to tell you how to draw or draw in their style or what,
Sure.
If they said that might be a problem, but it never occurred with Jim or even with, I worked with Keith Giffen also. And then he's an artist too. So, I mean, it was great working with him as well. So, I mean, I have no problem with any of that.
Was there a level of, okay, I'm drawing Jim Starlin words. I'm drawing the pictures to Jim Starlin's words.
Right.
There's some weight to that, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
How did that make you feel, and how did you deal with that?
Well, the first few issues that we did, I was nervous because that pressure. I was like, wow, working with Jim, and I'd never done that before. So yeah, I mean that was pretty crazy. But then, I mean, as we worked longer and longer, it just became normal because we worked on that up until all past the Infinity War. So yeah, by that point it was a great working. I mean, we worked together great. So I mean, I love working with him. So that was a great collaboration.
It's gotta be thrilling when someone of that talent says, that's the guy who's going to draw this thing that I'm writing.
Yeah. And then he would come back and ask me for other projects, which was so amazing. So I mean, yeah, I mean, if he called me up, I'll draw anything with it. I'll work on anything with it.
We think about legends, and you are one for sure in this, especially in the group of people we've had today. What do you think it was about Marvel Comics that draws so many people in and drew in so many great creators? And then
characters, right?
Yeah, the characters.
I think so. I mean, that's why I want to get into the business. I mean, I just love the characters so much that I wanted to draw them. I wanted to have just do a piece of, be a part of that story, right? Be a part of the character. I mean, for me to get into the business, I mean, I want to work with these characters. I mean, I would think most of the creators probably want to do that. Because if you're not connected to the characters, I don't think you can come up with these kind of stories and these kind of ideas.
Do you feel the same connection to the characters today as you did when you first got in, or has being in the industry, for a while, changed the way you feel about the characters?
That's a good question. No, you know what? I still love the characters. I probably don't have. I'm not as much of a kind of like the fan view, I guess, because as a reader, I guess it's like since I've worked on the stuff for so long, but I still love the characters. I mean, I love the movies. I mean, the movies just kind of energize the whole thing again because I mean, people that never would be interested in the characters are. I mean, the past couple of years we were on the convention kind of tour thing for the Infinity Gauntlet and Infinity War and Endgame, and it's amazing. I mean, people that would never be interested in this kind of stuff is like totally they know who Thanos is. 5 years ago, no one knew who Thanos was except for hardcore comics fans, right? I mean,
right.
He was kind of he was a popular character in the comics, but to the general public, no one knew who he was. So yeah,
right. What was that like, going on the press tour and going on the going to the release of these movies?
That was crazy. I mean, I've never been to a premiere before until Infinity War, so that was wild. I mean, yeah, this didn't seem like a didn't seem like reality. It's like I've never seen so many people piled in to see all these actors walking around. Yeah, it's just surreal. I loved it though. It was really cool.
Are you recognized more now than maybe you were before? Like by the average Joe, like are you getting commission requests and seeing people at conventions going, "Oh, you're than you were before because of the movies?"
Of course, I think so. Yeah, I mean, because I think a lot of people went back to read the Gauntlet and the Infinity War because of the movies, and so these are people that would never have walked into a Comic-Con probably before that. So yeah, I mean, definitely a lot more people that were aware of the work for sure.
Yeah, Marvel did a new release of Infinity Gauntlet, and then they did Silver Surfer: The Rebirth of Thanos. It was a new trade compilation kind of. I don't think it was the original release of whatever that was.
Oh, another one. Yeah, they reprinted Gauntlet so many times now. It's like that some guy brought that big set that had like all the Infinity stuff in one big box. He brought them all to the con to sign. I'm like, dude, you carry that thing around with you all day. It's crazy.
Right. Absolutely. But people who love Thanos, and they love Thanos.
Yeah. I love Thanos.
Yeah. Hey, same. I've been telling people all day, Spider-Man was my favorite, but I identify more with the villains.
Right.
I identify more with those guys. I like Thanos and Galactus and Dormammu.
Yeah.
I identify more with those guys. I think I find them way more interesting. But
they're flawed, right?
They have major flaws. That's why they're bad guys. But the question that I have is about that is when you got to work on those characters, is there, especially with a Thanos,
right?
How do you find the humanity in that character? How do you find you're drawing him, and especially, the early pictures, he just kind of looked like a big purple guy.
Yeah.
But as the Infinity story grew on, and then as he started to appear in some of the later Surfer stuff, he really took on this more humanistic kind of feel.
Right.
How do you approach finding the humanity in a character that looks like the Surfer or that looks like Thanos?
It's just, I guess it's probably how they carry themselves. I mean, for like Thanos initially, I just drew him, always kind of regal, right? Kind of like a king type character or whatever. But as we went along and he kind of started showing his cracks, and I mean, he always had that, but he became more relatable, I guess, because you can see all his emotions and stuff. So I just try to draw their expressions and their poses to try to have that carry across to the reader. That's probably the only way we could do that, or I could do that.
Do you want to see the Surfer in movies? We've had a couple of attempts and they haven't gone well. Do you want to see him try and make another run at it? And what do you think they could do to help it work?
Well, first, yeah, I'd love for them to do Surfer, because I think Marvel Studios could pull it off. I mean, so far I haven't been disappointed in anything they've done. So, I mean, I think that they could probably, because all I have to do is be faithful to the character. I think that could translate to the screen pretty well. I think the problem with the previous versions, they always got to change stuff. They always want to change everything. It's like in that last movie, he's been the last Fantastic Four movie, right? So
yeah,
it's like, they changed just little things, but it's like, why even do that? It's like, his powers are on this board. Okay, why? And just little the Galactus, the whole Galactus cloud thing, didn't like that.
Right.
So yeah, I think if Marvel Studios did it, they'd probably do a good job bringing him in, because they'll probably bring Galactus in too. They'll probably do it maybe with that Fantastic Four movie. Who knows?
Awesome. We got a few minutes left here.
Right.
So you kind of mentioned that you're doing variant coverage. You did the Aliens. You did the what was it, Alien Defenders variant?
Predator.
Or Predator, sorry, Predator.
Yeah.
See, in my brain, the first one of those I saw was Alien versus Predator. Because that was the first one I was old enough to watch. I had totally seen them before, but no, not gonna. My mom might be here. I'm not gonna rat myself out.
Yeah, don't do that. We won't let that.
No, but so Predator Defenders.
Yep.
You're working on
the Shang-Chi one. I think a Shang-Chi one. Yeah.
Shang-Chi.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm excited for that movie. And that series that's coming out has been phenomenal.
Yes. Yeah.
So, and you said that you weren't sure what else you could announce. So, where can people go to find out when you can announce what you've got coming?
On my Facebook page is just my fan page, just a Ron Lim fan page on Facebook. I have my website, but I don't update it as often as I should. it's a little behind, but check there, and then also Spencer with his website, they can find out stuff about me from there too as well. So yeah.
Right. Do you take commissions from people?
I do. It depends on my schedule, but sure. I do take them though. Yeah.
What's the most fun you've ever had when somebody's put an empty page in front of you with a commission? What's maybe the wildest thing you've ever been asked to draw, or the most fun thing you've been asked to draw?
One of the biggest ones I did recently was the one with someone asked me to draw Tyrant fighting all the Surfer, Jack of Hearts, and those characters. So it's kind of like a 2-page splash with all those characters fighting Tyrant, who I hadn't drawn in probably like 10 years. But yeah, that was pretty fun because I mean I designed him way back when, so I had to dig up my own reference to find out how he's laid out. It's like, what the heck? So that was fun.
I have another fun question that I've been asking people, but I haven't asked you yet because I think I know because I can see him behind you. If you had to pick a favorite Pokemon, who's your favorite Pokemon?
Oh, I like Pikachu.
Yeah, I could see him behind you. It's it's just one of those things that people are like, wow, that's a random question, but everybody has an answer.
Yep. I like Snorlax too, though. So there you go.
Snorlax is my spirit animal. I guess my last Silver Surfer question, my last question that I have prepared is, if you had a chance to go back and do Silver Surfer again, if they brought you back to do Silver Surfer,
right?
And it may have to do with the story that's being told. But is there anything you would do differently with respect to the art, with the way you presented the Surfer as a character?
I don't know. I'm sure it would. I mean, I've changed a lot. It's been a while since I've drawn Surfer, so I'm sure I would draw him differently now. I mean,
sure.
I mean, I've done some covers recently for that. I've done variant covers for the Surfer Black, but yeah, to be able to draw him in another storyline would be interesting because I until I do it, I wouldn't know what I would change.
Right.
Yeah.
And that would probably be heavily dictated by the story, I would imagine.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
So
fun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A challenge.
Yeah. No, interesting. The variant cover game. It's. Are you energized by the fact that people are out there hunting down Ron Lim variant covers? Does that give you some juice, or are you just,
It's weird because when I first started doing them, I was like, it's fun. I mean, I love doing them, but I don't know how the fans react to that. Unless you go to conventions or something, I don't see anybody, except for at the comic store. I'll talk to the people who work there and some fans there, but readers there. But yeah, now I mean, I go to conventions. I sign a ton of those things, and people love them. So yeah, that definitely energizes me for sure. The fact that people like them that much to collect them is pretty awesome.
So, is there one that's out that you would say, "Hey, this is the best representation of my art now"?
Of the variant covers?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I don't know. The one that had the most characters on it I did recently was that Marvel 1000. I did that. That was pretty fun. But again, this is cosmic stuff, so it's like the same as my other stuff.
Right. But what's it like working on a book that got the press of Marvel 1000? Like, people were all about that book, and Marvel did a huge push on it.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, it was fun. I mean, when they asked me to do a cover for that, I was super happy to do that. That was pretty fun. I mean, and the reaction to that was crazy. I mean, I signed a bunch of those things, so yeah, it was a lot of fun.
We're all waiting anxiously for the day when we can return to, leaving our homes.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm not asking you to pick a favorite, but is there a comic book convention that you're like, I can't wait to go here, even if it's just because it's that I go to that restaurant when I go there and I kind of miss that restaurant?
The whole experience you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
I still like Comic-Con, San Diego, even though the con itself is a little too crazy now. I do like the whole event thing, because I mean, you're there for a whole week, and we're still used to going there. In fact, last year it was crazy. First time I missed it in like 25 years or whatever it is. So yeah, so I think just for the atmosphere and that kind of thing, it's Comic-Con, San Diego. But there's a lot of other cons I love. Like I did like Terrific Con for the past few years. I love that show. There's just quite a few I really like.
Yeah, the comment we made last panel is why, for me it's C2E2, because here where I live you can't get a decent deep dish pizza. And
right.
Like, yeah. I've got deep dish deficiency, and so
that's a good reason though.
Right. It's we're all awaiting normalcy, and it's which con are you most looking forward to because of the experience of it. And San Diego, I haven't been in 6, 7, 8 years.
8 years.
When I was running my store, I couldn't take the week off, and then when I was managing my store, my business partner would always, when I was managing the store, the owner of the store would always go. So I didn't get to go. So I've missed San Diego for a long time, and it's changed a lot. But that's something that I think we can all agree on, is that we can't wait for San Diego to come back.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Yeah. Just being able to get out and just do anything would be awesome. Right.
Well, Ron, I want to thank you. We've got just another couple minutes here, about a minute and a half to wrap up here.
Sure.
So my, I want to thank you again. Head over to ronlimart.com. Find the Ron Lim page on Facebook. Artistchoice.com. Reach out to Spencer. You can buy original pages there and all kinds of stuff, and find out more about Ron there. I want to thank you so much for being here. It's been an honor to get to meet you.
Oh, great.
I've been a big fan for a long time, and
thanks.
Hopefully we'll get to talk again soon and see each other in person at a thing.
That would be awesome for sure. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So we will see you very, very, very soon.
Thanks, Kyle. It was great, man. It was a lot of fun.
Yep. Talk soon.
All right, take care, man.
Yep. All right, guys. Thank you for being here so far and sticking with us for day 2 of the EXP Expo, our kickoff party to launching our brand new thing, the comic book shopping experience. We will be back in just about a minute and 15 seconds with yet another legend. The hits just keep on coming. It's like Billboard around here. It's insane. We'll be back in just a couple of seconds with another comic book legend. You know, it helps when I do these things if I put myself on screen. But what's up, everybody? I'm Kyle. Thank you for sticking with us here on the EXP Expo Day 2. We have another legend coming up right now, a man whose work has shocked the comic industry at least once, more than that probably. But before, I don't want to talk too much about it. I'm going to bring him in right away. Guys, Dan Jurgens is here, but we have a special guest interviewer. And I wanted Dan's face to be on screen when he sees who.
It's me, Booster Gold.
All right, here we go. This ought to be good. This ought to be good.
Good times. Good
Right.
times.
It's
The Gold Father himself.
Yeah. How
So-
about that? That's awesome.
The second I heard that you were going to be on here, I was like, yes, I need to interview Dan Jurgens as my favorite character and his favorite. Obviously, I mean, do you have one of these shirts?
I do, believe it or not. Yes.
Good stuff. So let's get into it. First, I want to talk some about Booster, obviously, and all that, and then by the end, talk about the Generations book that just came out and what you have planned for the future. But let's get into the Booster stuff. Thank you so much for doing this. This was what I deserve as a character. This was before we had this one that, cool cover and all, right? But black and white, this, you, sir, put so much into this, so much extras in here, so many tidbits that's like basically you're interviewing yourself. You started here and you said, like, I get asked these two main questions about Booster Gold. Why did you come up with such a weird, flawed character? And why did you name him such a weird name? And you just nailed it. You nailed it. I mean, this character and how you summed up this intro, not only was he a character for his time, for, coming out of the 1985 Olympic, 1984, when you were creating him,
right.
He's a character for our time. This guy, Booster is like, you mentioned social media. What would Booster be doing with this stuff? What would Booster be doing with just digital marketing? I mean, he was a promoter. He was a booster of things with digital marketing. Man, this guy would be crazy. So let me get into Booster. Okay, so when you created him, you intentionally wanted to create a. Did you intentionally? Oh yes, Booster finally found the dad Goldfather, Dad Jurgens.
Right.
All right. So to me, Booster is to science what John Constantine is to magic. He's you get down deep, he has a heart of gold, but on the surface, he makes terrible decisions. Terrible decisions. That's to dig himself out of it.
What I have always said is that if there is a plane that's coming down, for example, it's going to crash in a city and Booster flies up to save it, that it's going to be a lot of work for him to do it, that he's going to make mistakes along the way. He'll first call the press to make sure that they're there to videotape and record his act of heroism. And, a couple of the wings might brush a couple of office buildings on the way down, and we might have some accidents because of that. But at the end of the day, he still does the right thing, and he does save the day. And I think the thing about Booster is, if you go back to like 1985 when I created him, every character in the DC universe was sort of perfect at that time. And what we did is create a character that had faults. And I think ultimately is very human and much easier for readers to relate to.
Absolutely. Booster, I mean, just this is what I want. Of course, your claim to fame, the big deal, the thing is, Death of Superman, and your decades of Superman. You're 80 years of Superman. How many of those were you? You're at the Library of Congress, all that stuff. But Booster. I mean, there's so much potential in this character. There's so much that that can be done with animation, movies. video games. I mean, this character is so perfect for this time, like kind of like a Deadpool-esque, but more relatable. What do you think it is that has stopped Booster from becoming a household name since the 80s? I mean, he was in Smallville. He was in lots of cartoons, you know.
Right.
He basically headlined several episodes of Just League Action, which were wonderful, wonderful episodes.
Right.
I don't know if you were involved in those, but those were amazing.
You know, and he had been optioned as a TV series, and they went so far as, you know, writing the script and everything, and it just didn't go anywhere beyond that. He also then got optioned for a movie where a script was written, and it didn't go anywhere beyond that. And I can't answer for why others make the decisions that they do. I know that I have tremendous faith in the character, and I think right now, you know, with the there's a tremendous void in DC movies, and what they have is a list of characters that they're using. And I think, frankly, they've left an incredible amount of IP on the floor that they just haven't picked up and used. And it's a shame because it's money, man. I mean, they've left a lot of money on the floor, whether it's Booster or any other character. So hopefully one day it'll still happen. We'll see.
Absolutely. And hopefully with you involved, you know?
Well, I think, yeah. And I think the other reality is, and what I keep saying is, I think right now, and this is a bit of what you've touched on, is with celebrity culture being what it is, with the media attention to these things being what it is, with social media being what it is. I mean, how many social media accounts would Booster Gold have? I mean, how much money would he be raising on, whether it was GoFundMe or whatever else, you know, to fund his exploits? I think it would be a lot of fun, but would also be something that would add a lot of social commentary to the reality of the world we're in right now. So it would be fun to see.
Absolutely. And I love how you work Booster into pretty much every DC thing you write. You know, like, I know you take over Action. How long till we get a Booster Gold guest star? You know,
for a while, you know, yeah. Almost 50 issues.
Well, with Batman Beyond, speaking of that, wow. I mean, that was such a great guest starring with Terry McGinnis and Booster Gold together. Those two issues, I mean, it was just, I was reading those lines out loud to people like, listen to this. This is nailed, Booster Gold. This is perfect. This is a buddy, just a buddy romp with Booster and Batman Beyond as a direct to digital or DVD animated would be hilarious. I mean, those two characters had some chemistry. I mean, they really did. And you brought that out. I just wanted to commend you on that for sure.
Well, thanks. Well, and the other part of it is that if you look at, as I was writing Batman Beyond, the age that Terry McGinnis was at that point, as well as the age that Booster Gold is, I mean, they're very much about the same age. And, you know, Booster, when he first came here, was someone who had essentially dropped out of college. So you could figure he was like 22, 23. As I was writing Terry McGinnis, he's kind of around that age himself, maybe a bit younger. So, you know, they're in terms of age, they could be contemporaries, even though they're from very different times. And that's part of what makes it fun.
And did you have this story in the back of your mind the whole time when you took over Batman Beyond so long ago, that you had this great Booster Gold story to tell with them?
Yeah, I think that when I first started on Batman Beyond, I always knew that one day there would be a Batman Beyond Booster Gold story. We talked about a couple of different ideas. And then as we got to the point where the book was canceled, I wanted to make sure we could still fit that in because, again, I think it's important not to shoehorn concepts like that into a book, but a time traveler and a book that exists in the future, I mean, it's a natural fit. I think any writer might have gotten to that point eventually. So, like I said, there again, it took almost 50 issues, but we did it.
Cool. Yeah, it was awesome. Going back towards, okay, so you did Booster's original run, and you did the Death of Superman, which was, your Justice League was heavily involved in that. Finally got those collected well, you know, that's good stuff. Really enjoyed this. You created Doomsday, obviously, and Cyborg Superman, basically that's credited to you too, Hank Henshaw, Cyborg Superman. I mean, two like A-list Superman villains. I mean, that's something to be proud of, you know?
It is. Because really, you know, creating villains and getting them to that level, that's tough. It is not easy to do. And everybody sets out, whenever you're writing a book, to create really good villains and to hope that you can create something that gets to the A list, but it very rarely does. So if you can pull that off, then that's great.
And of course, I was reading Justice League back in the day, and I was excited about you taking over. I love Giffen, DeMatteis, that stuff, you know, Beetle Booster. That's my bread and butter. Obviously, you kept them together. You knew not to split them up. But why was your run so relatively short on this? I wanted more. You went to Marvel?
Well, you know, a lot of it was just this. At that time, I was also writing and drawing Superman. And it is really an incredible amount of work to write and draw 2 books a month. And
that's insane, really.
Yeah, it takes a lot. It takes a lot out of you. And I don't see anybody doing it today. I'm not sure anybody has done it since. Prior to me, I know I'd seen John Byrne was capable of writing and drawing 2 books a month, but it's very difficult to do. And I think what happened is I actually stepped off Justice League and then went and wrote and drew Zero Hour. So it was sort of a natural segue at that point. And that too was a lot of work, but at least that wasn't on that monthly schedule. But to write and draw, you know, 2 books a month, and one of them being a group book like that is difficult. It was nice to do it while I did it because it worked out very, very well in terms of being able to integrate Justice League into the Death of Superman story, which I think that's part of what makes comics fun, right? Is that if you're going to do something like the Death of Superman, that Justice League becomes a part of it, and you have this idea of a cohesive comic universe, and that just gets everybody excited. So I thought that worked out quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been reading all of the Future State books, you know, a little ahead on those, reading advanced PDFs. But one thing I liked about some of those Future State books is the backup stories. Mm-hmm. And some of them, the backup stories were 20 pages. They're meaty backup stories, 20 pages, 12 pages, whatnot. But it made me feel like it was more of a cohesive universe in that you buy the Batman book or you buy the Superman book and you get these other stories of what's going on in their world, in their city, in their plot lines, and you just get it. Like, of course it matters. Of course it counts. Of course the writer expects you to know this canon because it's just together. And it made me kind of see backup stories in a whole different light. Like, anthologies don't work. Sure, anthologies don't work, whatever. You know, I don't want to argue that. But what if the anthology was other stories of the main story and of the expanded universe and what we love so much about comic books in general? And that really, really came off with some of these Future State books. It really did well.
Well, in a way, it's what comics were in the beginning, where, you know, it was 64 pages of fun and color for a dime. And
right.
and so there, I think, has always been this idea that comics don't necessarily have to be a single book that has 20 pages of story and art. And I think as we kind of flex out of that paradigm a little bit and can expand this concept of what a comic might be, and maybe, yes, it's something that's bigger, that has more story in it for a higher price, but you get more as a reader, I think that can be a very legitimate way to go.
Yeah. And speaking of that, wasn't going to get into this just yet, but the Generation Shattered. Wow. Yeah. What a thick, like no ads, bound, $10. But I mean, was this actually going to be like a miniseries before it was like this?
Well, originally, you know, it's a project, like often happens in comics, that went through a lot of different stages before we finally got to press. Yes, this one is $10, but it's 80 pages of story and art. And when you start to factor that out, you know, that's like 4 comics. And if you're buying 4 comics, that's going to cost you $16 or $20, right? So it's actually a really good value. And I think it's a good package. But yeah, it originally started out as something that was designed to be something different. And we continually adjusted the story and the concepts and everything that went into it in order to work in with what we now have as a DC universe.
And this book, I don't know how much of it you wrote. There's 3 writers credited, Andy Smith and Vendetti, Robert.
Mm-hmm.
But man, the booster stuff in here was great. I mean,
yeah. And there again, what it is, it's an idea that takes characters from multiple different timelines in the DC universe. So we have Batman from 1939 as he very first appeared. We have other characters from the mid 80s as they first appeared. We have the Eradicator character as he first appeared in Superman in the early 90s. So we represent different stages of DC history and different aspects of DC history as we bring these characters together and forge what I think is a kind of a really fun superhero team.
Yeah, definitely. And I just liked how it's realizing that that claim at the end of Death Metal, and that everything matters, everything happened, everything matters, it all counts. And you're like, yeah, it does. And we're putting together a team pieced together from pieces of this everything, pieces of this unknotted timeline, and just boom, off to the races. I had a specific question for you.
Yes.
This Wave Rider in here, is that the Wave Rider from Convergence Booster Gold 2?
No, this would be a more, think of him as historically accurate Wave Rider, if you will, essentially the original version. Yes. So, and he's part of it. And that's the one I think that most people recognize and are more comfortable with. So that's the one we decided to use.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering why he was kind of going for booster save, if since Booster is so interested in self-preservation, self-promotion. I was like, I wonder if that is the Wave Rider that he put in the Convergence 2 that actually has Booster's memories.
Well, and of course, all of this gets continued and completed next month in a book called Generations Forged, which tells, it's another 80-page book, $10, but it tells the story, once again, of what happens with all these characters and concludes it. So from my standpoint, it's a very satisfying way to work in that you get to tell what is a rather epic story with a huge page count. I mean, it's 160 pages in all, but it only takes 2 books to do it. And readers get into it and out of it again in a hurry. And whereas typically that is something that, had it been a 20-page comic, would have taken a number of months to come out, right? It would have been an 8-month project. And this way you get it in 2 months. And I think we'll find out. I'll be very interested to see how people react to it. But it allows us to use some great talent. I mean, the art in Generation Shattered, I think, just had a tremendous list of artists. And was, I think, a really fun comic book. Oh yeah.
It felt like a lot of the time travel stuff that you have done, except it was fresh, and I like that. It felt like I don't know if I'm reading into it, but it felt like you didn't have an editor telling you what to and not to do all over the place. It felt like you just kind of
we all, there's always going to be an editor on the book, and what we had is a couple of really good editors on this, in Brian Cunningham and Andrea Shea, and who were very involved in the book. And what it is, I think, more is a situation where you had writers, artists, and editors all on the same page, working toward a common goal and having that common vision of what this project could be.
Yeah, it's like, I guess what I'm talking about is sometimes there's a team book or a title, and it's like, oh, you can't use this version of the character. You have to use this version of the character now, because this is what this character is now. And this is like, no, we're going to use the Dr. Light that doesn't speak English yet, and we're going to use whatever character we want in whatever version that tells the best story. That tells.
And actually, and I'm glad you picked up on that. We wanted readers to pick up on that, because we did spend a lot of time going through concepts of who would be on this team, who would be the various characters on this team to represent different eras of DC. And if once you get there, how does Commandy then fit in with a Dr. Light? How does a Steel fit in with the Eradicator or Superboy, who's part of the Legion in the future? And so if we take all these really divergent, I think, characters who come from very different times in DC, where Superboy is, say, from the 50s, and like I said, Batman from the 30s, and you start to put them together as a team, it becomes pretty unique. And it took us months to finally arrive at that final team. We had so many characters that were part of it, then thrown away. They came, they went, and that kind of thing. It was quite an exercise.
I really like the final content. And you said that Generation Forged is next month.
Generations Forged comes out in February, and it completes the story. Again, it's another 80-page book, $10, with a lot of great artists in it. So once it's all done and said with, I think it comes together very, very well, and more importantly, sets us up for, I think, a lot of potential material going forward, because we certainly end with something of a beginning.
Sounds good. A lot of people have been talking. I've heard this on social media groups I'm part of, and some groups I admin and whatnot. Obviously, pro Booster Gold groups, but why are they teasing so much Booster and Beetle? In fact, Ted Kord Beetle, but we don't know where they're going to appear in this this new Infinite Frontier universe that's coming up. There's so many books have been announced, and it feels like those characters are getting a push. Beetle and Booster together specifically, but no book. They're getting some attention. They're getting some push. Like these covers I had to get for myself. They're just beautiful, beautiful covers that go together. And
which by the way, as a small scoop, were originally going to be part of the Generations.
Yes.
Kind of
here's what I see. Okay, so it's a Triptych 3 connecting cover, but this one, there's obviously nothing coming from before. This is the first. This is obviously the JSA. However, here you have a cape here that is not any of these characters, but this cape looks red and black. Maybe Batwoman. Maybe the next generation included Batwoman as a prominent character. That looks like Batwoman's cape to me. I don't know if you can confirm that, obviously, but that's what it looks like. Where this Beetle and Booster, it's just a beautiful picture of them. Just their camaraderie, their friendship. And then they're both together on the cover of the Infinite Frontier #1. And when they showed that to comic book retailers, the first question, maybe it wasn't the first question, but one of the first questions was, where are Beetle and Booster going to appear? Why are they prominently shown in this cover that only has a handful of characters for all these titles? They have to appear somewhere. Or why are they on this cover? Why? And I can't get an answer. I know that they would be perfect for a backup in plenty of titles. I mean, obviously a Justice League title, they'd be perfect for a backup in that. But I don't know. Do you know if there's any plans, or is it in flux, or for the two of them?
I think it's, let's put it this way. They're on the cover of Infinite Frontiers. And I think that just because of all those characters on the cover doesn't mean any announcements or any plans for them necessarily all happen in month 1. I think what you're seeing is DC setting up things for the future that don't all necessarily come out that month, which I believe is March. So it's my sneaky way of saying stay tuned.
Right. Yeah. That actually was relevant to you. One of the questions that came up when they were announcing the March books is like, where's Dan Jurgens' book? Is Dan Jurgens not going to be doing anything? Where's Dan Jurgens' book? And I actually told people on the board that I admin, like, just wait. This is just the first month. This is just the first month. I know there's going to be a JSA book. There has to be a JSA book. This is just the first month. Beetle and Booster are probably going to be doing something. So we'll see. So I'm definitely excited for the future, for the possibilities with Booster. I know that he has a great friend in Jeff Johns, who does have a production company that, could produce things for TV, perhaps, he's doing well with Stargirl. So he has friends in different places that could pan out. But I wanted to promote. This is sponsored by Flight, Yingling Flight Booster. I get paid for my affiliate marketing stuff. So
only way to do it. Guys got to eat. Not everybody can be born rich like Bruce Wayne, right?
That's my point. Okay,
Yes.
So Bruce Wayne, his alternate identity, secret identity, whatever, it's irrelevant. He doesn't have a job. He begrudgingly shows up at debutante balls or whatever. Who cares? He has no job. Why does Booster get so much crap for trying to make a buck, trying to have a job? His job was he was a personal brand, obviously. You touched on that in your intro. He was building a personal brand. Nowadays, he would be a social media influencer, like you said. I personally think he would be a digital marketer. He would own the internet. So, so having said all that, why in the world can't this guy catch a break in 2021 now? Come on.
Well, and look at Superman. I mean, so Superman needs a story, and he sits down at a typewriter that he bangs it out or a keyboard, and he bangs it out at super speed, where Clark Kent interviews Superman and has a scoop. I mean, that's cheating, right?
Right.
So
yes,
how
that was my overall point.
Get judgmental.
Superman has these amazing powers, yet everyone cuts him a break. Even now they know he's Clark Kent, that he deserves to have a regular life. He deserves to have a job, a career. He deserves to have something like that. Okay, sure, whatever. Why doesn't Booster deserve to get paid for saving people? Why not?
Exactly.
Like, self-promotion is a real job. I mean, that is a real job. Like, people get 1099s, independent contractors. They promote Monster Energy drink or whatever. It's a real job. And I just think that the time is right for Booster to come into his own. And I personally think what would be amazing is even if it's just a comic book, to have meta marketing where Booster is promoting things, affiliate things, in real life on the internet, not real, but and it ties into the book that he's promoting things in the book.
Yeah, any Booster Gold comic, every ad that's inside it really should have Booster Gold pitching whatever product it is, right?
Absolutely.
So even if it's DC house ads for other books, it could be Booster Gold holding up, Batman for that month and Superman for that month, saying, buy these comics or I'll shoot this dog,
Right.
whatever it's going to be. Yeah.
Yeah, or I won't shoot this cat. So, yeah. And Constantine did that for Vertigo. I definitely remember Constantine promoting all the new Vertigo books, giving his unreliable narrator type of thing, which Booster could be similar, unreliable narrator, promoting it, but not necessarily promoting it in the way that maybe the powers that be want it promoted. He's promoting it in the way that he thinks is awesome. And
right.
If you like Booster Gold, maybe you'll take his advice. He's an influencer. So having said that, I had a weird argument with someone recently, a discussion. So I mentioned about you, and we were talking about your illustrious career at DC. And I said, but he also did some great stuff at Marvel. And they're like, what did he do at Marvel? I'm like, bro, he had like a 6-year run on Thor. Like, what are you talking about? Like, come on. And then I was like, I remember you on Captain America too. And then I remembered the Spider-Man.
Right.
And I remember younger wanting, okay, the Superman guy's doing Spider-Man. I want to read this Spider-Man. And I was, I only had so much money. And I was a DC, I was DC other than if a creator I loved was doing a Marvel one. Other than that, I was DC because I could only afford one universe entirely. There's only so many lawns I could mow. But
right.
But I was excited for you doing Spider-Man after Superman and all that. And it's not even Peter Parker. Like, what's going on? And like, I was aware of the Clone Saga. I was aware of Ben Reilly. I was aware of that. I wasn't reading it, and I knew that opinion was divided amongst comic book readers. There's no internet yet, but at the comic shop, I heard divided opinions, and I heard opinions from people that wanted Peter, hated it, but we're still buying the book every month anyway. So, do you? ever think you'll go back to Marvel and actually write Peter Parker? You have Peter Parker stories you want to tell?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know that I'd ever go back. I just know that it's weird. Yes, I did Spider-Man, wrote and drew Sensational Spider-Man, but yes, to a certain degree, I don't feel like I did real Spider-Man just because it was Ben Reilly. At the same time, you know, when we were doing it, Marvel even then really wanted to, I think, get away from the Peter Parker, Mary Jane Watson marriage and to have Peter Parker be young and single again, to have Spider-Man be young and single. So the plan at the time was to transition over to Ben Reilly and eventually have him just become Spider-Man and be Peter Parker. Those plans all changed, and they didn't want to do that. So everything got a little more convoluted than it had to be. But at the same time, when I was doing the book, I know I tried to tell Spider-Man stories that had what I felt would be a true sort of Spider-Man vibe to them. That just as there are things that I think are intrinsic to a good, strong Superman story, I think Spider-Man has attributes in his stories and points that are very important for a good, solid Spider-Man story. And I tried to bring that to the project. And I certainly enjoyed writing and drawing the adventures of Spider-Man at that time. Even though it was Ben Reilly, it was still a lot of fun. I mean, writing and drawing Spider-Man, it's bleeping Spider-Man. I mean, who doesn't enjoy that?
Good times.
Yeah.
And your Thor run, I feel is underappreciated. I mean, I was reading it as it was coming out. I think I was probably in college then. So, you know, I had student loan money to spend on comics. But I was
Good you.
Yeah. I remember really enjoying that and you breaking total new ground with the character that's been around for decades and decades and decades. And I just kind of feel like it's been somewhat forgotten by fans. And when we had cons, did you have fans come up and talk to you about your Thor run? Is it something that's still, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you spend that much time with a particular character and have such great art like we did, where it was, you know, John Romita Jr. first, then it was Andy Kubert, then Stuart Immonen and so many more. But once you are on a book that long, and especially one that kind of told a complete story like we did throughout that number of years, there are always going to be people who remember it and come to see you at cons and say, you know, I love this when it came out. Can you sign these for me, please? And that kind of thing. So yeah, it's still in the consciousness. That might be fading every day as we all age and we forget things, but it's still out there.
Cool. Yeah. Dude I talked to was like, I didn't know that. I remember Simon said, I was like, no, it was way after that. You know, like, come on. And it's like, no, it wasn't the 90s. Like, the only thing I really remember Thor in the 90s is fighting Juggernaut and the New Warriors. But then I think I didn't really read much Thor at all until I saw your name coming on it. I was like, oh, cool. Is that guy from Booster Gold?
That was 98 that I started. So it was roughly 98 to 2004, 5, right in that time frame. Yep.
Yeah. All right. So getting back to some Booster Gold questions. What is the weirdest commission you've been asked to draw with Booster Gold? And are there some that you would reject drawing if someone asked you? Not for myself, asking for a friend. Is there is there anything that stands out as something really weird that you were asked to draw with Booster?
With Booster, no. You know, I know that probably, and with Booster, it doesn't get too off the wall because people don't, you know, if he's a character that they're really invested in, I don't know that they want weird. I know one was once, it was Booster Gold either eating a cupcake or maybe it was a slice of pizza. And I just wrote a word balloon that said, you know, even superheroes get hungry, you know, stuff like that. So that with Booster, it never got too far out there.
Cool. So, I just, man, there's been so many weird things people have asked for Deadpool artist to draw with Deadpool, because that
Oh, yeah.
character goes all over the place.
Well,
Just wondering if there's anything with Booster.
yeah, especially after the movies.
Oh yeah. So so you created this character Booster, and he's had, I would say you wrote more than anyone else on the character solo, at least. I mean, you had a great run in the second volume from, I think, 16 to the end,
Right.
thereabouts. And what advice would you give Booster Gold as his creator? As like, what would you think Booster Gold, obviously is flawed, obviously, but what do you think he really needs? What advice would you give him if Booster came to you and say you really were his father, you created him?
Mm-hmm.
Stuff's not working out too well for me, Dad. What advice would you give me? Like, what advice would you give Booster Gold as his creator?
The advice would be, it's okay to do the endorsements, make a good products. No more, I think I implied once that he had done a promotional campaign for Depends or something like that.
Right.
Adult diapers. Stay away from the bad stuff. Keep it clean. Try and find a way to get along with Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. That's the big one.
Absolutely.
If you have them on your side, you're going to be fine. Make sure you're always in the Justice League, because if you're in the Justice League, you can raise what you charge for endorsing products. You can raise more money, because you can say not just Booster Gold, you say Booster Gold of the Justice League. So, and there's a way to do it, and make yourself the fan favorite of superheroes. Because this idea that people are automatically going to latch on to Batman or Green Lantern or something else, or Green Arrow, I don't know that would be. If you're out there and open and make fun of make fun of it all, and make yourself the fan favorite for superheroes in the real world.
Wonderful. Yeah, I can see that. So, getting back to the real world and the last year, the pandemic, all that. One thing, this whole comic book experience basically is coming out of the Comic Book Shopping Network, which is kind of a third market. Like, you have the direct market stores, and then you have the market of Amazon, eBay, an online thing that's just, a shopping cart, you click, whatnot. And then this is a third market where they're actually live selling. And yes, it's a lot like QVC, sure. And that was old school, but some things are ideas that are ahead of their time. And now,
Right.
Is there anything that you, being a creator that's been in this since like the early 80s with Warlord and what was it, Sun Devils?
Yeah.
Is there any way that you've pivoted in this last year, or any way you plan to pivot with your output or your career? I know some creators have done Kickstarters for the first time that may or may not have ever done that. I know that we don't have cons for the foreseeable future. Is there any way that you've pivoted, or is there any pivots you've seen creators do that caught your interest?
It's interesting because I'm still wrestling with that. And part of it is because I think when this all first happened last March of 2020, when the first conventions were canceled, I don't know in that moment that I thought, okay, this is going to go on for a long time. I think a lot of us thought, okay, yeah, this might run into the summer, but by fall, maybe we'll kind of be doing okay again. And then as it went on and on, it became clear that this was going to be a new reality of sorts, and that we were going to have to adjust over the long haul. And so I'm just now toying with the concepts of how would I react that as I sit here in 2021 and all of a sudden, I don't know what the next convention is going to be of any consequence. I don't know when it's going to be. I don't know where it's going to be. So that does become a factor. And so I think whether it's going to be a third market like this one we're on right now, as you describe it, I think that's going to obviously become a prime part of things. I think from an artistic standpoint, one of the benefits is for artists, they can always, I have always had requests for commissions that I've never been able to do because I'm so busy. And now I'm able to fit just a couple in, things like that. And what I do is kind of say, okay, if there was going to be a 4-day period where I was at a convention, that's where I can sit down and take care of those sorts of things now. But I think we're all trying to figure this out, and not everybody has the same solution.
That's true. Do you have any creator-owned things in mind, or anything that you would want to self-publish or kickstart?
Yes, I do have a couple of things I've always wanted to do, and I think now we're getting to the point where it's getting to be time to do it. And then you wrestle with the question of what is the best way to do it. Is it to publish it as a comic book with a different publisher, is sort of the floppy? Is it to go the Kickstarter route or something else? So those are things I'm certainly exploring right now, like so many people are.
Right. Yeah. Personally, I've backed a lot of Kickstarters over this pandemic, but on the retail level, as a comic book retailer, that they have. Okay. If it's a creator that I like, or it's a cool pitch, and there's a retailer level, I'm like, you know what? Let's do this. Let's get all in.
And I think that is actually another very viable way for it to work out. If retailers get on board and say, you know, there's this, here's a 80-page hardcover by, you know, Joe Writer and Sam Artist, and we can have it on the shelf for several months and try and promote that with our customers, because, you know, every retailer knows out of their customer base who likes what creator or who likes what character. And if they're really on top of it, then I think they try and say to their customers, here, just check this out. If you like this, you're going to like that, and that kind of thing. And I think the more that retailers can do that, actually, the more we build a really healthy industry.
Absolutely. Yeah. And with the internet and all that, I mean, I've had customers actually tell me, hey, did you see this? Did you see this Kickstarter by this creator? Here's the retail thing. I was going to back it. If you do the retail thing, I'll get one from you. And I'm like, oh, cool. I only have to sell 9 more then. Clickety click. And you know, it's a nice fit so far. Like I really dig it. So good. Yeah, good stuff. As far as the DC questions, what is your take on the distribution stuff? Why is that something that has affected you at all, of DC changing distributors from Diamond to Lunar and the other guys, and then to Lunar, and it's a lot of volatility. Is that something that creators are feeling?
I only feel it in this sense when I walk into my local stores and they ask me about it and complain about it and say, I did not get my books this week. Or why are you doing this? What we had was working before just fine. So I certainly sympathize with everybody, because I don't know that it's the right solution. I don't know that it's the wrong solution, because I'm not privy to those discussions. And, you know, at the end of the day, my job is to create story and make it as good a story as I possibly can, and then trust that we will have a network where the publisher takes the book, prints the book, distributes the book, and it gets into the retailer's hands and then into the customer's hands. And whatever facilitates that the best way, I'm all for it. And anything that gets in the way of that, I question.
Yeah, that's rational. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I get that there's a lot of change and volatility because of things happening in the world and all that. It just feels like it fuels rumors of, oh, what's going to happen next? Oh, are they going to stop publishing comics? They're going to do, you know, this, that, or the other. And, you know, being more knowledgeable about the industry and sales and digital sales versus print sales and all that, it's like, no, they're not going to stop doing this. I mean, come on. At the very, they could change the format. Mm-hmm. But I don't see them not producing new content of sequential art. Why? Why?
In print.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Why? Why not? You know, like that's insane. But that's why, you know, I'm anxious every time the solicits like, okay, so what's after future state? You know, I used to be mainly anxious because I was, you know, speculating of what's going to happen. What does this description say? What does this say? You know, like who's appearing where? And now it's more like, oh crap, are these things going to be canceled? Are more stuff? What's going on with DC? It has me a little bit on edge, I guess, about the future. Having said that, the content that's coming out is awesome. It is awesome.
Good.
Like I have read everything for the past few months. I mean, obviously there's a lot more time to read. And I've enjoyed a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff DC's putting out that I think the base level DC book is, I enjoy it more than the base level Marvel book right now. Everything else is distribution and all that stuff is just, you know, it's like you said, it's not part of whether the creator and the fan, you know, the creator and the fan, we retailers facilitate getting the creations to the fans in the direct market, and certain things impede that and certain things help that. And I'm all about the fans. I'm all about fan service. And the biggest thing for a fan is to give them a book that's going to make them want to buy the next book. You know,
that's exactly right. And I think that part of what you're seeing right now in the DC stuff that's coming out is, I mean, I think you can feel a lot of passion on the pages. That if you look at the new slate of books, I think there's a sense of energy there that is very important, and that hopefully readers can pick up on that. And obviously, you know, we're very early in the game for things that are happening. It's you know, like January 17th today, we're just a couple of weeks into the future state books, and then just setting up things that'll start to happen after that with the new line of or the new wave of books that come out in March. So I think it's a good time for everybody to take a deep breath and just be a little bit open-minded about what it is they're going to see and give it a chance.
Yeah. I mean, as long as you have a book coming out.
Right.
And you know, April, May, whenever, you know, like as long as you have a book coming out. So, yeah. And I did see that a lot of these backup stories, like quasi anthology type things, are continuing. I saw the Detective Comics with a Huntress backup story, like on the cover that, you know, solicited for, I don't know if it's probably April. And I was like, oh, cool. They're carrying that over. That is amazing. Awesome. So,
yeah. And I know when I was a kid, I liked books that had more than one story in them. And often there would be books that I would buy because I liked the backup character or backup story more so than necessarily the front story. And I think, again, there is room for different concepts in terms of what a comic book can be, that it doesn't always have to be that 32-page floppy pamphlet, that we can expand that understanding and idea a little bit and come up with different products.
Awesome. And circling back to Death of Superman, that personally, I skipped school that day to go to the comic book store because I needed my copy. And, you know, there was hype everywhere. I needed my copy. And I got caught skipping school because you know, like I actually said a quote to the news that was out there. And then he was like, oh, what was this? And I was like, oh, I walk in and the comic shop guy, the guy Tommy, he's like, oh, I pulled you a copy. I was like, yeah. He's like, you're going to get a copy. I pulled it. You didn't have to. I was like, yeah, but I want to read it now. I want to read it now. So I got it.
Look, there was such a vibe going on. There was so much energy and everybody talking about it. Nobody wanted to wait, right? I mean, everybody wanted to go get it that day. And that's why almost every store I know of had a line, you know, going out the door. And people wanted to read it because there was so much in the news. You didn't want to be the kid who, you know, went to school and found out 5 other kids at school had it before you and got to read it and you didn't, right? I mean, that would be awful. So, of course, you cut school.
Right.
It's what Booster Gold would do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that had to have been career changing for you, right? I mean, you were basically solidly on Superman as long as you wanted from that point, basically.
You know, and I had been on it for a couple of years prior to that. And obviously, it took us to a very different place. And, you know, the market was very different at that time. Comics in general were very different at that time. For people who weren't there, it's hard to communicate now just what things were like and what the level of excitement was out there for that book. And then not just that, but then even, you know, everybody talks about, you know, Superman 75 and the death of Superman. And then after that, it was the reign of, or Funeral for a Friend, where we really addressed, well, what does it mean with Superman gone? How does that change the DC universe? And then after that, Reign of the Superman, where 4 different characters came back claiming to be Superman, reincarnated or brought back to life somehow. That was really a magical time to be a reader. And it's hard to communicate that now to people who weren't there. But it's funny, if you pick it up, look at it and read it, I think the material still holds together really incredibly well. And if you now can judge it from the perspective of a year-long storyline that unfolded across 4 different titles by 4 different creative teams, I think it's really an epic time in comics.
Oh, absolutely. Not only was it payoff and just the build and how it felt, the build of Doomsday coming and coming and coming, and then that the payoff of just all splash pages in 75, you know, just like, this is epic. And then afterwards you have essentially, you know, for essentially a weekly book, and you have a plan and you execute that plan well. I mean, that was I can't think of much of anything else that nailed it that well with all eyes on it. Having said all that, have you seen the animated adaptations of
Sure.
Death
Yeah.
Again? And do you have any opinions on those?
You know, it's funny because when the first one came out a number of years ago, I mean, the very first one, they didn't deal with the 4 different Superman or anything like that. It was much smaller, more self-contained. And then about 4 years ago now, they redid it as Death of Superman. And then shortly after that, Reign of the Superman came out as a Return of Superman to tell the bigger part of the story, which is the 4 characters claiming to be Superman. And so it was much more cohesive. It's been fun to see. And obviously, you know, Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice touched on some of those things as well. So it's really been a lot of fun to see how these different mediums have tried to interpret it and sort of translate it and update it or change some of the characters in it and things like that. It's really been interesting to see, and I get quite a kick out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it as well. There was, you know, obviously they changed the Justice League, but you know, that's kind of mainstream fans want to see a Justice League they recognize, you know.
Right.
So,
right. No, and I realize that, and these things are necessary. Yes.
There was a couple cool character moments that I wanted your opinion on when Lois goes to the Kent's house to, I guess, console Ma Kent, and Martha is still trying to maintain that, no, that's not my son, that, you know, Superman died, and Lois knew, right. And she just pretended not to know because either she was waiting for him to tell her or it benefited her to maintain the ruse. I don't know. What did you think about that? I mean, sure, she's an investigative journalist. Sure, it's within absolutely the realm of possibility that she could have known that he was, or suspected he was Clark. And then when Clark's missing the same time Superman is dead, I don't know. How did that strike you?
It's, you know, I understand why they did it. Obviously, the story was a little different for us, the way we wrote it and drew it. But I know that whenever we talked about these things in general as we were sculpting these stories, one of the things we always said is, yeah, Lois, I mean, before we had Superman reveal to Lois that he was Clark Kent or vice versa, you know, we always sort of said, well, of course Lois knows. Lois is smart. Lois is on top of it. She knows, but she just doesn't say anything. So it's sort of a theory that we always had as a group of writers and artists anyway. So it kind of fits where we were just in terms of how we interpreted these characters.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. I thought I had a hunch maybe. It's nice to be able to ask the man himself, Dan Jurgens.
Well, now you know. Now you know.
Awesome, man. So what I guess you can't talk about what you have upcoming, whether it's a booster backup story in a Superman book or Action Comics or whatever. But is there something you're promoting other than, I guess, Generations Forged, or some way that people can support you that enjoy this interview and want to give you some support?
I appreciate that. No, and right now I think the biggest thing is, you know, hopefully you can still find Generations Shattered at your local retailer. And yes, very early in February, Generations Forged will come out. And as I said, that sets us up, I think, for some things going forward that are very strong. And so that I think is, as much as anything, what I want to talk about right now. And then, yes, beyond that, you can always follow me on Twitter. I'm at the Dan Jurgens on Twitter. You can find me elsewhere fairly easily. I'm around, and hopefully we'll get back to the point where we can actually chat in person at a convention again.
Yeah, I awkwardly stopped you at a San Diego Comic-Con, maybe the last one, maybe the one before last, but I was like, hey, I need to tell you how much I love your action. Your action's so good. Like, it's just so good. Like, okay. I didn't know that I needed more Dan Jurgens Superman in my life, but I guess I do. You know, like, Superman.
It was a fun time. It came out twice a month, which, for the purposes of just looking at it as a writing exercise, allowed me to give you the story in a faster way. And I think fans really like that. I think, you know, twice a month release is a great solution.
Absolutely. So yeah, it just reminded me of cons, man. I need more cons so I can just tell these creators to their face how much I like their work. So anyway, thanks for doing this. It was a blast. You know, long live the Legion, and you were boosterific.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to see you. The looking good. Costume looks great. So
thank you.
Very good.
All right.
My pleasure.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right. So long. Goodbye.
That was one of the most wild things I think has ever been presented at a Comic-Con. Booster Gold getting to interview the creator, the man who gave him life, Dan Jurgens. Big shout out to Aaron at a comic shop for doing that for us. Wow. I don't even know how to follow that. Oh, yeah, I do. We are gonna be back in just about a minute with another legend, in that it's Dr. Christy Blanche, who was here yesterday, as well as Tom Zahler and Emily Witten. They will be joining us as well in just about a minute 15. So we will see everybody then. All right, guys. I'm Kyle. I've been here with you all weekend. Hello. Welcome back into day 2 of the EXP Expo. I'm going to bring in one of my favorite people. She doesn't play one on TV. She's a real-life doctor. Dr. Christy Blanche.
Hi, Kyle.
What's up, boss lady?
You're doing an amazing job. I
am very punchy, and it's great because I just watched Booster Gold for an hour, talk to Dan Jurgens, and my mind is blown.
How crazy was that?
Right?
I was just like, wait, but it was like Boosterception.
It was kind of Inception-y. Guys, you saw an ad in the break just then for Nerd Killer Warfare. That's our after party tonight. It will be broadcast on all of our platforms, so make sure you tune in 10 o'clock tonight to watch nerds argue with other nerds about nerdy things. Wait.
Can you tell everybody what all platforms we're on? For people who might be...
I was gonna, but I just realized I just explained the entire nerd experience as a game show. So we are on...
They call that Tuesday.
Right. We are on Facebook. If you head over to bit.ly/the_EXP FB, you'll find our Facebook. I get that the bit.ly is a little hard, but it's fine. You'll see it scrolling at the bottom. bit.ly/the EXP Expo gets you to our YouTube page. Twitch.tv/the_EXP and the_EXP1 on Twitter. It'll be streaming there as well. Also to several other comic shop Facebook pages and to our website. I hope I got that put up. I'll have to check that. That's what I'll check while you're talking. All right, I'm going to bring in America's Tom Zahler.
America's Tom Zahler.
Hey.
Well,
as opposed to Canada's Tom Zahler.
Do I know Tom Zahler?
As opposed to Canada's Tom Zahler?
Oh,
no, that's something Mark Nathan at Baltimore started.
I understand.
Well, to be honest, Canada's Tom Zahler is kind of a jerk. So
it's weird. He's the one who's not polite.
He's the only Canadian that's not polite.
And I'm going to bring in also Emily Witten, who is going to be joining us, and I'm going to leave so that you guys can have.
Okay. Well, we always have fun with you, Kyle. Yeah. So, how are you guys?
I'm excited to see you.
I know I haven't seen you guys in forever.
I miss you.
I realize I just sounded like Mora. Forever.
I miss you. I miss all the comics people. I miss the world.
It's been it's been crazy. So what have you guys been doing this whole time? And well, Tom, you don't really, besides conventions, do anything anyway. So
no, I've mostly been learning to cook. Becoming a bartender. And we're in dry January, so that's been weird.
Although we decided to do dry January, and then we hit January 6th, and we were like, why? Why are we? I know. We're trying to stick with it. Oh, it's so hard.
This is totally not bourbon.
This is
totally just water. So,
It's been a long day. We're redoing stuff in the shop, and I've been carrying long boxes up and down stairs and building shelves, and it's been a day. So
I noticed you're decorating.
February. We'll both have cocktails, so
Am I what?
If we do this again in February, we'll both have cocktails.
Okay.
I noticed you're decorating an early 20th century priority mail.
Yeah. Yes, this is where all the, I do live sales shows, and I will have one here in the experience. Well, I have two. One is from 6 to 8 on Wednesdays, and one is on Saturdays, but I don't know the time yet. So it'll be a surprise for all of us. But those are all packages that I get to package up to send out. I packaged about 35 the last 2 days. So it's been fun. 8 to 10. Wow. I'm 8 to 10 on Saturday. Thank you, Kyle. Look at that. See, I'm learning stuff too. No, that's okay. It's okay, Kyle. We're good. So we're having our business meeting here. So can you hold on? So, Tom, I have, for all of the people out there, I have these beautiful, it's a set of Love and Capes, The Family Way. Oh, yeah, comics edition right here, exclusive. Oh, yeah, baby. Sunday, Tom Zahler. And so at the end, we'll have a trivia question. So Tom, think of one. And
Okay.
right, I will send this to.
Excellent.
Yeah, how exciting is that? So tell us a little bit for people who don't know about Love and Capes is one of my favorites. I think
Thank you.
I think it's like a superhero for people who don't really like superheroes.
Yeah, it's very much a superhero romantic comedy.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's about a superhero who says, "I love my girlfriend." No, it's about a superhero who says, "I love my girlfriend, and I'm going to tell her that. But if I tell her that, I have to tell her everything." So is there ever a good time to tell your girlfriend you have X-ray vision? What does she want for Christmas when she knows you can crush coal into diamonds? Stuff like that. I've done 5 series of it so far. So it's been they're dating, they're engaged, they're married, they have a kid, and then they have 2 kids, which is where I picked up. I was self-distributing those at conventions, and then the pandemic hit, which you probably read about in the papers. So I figured out a way to get them to shops and locally brand them, which is why there's an exclusive Oh Yeah Comics version. So I was glad to be providing comic books to people when nobody else was, or when very few other people were.
And we were glad about that also.
Yes, and I've started continuing it as a Patreon. I'm doing Love and Capes in the time of COVID, where the heroes get to deal with this. It's all set about 6 months in the past, so I know what happens to them ahead of time. Like, I'm not trying to figure out how it ends. I'm trying to remember what it was like to go through. Because like in the comic, Abby is a bookstore owner, and I don't know if you know what this is like, but like all the business is shut down, and then she's got to try to keep the business afloat during the pandemic. So, ripped from the headlines.
It's been fun. Yeah, we're still alive though. So, well, that's awesome. And Emily, you have a book out, The Underfoot, and then you have another one coming out very soon, which is the sequel or the squeakle. Sorry, you couldn't help it. I know
that was the
Chipmunks done it, but
hamsters don't actually squeak that much. If they do, you're probably doing something wrong.
If you squeeze them hard enough.
That's right. You're probably doing something wrong. Yeah, actually, my hamster, every now and again, I'll hear a tiny, tiny little like snuffle squeak, and I'll be like, "Oh, it's the cutest thing, but are you okay?" But usually it's just, she's just getting situated, you know. But yes, I actually went and right before this, I grabbed this off the shelf. It says reference copy up here and has little bookmarks everywhere because this is the copy that I use when I'm writing the next bit of the thing. So it's also got like, you know, a spine that's falling apart because I've used it so very much. But this is the Underfoot book 1. It's called The Mighty Deep. I'm bad at centering things on video. And it came out in April of 2018. And now, 2019. I don't even know what year it is anymore, you guys. Nobody does, right? 2019. And then in 2021, this year in April, we get the next one, which is called The Underfoot Into the Sun. Unfortunately, I don't yet have a copy, but our advanced copies are like on the way to me now. And I'm so excited. We worked really hard on this book and we're so happy with it. And if people liked The Underfoot book 1, I'm sure they'll enjoy volume 2. So basically the Underfoot series, for anyone who doesn't know, is about a bunch of little hamsters, very cute little hamsters, who have adventures in a post-apocalyptic Washington, D.C., where all the humans have disappeared. So it's just animals. And so there are hamsters and what's that?
So next week.
I mean, basically, you know, well, I'm not real proud of the fact that we accidentally predicted a global pandemic in our book in 2019. I'm not real proud of the fact that we predicted a volcano would erupt. Anyway, we also predicted a flood in a DC area that then flooded. So don't make us mad because, you know.
So the hamster's name is Nostradamus, right?
Oh gosh, I don't know. Some of our friends have been saying, well, why don't you just write that we're all going to win $1 million in the next book? I was like, that's a good idea. But basically, these little hamsters are trying to survive in a world where they are small, but intelligent and feisty and brave, and they have special skills. And so the first set of hamsters, they can swim and dive and do these other skills related to water. And then, spoiler alert, in book 2, in the end of book 1 and book 2, they discover there are more hamsters out there, and these hamsters have airborne abilities. So they have, for instance, parachutes and gliders and things like that. So in book 2, we will be seeing more about that.
And you said we, so who are your collaborators on this project?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm so sorry. Yes, I told them today, I was like, oh, I wish you could all be on the thing. So so Ben and I are you can't even see it. Ben Fisher and I are the co-writers of the series, and Michelle Nguyen is the beautifully illustrative artist of the series. And America's Tom Zahler, who's on this part of my screen, is, yeah, everything's backwards.
I know.
He is actually our letterer. And then for book 1, Eric Orchard did the maps for book 1, and for book 2, it's actually Eric and Tom, and Michelle's partner Adrian Ricker did the flatting. So that's our little team. And then of course it's at Oni Press, and formerly the first book was at Lion Forge, so now it's the Lion Forge Oni group, with our editor Grace Shai-Peter, and book 1's editor Andrea Colvin, who was also amazing. So it's a pretty small team doing a pretty epic sort of story that we're super proud of.
Well, and for Tom, though, that would be a super large team, because you're
a tall team, a very tall team.
I mean,
I am very difficult to work with. I'm the only person who will work for my own crappy rates.
So every time you talk to yourself, it's just a staff meeting.
Yeah, exactly. So I get to write it off.
Okay, so how did you come to realize that this is what you wanted to do? Because this is your full time. I know a lot of people, like I write, but I also edit, and I have a shop, and I teach to make ends meet. Not anymore, but I did. So what pushed you to say, this is what I want to do, and I'm going to do it, and I'm going to make it? Because you have.
I've never not known I wanted to be a cartoonist. So everything I did was actually aiming at it in like a stupidly Machiavellian way. Like I worked in the school newspaper so that I learned how to do deadlines. Like anytime I could do an art project to train myself to get better, I did that. I went to the Kubert School, which really beat art and professionalism into your head. And Joe trained us to be able to do anything, which has come in really handy as becoming like more of a one-man operation. Like I'm not the best colorist in the world, but I can color my stuff well enough to execute what I'm trying to do. And it makes you a lot more flexible to be able to do it. But the first thing I was doing is I was doing caricatures. I started working in an amusement park because that was one of the classes I took. That was the first art job I could get. And I just did that and graphic art and was freelancing all the way through. I've never not had an art job, which I've been really, really proud of. And then in late 2001, I decided to take the show on the road, like right after September 11th, because I figured every great success story starts with, it was a terrible time to start a business. And I haven't looked back. It's been kind of crazy.
That's good. So
I'm too stupid to stop.
Well, no, yeah, no, you're not. You're one of my favorites. You know that. So besides Love and Capes, you have other things that you've done. Well, you do My Little Ponies.
I do My Little Pony. I got another couple issues coming out.
Yeah, I think it's coming out in a couple weeks, right?
That could be. The schedule's been really messed up, and time is a flat circle now, so I don't know how that works anymore. But yeah, I know it's coming up soon. It's I think the two-parters all. I don't know. I did a two-parter and a one-parter, and I'm not sure which is showing up first.
I'm not sure, but I know FOCs. I did those, and whenever I see your name, I kind of. You and Andy and Katie are kind of like, I'm going to up those a little bit. But you've done long distance.
Long distance, not a couple in long distance relationship. Did that for IDW.
So much fun, and then you've now created a game.
I have.
Tell us about that process.
Yeah. Well, the first comic I did for Webtoon is called Warning Label, and in it, the lead character is a game designer and creates a game that I've always wanted to create, which is called the Long Con. And basically, you put on a comic book convention against your other friends who are putting on comic conventions and try to run the best convention there is. And it's been delayed more than I'd like to admit. but the
Just blame
they
the
are
post
printed.
office.
Yes. Well, so the Chinese post office is now shipping it across. I know it's on a boat, and they actually told you we can't track it. Like, once it's on the boat, it just shows up. Like, we don't know where the boat is. It's in the water, and then it'll eventually be here. So, and I had a bunch of artists work with me on it. Katie and Andy both worked on it. Greg Rousseau, Luke Dobb, the late Zoom Yukinori, Andy Smith, just a ton of people doing all the cards so that you play a guest and you play an event against other people, and hopefully it'll be a lot of fun.
I'm excited for it. I can't wait. I can't wait. And so, Emily, kind of not about the board game, but kind of like you've written, you're a huge Deadpool fan, and you've written about comics, but what really made you, and you like hamsters, so what made you want to write this comic about a hamster, or write any comic really?
Well, and first I do have to say about the game, I am actually really looking forward to playing it as someone who has run conventions before. I really want to play this game and win, because that's the most fun. But yeah, I mean, I have always been some sort of writer, all of my life. So growing up, I would write poetry and short stories and essays, for school and also not for school. And I actually was the editor-in-chief of my high school literary magazine. And so, like, I'm not making this up. And I, as a young person, I won a poetry award, and I was more in the, like, literature track of things. Then I went to school for journalism, and as you said, I, became a journalist, not of the type I had expected when I was in journalism school. None of these roads led where I thought they would lead, but I was always following something I wanted to do, something I enjoy doing. And that's always how my life works, is if I enjoy doing it, it goes somewhere that's good, even if I don't know where it's going to go when I start. So like, I went to law school and I thought I'd probably work for some corporate firm. And instead I became a government attorney working for the public good, so it's like this thing where you don't know until you're in it. Oh, I don't really like that as much. I believe in this much more, sort of thing. And so I was writing as a literary, like a poet, etc. And then I was writing as a journalist, and I was also writing as a lawyer. And all of that time, I had stories I wanted to tell, some of which are still in my head, in the fictional world. And I didn't actually think I would start my writing career in fiction in the longer form with a graphic novel. That was not my intention. But I ended up meeting Ben Fisher because I reviewed one of his stories as a journalist, and we really hit it off. We started talking, and we had these ideas about this world based around hamsters with special abilities where all the humans were gone, and it was based in the area I live. So I knew a lot about the area, and it was based in part in how the government is put together, which is an area I also know some about. And it just came together into this thing where we built on each other's ideas. So by myself, I would have had some of these ideas, but with the two of us, it was like this back and forth. Oh, wouldn't it be great if they did this? Wouldn't it be fun if they did that? And we have reams and reams of like chat and text messages of ideas that never made it into the book. Mm-hmm. But that's kind of what happened. Is I've always written, I always like to write. And this is one of the ideas that just took off. So like Tom, I'm pointing the wrong way. Tom, he gets like all these ideas, and he's got a million pitches, and I get like one idea I become really obsessed with. And this is it right now. I've got other ones, they're in the works, but the underfoot is my obsession, at the moment. And hamsters are too, let's be honest. I've got my tiny hamster. I love her dearly. And, they're just such fun little creatures. Why wouldn't you write a story about them?
Yep, exactly. Well, I've got something coming out with Garrett Gunn from Source Point called Good Boy, which I'm so excited about. It's very John Wickish. And I kind of love John Wick, just a little bit.
I was unaware of that.
Yeah, nobody knew that, Christy.
And let me brag a little bit.
You also enjoy coffee?
I do enjoy coffee and wine, huh?
And Poe Dameron. What?
And Poe Dameron, Poe Dameron / Moon Knight. Okay, so mostly it's Poe Dameron. It's the X-wing outfit. That's what it is. So I'm going to brag a little bit about this one, and I asked for him. I'm also obsessed with What We Do in the Shadows, which
Yes.
my online show is called What We Do in the Comic Shop, which is totally cool. And then look at
It's totally you. It's totally on brand.
Look at this. I got our pens. I got to send you some.
Oh, cool.
Oh, they're so great.
This
Please
is
do.
Franco did this art. I'm trying to get it where I can see. Franco did that.
Mhm.
It's just awesome. So okay, thank you, Kyle. I should have typed that anyway. Whatever. So for my birthday in December, Tom did a sketch for me. I have a What We Do in the Shadow sketchbook, and that has amazing art in it. It's one of my cherished possessions. That and my Columbo painting, those would go with me in a fire after my dogs. And so he sent me one, and it happened to be of Jackie Daytona. And I posted it online and tagged Mark Hamill, who plays Jim the Vampire, and he commented on it. Mark Hamill did, which blew my mind and maybe blew Tom's mind a little bit. And,
It did.
And I said, now all I need is a Jim the Vampire sketch. And Mark said that he was awaiting it. And so Tom just posted the new one of Jim the Vampire, to which Mark Hamill loved. I mean, he wrote "Love it," and then I wrote "You're a great Jim coach, JIM," because that's on the back of his tracksuit when they do volleyball, and he liked that. So that's 3 times I've interacted with him. So I believe we're best friends now. So
That's how it works.
So thank you for that. That was more of a gift than you will ever know.
And once this is all over, we can all get together with Mark. We'll just invite him over.
I'm best friends with him now. So
it's actually
he better bring me Grogu.
Yeah. It's actually the second time I've worked with Mark Hamill.
Oh, tell us more.
He came up to me at a San Diego and saw me doing caricatures. I think it was when I was doing the first Raider book. And asked me to do some sketches for his comic book, the movie. Oh yeah, well I'm old. So he had me do sketches that he was showing to the audience before they were filming a scene for comic book the movie. And I'm actually in the movie. You see like the back of me drawing. It's not a big part, but it was before he was doing the Joker voice, but he wasn't like in his next stage of like cultural significance, so like he could still walk around the show and not be mobbed. And it was just it's awesome to have Luke Skywalker tell you to do anything.
Exactly. Well, on that, I did a panel with Kevin Conroy once, and he said that when they told him, because Tim Curry was supposed to be the Joker, but then when they said, well, it's going to be Mark Hamill, and he was like, you're going to have Luke Skywalker, like good old farm boy, be the Joker? I think that's going to like be bad. And then he said he listened to him and he was like, yeah, we're good.
He's terrifying as the Joker. I love it.
Terrifying. He's terrifying in the commercial he does with Patrick Stewart. Which I love. So, but then he's also in Star Wars, The Mandalorian, which I may have ugly cried through the whole thing. The whole thing. No spoilers though. I just gave a spoiler. I don't care. It's been long. Anyway, so let's talk about you guys. So, Emily, we know you have a new book coming up soon in a couple weeks, and I'm sure it'll be to you in a few weeks and to us in a few months. And Tom, what do you have? What are you working on right now besides your Love and Capes Chronicle COVID?
The COVID one is I'm finishing up the last 2 chapters of Cupid's Arrows for the collection that's coming out. We did a Kickstarter to collect the first season from Webtoon. Cupid's Arrows is about a 2-person hitman team of Cupids that got couples together. It ran for 2 years on Webtoon, and the first volume is going to collect the first set of stories, but it also, there was a chance to be part of the story, so there are 2 extra chapters that will be in the book, and I'm trying to get that done. And I started a Patreon, which is where the Love and Capes is, but is also, I do sketches of the week. I show pitches that didn't go anywhere. There's a Star Trek short story I wrote back when they were doing the Strange New Worlds that got rejected, but that got me on the radar. Yeah, the Voyager one. Thank you.
Idiots for rejecting it.
But that got me on the radar enough that Bob Ingersoll and I wrote Till Death, which is a next gen story that did get made. And I did get to write Deep Space Nine for IDW this year, at some point in the past, I wrote a Star Trek story for IDW. So the thing I'm working on, and I'm not completely sure I'm going to pull the trigger on it, but I do sketches of the week on the Patreon. Next month is Valentine's Day, and that's when, a lot of my stuff is romantic comedies, so it gets a lot of notice. So instead of doing sketches of the week, I'm thinking about doing sketches of the day and having like 28 different ones that go up.
Nice.
Yeah, it'll keep me busy. So just doing different superhero or different comic book superhero pop culture couples. So going from Star Trek to Indiana Jones to Phantom and Diana to Phoenix and Cyclops, all over the place. So
and What We Do in the Shadows, because it's a romance.
That's true.
So is John Wick, actually.
Yes, but I don't want to draw the dog.
As a plug for his, sorry, I'm always pointing the wrong way. As a plug for his couples drawings, I have a Lois and Clark one that he did from last time that is just my favorite. I had him do the Lois that was like in the newsboy cap and the whole thing, and then a Clark in the appropriate matching kind of style of clothing. And what did the newspaper say, Tom? That she's holding up the newspaper.
It's like My
Night with Superman,
yeah.
And he's looking at her like super annoyed. It's a great one. I have it up on my wall. It's fantastic. So if you want like a fun comics couple one, yeah, I mean his stuff is great for that, of course.
And where can we find that, Tom Zahler?
It is at patreon.com/Tom Zahler, THOMZAHLER.
Tom Zahler.
Yes.
Tom Zahler.
That was my mom's doing. So
that's what my mom's doing. She made me Tom.
Yeah, she did.
I believe you. Okay, and so your Patreon, you were not doing that before the whole pandemic. So is that something that has come up? Because I know you do like a gazillion conventions a year.
Yes.
That's a big income. And I know that's been a big, it's been hard for, same with me. It's like I had 9 million Charlie Wormwood books and Tales from the Crypts because I'm like, I'm going to work hard this year and do this. And then C2E2, after C2E2, it was just like, hold on. So I still have those. Actually, I sold out of the Charlie Wormwoods. I had to order more, which was good. So
it's such a great book too.
Well, thank you. Is that something that you just decided, hey, this will work? Did you do research? Did you talk to people?
All of the above. Yes, it's been really hard. And it's weird because everybody's having a hard time. So I always feel wrong about saying how hard it is because I feel like there are so many people who are having worse times that, I can't go to San Diego and sell a bunch of books.
Trust me.
Yeah, but it super sucks. So I kept trying to find ways for people to give me money directly. And I've been toying around with doing Patreon. When I hit the idea to do the Love and Capes characters in COVID, I didn't know how long it was going to be, and I didn't know how long I could do it. I wrote out a bunch of beat sheet of all the jokes I had, and I had an issue's worth. And I said that was a good way to get it out there. The support's been really good. For launching 3 months ago, it's done much, much better than I thought it would. But yeah, with no conventions and comic books being real spotty, publishing schedules are getting moved around. I had 4 My Little Pony issues that were supposed to come out, and those got pushed back and moved around where like nothing's been secure. So I have to keep finding more ways for people to pay me directly. I had Webtoon for a while, and then Cupid's Arrows ended, and yeah, it's been like Wash said in Serenity, it's been really exciting.
Really
Like,
exciting.
oh my god, we're all gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, didn't turn out well for him, but it'll turn out much better for you. We hope. Well, you're a Trek guy anyway, so you'll be all right. We do the thing in the shop. Well, my son and I are the only ones here now, but we're all just yell Shatner, and everybody has to talk like this. Who also Shatner was in a Columbo episode, in case you didn't know that.
I believe he was in 2.
He wasn't 2, actually.
He was in the movie where he played the radio show host.
Well, actually, yeah. Well, the movies are actually just episodes 2 episodes put together.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just how they did it then. They shot it in color and then all that. He's also in a very early episode of Man from U.N.C.L.E.
Really? That I didn't know.
Yes.
Emily and I have been watching him in Twilight Zone.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
I just showed my son that for the first time. He'd never seen it. And I'm like, wait, what? I have failed as a mother. Sit down and watch
Wait,
it.
which one? Was it the plain one or the small town one? The plain one.
I've never seen the plain one. And I was
That one kills me.
I feel like I've failed, as a mother, because I'm like, you'll understand. I try to teach them all the cultural references. I made him watch Casablanca, and he was like, oh, I get so many more jokes now, these references, and I make him watch all these things. But he's also a little off and the Patreon is going well then.
Yes. It's been really, really positive.
That's good.
It's paying a couple of utility bills a month, and that's not nothing.
Now, do you think you will continue doing this after everything goes back to normal? Well, the new normal, whatever it is.
I do, because right now I'm doing a page a day, I'm doing a page a week, and that's a manageable schedule. When I was doing Cupid's Arrows, that was roughly 6 pages a week.
Mm-hmm.
So the pacing is good, and what I will do when Love and Capes COVID ends eventually is either start doing the rest of what would be Series 6 of Love and Capes.
Okay.
Or I will start using it as a way to subsidize new projects that I'll get out and eventually get in print. And even with Love and Capes, there's a free side now. It's on the tomz.com website where the stuff that posted 3 months ago is up.
Okay.
So you can read the old stuff for free, and then if you want to mainline it, you have to go to Patreon. It's very much the drug dealer model.
It's like, yeah. It's a comic model. I'm going to give you this one for free, but when you want more, it's cardboard crack.
Yeah.
Now, Emily, your job didn't stop, right?
Nope. I've been working every day, give or take a few, little breaks here and there. But no, I've March, when March happened, I was already working from home because I was sick with something that may or may not have been COVID. That early on, there weren't really tests available, etc. Yeah. So I was already at home about 3 days before our entire workforce got sent home on full-time telework, and we have been full-time telework ever since.
Oh, really? So you have been home? You have been, working out of a home since the. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. I was very lucky in the sense that when the Underfoot 1 came out, I went, oh. It's not like, all the journalism stuff and all that. Like, suddenly I'm really a serious writer now. I better upgrade my home setup. I had the worst home setup for 10, 12 years. And suddenly I was like, we're going to write at least 2 more of these books. I should probably have a desk, So I upgraded my whole workspace. I moved my kitchen table / workspace into, its own little dining area. And I have a full desk and a big monitor and all that stuff at home for the Underfoot, but also because I teleworked 1 day a week anyway.
Okay.
When I got sent home, I had everything there, and I was seeing people, tweeting about how they were writing from their laundry basket laptop stand, and I was like, oh, I'm really glad I did that thing. But yeah, so I've been able to keep teleworking from a couple of locations over the course of this whole thing. So currently, obviously, I'm in the location down the hall from the guy I keep pointing the wrong way towards.
Oh.
And sometimes I'm in my, home area. And
I recognize that comic rack because I have that comic rack. And I've said, hey, Tom, I have a comic rack for sale. Oh my gosh, my mind's blown.
So yeah, it's not a lie. He's really down the hall. But so I've been in a couple different places and it's been kind of crazy. But even before all of this, juggling a full-time day job, as you know, and your job, you have after hours to the actual open hours of your shop, so you've got all that stuff. So it's the same kind of thing when you're working a full-time job, then you're doing something on the side like the journalism and or the writing of the story, which I've done both at once. I've done one and then another, and then gone back and forth, or like planning conventions. It's a trip trying to get all that done, but it's fun.
It's fun. That's what I keep telling myself. I'm gonna get that tattooed. Yeah, it's fun. That's
right. It's very rewarding, and then sometimes you're like, I know people whose hobby is just cooking or something, like, oh, you just go to work and you come home and what's your hobby? It's like, well, I like to cook. And my hobbies are like 3 other careers.
Yeah, my hobby's just working. That's what I do. They're like, what do you do? I'm like, I only worked 16 hours today. It was a pretty slow day, That doesn't include writing time. Yeah.
I mean, fortunately for some of my work, it requires watching TV. I saw we've got comments. I don't know if I just noticed because Kyle caught my attention with that one.
See comments.
What's that?
Oh, this is. I didn't see the comments.
Oh yeah, no, but I saw someone asking. Here's okay, that's a different one.
Can you ask her about her tweets on murder turtles coming to the mainland?
Well, that's all conspiracy theories, so apparently.
Bought turtles on the black market?
No, I don't know what that's about.
I haven't seen those show up at the house yet.
I will say,
in the back. She could have answered the door very, very easily.
Yeah. I will say that there are reptiles in the Underfoot story, but I do not own any reptiles and everything.
You need to read this comment.
Okay, this one is really sweet.
My friend's son just lost his hamster. I bought him the Underfoot, and he named his new hamster after a character in the book. So
I want to know what character, because I just am very curious, but also that's super sweet and I love it. And all the hugs to anyone who has lost a pet, because that happens to me too.
I don't know which character. I haven't met the hamster yet.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
We had a comment from Jeff Torres on there.
Yeah.
I comment, like, being in the industry yourselves when you're not working on your own projects, what is it that you like to read or collect yourselves?
Tom, do you want to go first?
Sure. I try not to collect anything anymore because the house isn't getting bigger. So I have a lot of stuff. But I'm not reading a ton of comics. I'm catching up on TV and movies. Obviously, Mandalorian, What We Do in the Shadows, catching like weird movies every now and then. But I started doing the comfort watch thing that everybody else was. So it was Star Trek Deep Space Nine, because I love Deep Space Nine.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been trying to, like, I find myself reading older comic collections, like stuff from the 70s and 80s. And trying to read like actual books again. I feel like when I was on the road, it was really hard to do it. So now that I'm more locked into one place, I've been, reading books on history, and I just got John Scalzi's Red Shirts, which somebody recommended to me. So I need to check that out.
I can't believe you haven't read that yet.
No.
I would have lost money on a bet about that.
Yep, I'm really bad about that stuff.
But you have watched Ted Lasso.
I have watched Ted Lasso. Oh my God, that's so good.
It's so
everything I want to be as a writer.
So don't spoil it yet. Don't spoil it.
They're all apes at the end, Emily. I was just like, Jason Sudeikis, he punched Baby Yoda. I'm not going to watch this crap. you know. And then so I was like, it was Jeff Parker talked me into it just because he was talking about it, and it's so good. So everybody should watch it.
It's on my list. Yeah, he watched it without telling me. He just watched it, and so then I was like, well, now I have to watch it.
It's not his fault because you watch it just to see if you like it, and then it was 3 a.m. and I couldn't stop.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was like it's 8 episodes, right? Or is it 8 or 10 episodes? Whatever it was, I thought it was 2 more. So when I got to the last episode, I'm like, that's like, what's happening? Wait, this is it?
Yeah.
And I listen to a ton of podcasts while I'm working, and the people on a couple of the tech podcasts I listened to recommended it, and that's how I got hooked into it.
It's outstanding, and I guess it's been renewed for 2 more seasons. So.
That sounds right. Yeah, I know they're starting to work on the second one because I saw there was that Patton Oswalt hosted thing with everybody.
I was blown away because I'm a huge Major League fan. I love that movie. Like, it's ridiculous how much I love it. And so it's like very reminiscent of that, but it took it to a whole new level, and it was so good.
Yeah, in Major League there's a plot that they changed where the lady who buys or takes over the team is actually forming a good team, and she's being mean to them to motivate them, which is cut out, and then she's the bad guy in it. And yeah, I thought the same thing about Ted Lasso. It had a lot of that too. But, it's so good, so good.
Yeah, at the beginning, then it was just so good. You know.
All right, you guys, I'm gonna watch it. Stop talking about it.
You do.
Okay.
Something. I'm gonna be so mad.
We had Kyle. We had another comment question that. I don't
know if you want to hear my answer to the same question.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I don't. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, no, it's really interesting because, like Tom, I was doing some comfort watching. Right now, I'm rewatching the first half plus of Supernatural because I'm behind by a few seasons. So I decided to start from the beginning again because why not?
Oh my gosh, you'll be good when you're 80.
What? I know. It's 15 seasons long, and I don't even care. I'm just enjoying going through it again. It's comforting horror.
Yeah.
You know. But I also we've been watching The Mandalorian and Discovery and Lower Decks and Cobra Kai. We haven't seen season 2 yet, so we're getting to it.
3. We haven't seen season 3.
Old stuff. Oh, what? Season 3. Sorry, we haven't seen the new season yet. And the Twilight Zone stuff. I'm actually thinking of doing a video cast about some of the old Twilight Zone and Ray Bradbury Theater and Philip K. Dick stuff, and so I got on that potential kick because we were watching them and the commentaries and everything. But also I'm reading and I'm rereading, and one of the things I'm rereading is American Gods for the 12 millionth time because season 3 is up now, and I'm actually doing recaps and chats about upcoming episodes, past episode, next episode. So I just did one because I'm going to be watching episode 2 of season 3 right after this and doing a little live tweet.
That's really pleasure reading though, then, because it's really work reading.
Yeah, I mean it is, but it's also good. It's also just fun. But some of the stuff that I've been reading, I loved. But if anybody does want to live tweet along with me for American Gods, it's at the Emily ESSE, so join me. But also, I really liked Ali Brosh's book, Hyperbole and a Half, and she came out with a new one recently, so that's on my to-read. It's on the nightstand, ready to be read. Yeah. And I just bought the new Dresden Files because I have read the whole series of Dresden Files, and I just bought an N.K. Jemisin book that I'm going to read. And then myself is just full of stuff. So Terry Pratchett's always on my reread list. And then I've got the Tori Amos kind of memoir is on my to-read list that I haven't yet read. That's relatively newer. And in terms of comics, I go in and out. I mean, I'm looking at my bookshelf. That's why I keep looking back. I brought some things with me. My bookshelves at home, I have 5 or 6 of them, and there's comics and there's, graphic novels and all that. I've got Great American Stories and The Science of Discworld and The Ghost Army of World War II. And it's just this, I read lots of different things. At the moment in comics though, Allie's new book. And I like to read some of the bit comics like Heart and Brain, where you just get a little bit at a time or it's collected. And then the series comics, I was collecting Deadpool for a long time. And I mean, all the time, all the new stuff after I got all the old stuff. When it started coming out as a modern comic, I've been collecting it. And then my comic shop closed down, not due to COVID. The woman who ran it, she like sold the land right before and got out and got a big payday, and then COVID hit. So I was like, she was really lucky. But I meant to subscribe to a new shop, and then COVID hit, and it was like, and so I haven't collected any of the newest Deadpool, but that was a long time one for me. And it's not to say that, and I used to collect the Iron Man.
If you need, that, right?
What's that?
We could probably set you up with some Deadpool comics if you need.
Yes, I bet you could. And I really do need to get back into some of my subscriptions, but I also am one of those people, I like to read big chunks. I am a binge watcher, big chunk of thing reader to a certain extent. So I like to read several in a row or the collected trades, and I like the issue by issue too, but I think that I will buy trades a lot, I like the collected chunks of things. Yeah. Deadpool is one of the ones I'll collect issue by issue, because for almost everything, the Cable and Deadpool run I only have mostly as trades, because those are incredibly hard to find in the after thing. But Christy can find them for me.
I have 145 long boxes.
Well, you can find me anything. So Cable and Deadpool, I have almost 0 of the original issues. I only have trades, so I will take those off your hands.
In fact, I just was pricing this guy today.
I have that one. I have almost all of the original stuff. I have pretty much everything that he's ever appeared in. But yeah, I mean, it really I just go, it ebbs and flows, whatever I'm in the mood to read at the moment, and I always have a backlog, so... Mm-hmm.
Always. Always. Yeah. There's always too many books, too many TV shows.
Yeah, and some of it's research. I mean, the Ghost Army is to do with something I'm thinking about. And if we're talking about things that Tom needs to do next, I have some ideas for things to draw. For people who have ideas but cannot draw. He knows about this. Anyway.
I think we need to do a Columbo thing, Tom. So
is that gonna be your next sketchbook?
Oh, well, those all go on my wall. That's my problem. If I get a Columbo one, it goes straight in the wall. So I just got too many of the Shadows ones.
Speaking of the wall, I'm gonna, I just have to show you something that's on my wall.
I was like, wait, what's happening?
I just expected to do I'm going downstairs.
I don't know if we can see it, but that is Tom's drawing of a couple of my characters from the Underfoot. That's Mac and Ruby from the Underfoot, and that is now hanging on my wall. Can everybody see it? Yeah, that's not bad.
So cute.
And of course, they're listening to BTS on their little iPod or whatever, because unlike the world, who might not know this, Tom knows very well that I am very into the K-pop band BTS right now.
You went to a concert with Emily.
I did. For my birthday, Emily took me to see BTS with her.
How was that? It was like...
It was the most bizarre, awesome concert experience ever. Because I was 1.5 feet taller than everybody.
That's so much fun.
I was the oldest person there without a child. And Emily got us floor seats. So I had an unobstructed view. I was afraid some 15-year-old girl was going to try to hit me in the back of the head because they couldn't see anymore. And I took pictures of this. When I went to use the restroom, there was nobody there. The women's line was out through Jersey, back to New York, into Connecticut.
The door. Yeah. There was a huge line for the ladies' room and nobody in the men's room. But we had a really good time.
Yeah, we did. I think in the middle of the concert, I said, I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be back in 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Tom's a good sport. He's a good sport.
He is a good sport.
No, and then we saw Come From Away on Broadway the next day, that was awesome too.
That was amazing. Yeah, that was Tom's. That was your birthday present that year.
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, that was my actual birthday present. It was not.
Yes.
Not going to see BTS.
Yeah, we were gonna go see BTS again, but then COVID hit, and so I'm never getting those tickets.
Yeah. Well, I got to see Jeff Lynne, ELO, because that's my guy. But I was
I love Wild Times.
Huh?
The song he's got on the Robin Hood soundtrack.
Anyway, yeah, go ahead. You go ahead, Steve Conley. But then he was only gonna be in Europe this year, so I was all bummed. But then he had to cancel all of them, and I'm like, ha! Next year.
Yeah. Nobody gets to see him. Not just me. Nobody.
I don't get to see him. Nobody gets to see him. Yeah.
Oh man, I had good seats for that BTS show too. Tom, I would have been able to see, not just Tom, because I got the angled seats this time.
What would have been really funny is if you sat on his shoulders, then.
Oh man, we should have done that. Nobody would have been mad, surely.
It'd have been like Mecha Shiva. Okay, so where can we find you? On not, I know you're in the house.
Yeah, you first, Emily.
Don't give us your address, but
yeah, I'm like pretty much everywhere. Yeah, you can find me at the Emily ESSE on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. Pretty much everything. Like there's a smattering of other like Mixcloud and SoundCloud. There's like a couple of things here and there, but mostly I'm on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, primarily for interactions, Instagram and Twitter. And you can find The Underfoot. Book 1 is out everywhere. Your comic shop should be able to order it for you. And if you can't get to the comic shop somehow, it's on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Targets, websites, all of that. And then Book 2 is already available for pre-order on Amazon, and there is a code so you can pre-order through your comic shop. And I think I'll look it up before the end of this. So that's where you can find me and the book. And then if Tom does his thing, I'll see if I can find that order code for people.
Yeah, all you really need to do is, if you want to order that, is please just go to your local comic shop or call them and say, I'd like The Underfoot, from Oni. They will be able to find it. And I wouldn't even worry about the code. So
I don't need the code. Christy knows it all. She's knowledgeable as the
and if your comic shop can't help you, I'll get it for you, because we do.
Oh, Christy.
We do ship. I have become. I knew none of this before this. I hated shipping. I hated doing online sales, and now I'm doing 7 a week and shipping stuff all over. I ship to England, and I've got people in Singapore and people in Mexico, and it's crazy.
Yeah, having done 2 Kickstarters, that's super important.
Yeah. So, Tom, where can we find you?
Tomz.com, THOMZ.com is my website. That's where everything's at. But I am at Tom Zahler on Twitter and Instagram when I bother to post. Most of the time I'm making stuff, and I'm patreon.com/Tom Zahler. Where you can get new Love and Cases. And that's I think that's most of the places that I am these days.
Okay.
And there's a Tom Z. There's a Tom
right here.
Where's the hats?
Only here. Oh, I know. The hats are put away for now. Yeah, it was Dress Your Pet Day the other day, so I made her wear tiny winter hats. Poor thing. But yes, it's only available right here. Right here.
All right, Tom. It is 7:54. I need time to stand. Leave me alone. My watch always tells me what to do. So I need a trivia question from you.
Do you want a Love and Capes trivia question or just a general trivia question?
It could be a general trivia question.
William Shatner's in 2 Twilight Zone episodes. Everybody knows Terror at 20,000 Feet, but he's also Nick of Time. What state does his car break down in?
Ooh, that is a good one. Kyle, you do not get to answer. Just saying. So, okay, we'll give.
All right, because I don't know.
So just.
But if you comment, we'll pop it up on screen. First person to comment.
Arkansas, California. I only know the song.
So I can put it in the comments and you guys won't see it, right? Or it won't post,
You gotta put it in the private chat.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I have to say, I've seen this episode and I don't remember, so.
It's a good state.
Yeah. Now I remember.
Why would you remember this, Tom?
Because William Shatner's in it.
Oh, okay.
That's right. Yeah, that's the only reason. The only reason.
I still can't.
He's all superstitious.
We've got a guest over here.
We have a guest.
Oh, we do have a guest. Sorry, it didn't pop up on my screen right away.
Yeah, I
That
don't
is-
see any. So.
There
No,
you
it is
go.
not Nevada.
It is not Nevada.
It's not
but
Nevada.
I'm going to give less letters.
Less letters.
Well, it's funny because my background is technically a clue. If you can identify that bridge, you'll know the answer. But of course, you've got to be able to identify bridges from really far away in really blurry pictures.
Here's another clue that nobody will get. It's the state that wait, can I give this one? It's the state that my hamster originally came from. It's true.
Well,
I know it's true.
that narrows it down.
That does.
No,
So-
because we travel a lot.
Well, that's true.
My hamster was obtained way before COVID. So my hamster is 3 years old.
Trish,
No, it's
also incorrect.
not Florida.
Or Florida.
It would have little tan lines.
Yes.
All right.
She's
so-
the most mellow hamster right
Yeah,
now. This
yeah.
is good.
What is your favorite Twilight Zone episode?
Oh,
You sent me the one with you were like Columbo's dressed weird in this one.
yeah, the
What's
one in
the one
Yeah,
we
my-
watched the other night with the books, the library, the
Time at Last.
Oh yeah.
That one's just mean though. Honestly, my favorite Twilight Zone episode is from the 80s. When they did the reboot. I love Saturday, the Harlan Ellison story.
That's actually a really good one.
All right,
Yeah.
we have another guess.
Okay.
But before we put it on screen,
Yes.
there was a joke, and it's actually a joke about the answer.
Okay.
So they're
This is
rechanging
what
the
the Riddler
names of
does.
places to be more culturally appropriate, and the capital of my state is one of the cities they think should be renamed, and they suggested they name it after Guy Fieri.
Mm-hmm.
But I suggested that they keep the name the same and replace the statues with statues of Peter Falk as Columbo.
I
And
agree.
just call it Columbos.
ha.
I don't celebrate Columbus Day. I celebrate Columbo Day.
We have a winner.
Putting it the right
We
way.
have a winner, Mike.
I'm putting it the right way. It's so
Um,
hard to put it the right way.
Kyle, how can we get Mike's address so I know where to ship this? Or
Mike, if you go to comicshoppingexperience.com, there's a contact us tab. Hit that and fill that in and say you won the thing, and I will get your information to Christy Blanche.
and Mike,
The other thing you can do is,
congratulations.
because you're watching on Facebook, message the Facebook page. That's another option. I didn't even think of that one.
Many
Mike, the
congrats. I
Facebook
hope my
page.
clue wasn't too easy. Yeah, she is an Ohio hamster. Little baby came from Ohio.
I'm an Ohio
Now
hamster.
because of the Ohio State shirt she's wearing.
Oh yeah, you just can't see it because I'm holding her.
All right, Mike, congratulations.
Yay!
If you have not read Love and Capes, I would suggest reading it. It is spectacular. It was actually, I think it was my first introduction to you, Tom.
I think it was, yeah.
This was the first thing I read from you, and that's when I knew we were going to be good friends because it was so good. And then, we shared quirks. Literally. So I think are we out of time? We are out of time. So thank you, Tom. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
Pleasure seeing you
Thank
guys.
you, everyone.
And bye, little hamster. And please remember to support your local comic shops. Support your favorite artists. Try new artists. Please see Tom and his Patreon, and please check out the Underfoot, both of them, and keep watching these awesome shows on CBSN. Thank you, Mike.
I got you,
appreciate it.
Mike.
And just forward that to me, Kyle, and I will get that off to you. And thank you so much for tuning in for this, and keep
Yes.
coming in. We've got so much more for you.
Thanks, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Stay tuned, guys. Thank you to Emily. Thank you to Tom. Thank you to Dr. Christie for being here. Stay tuned. In just about a minute's time, we will be back with a massive panel of incredibly gifted independent artists. We'll be rejoined by Jen King, and we will continue on here on the EXP Expo Day 2. Welcome back in, guys. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for being here for so many hours. Guys, this has been so much fun, and it just gets better. We've got a great panel of great independent creators coming on. But before we do that, I just want to take a second and plug tonight at 10 o'clock on all of our platforms, Nerd Killer Warfare. You get to watch nerds argue with other nerds about nerdy things, hosted by Miss Jen. So that'll be super fun. I will be here pressing the buttons. But right now, I'm going to get out of the way and bring on our tremendous group of guests. Cory de la Guardia, Travis Gibb, Nicole Fernandez, William K. Holland, Jonathan Hedrick, and Don Nguyen. Oh, see, there's too much talent on the screen. I'm leaving because I'm just dragging the whole thing down.
Oh my gosh, I can hang out with all my friends.
Hello, everybody.
All day.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh, I forgot to wear my beard today. Oh,
Just
So did
drop your
Dawn.
hair up, Jen.
The Nicole's already blended in. We're ready to go.
We got it. We're good. Hi, all my friends. How is everybody doing? How's everyone feeling?
Good.
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 Awesome, yeah.
Yeah.
Got my first COVID haircut today. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
You look good.
I've gone full Wolverine, except for the sideburns because I can't grow facial hair.
Aw.
Looking good. It's getting high.
Thank you.
I'm gonna because there's so many of us and there's a high potential for us to all talk over each other. I'll just go kind of like around the horn and give everybody their time, so that everybody has a good amount of time here. It'll seem like an hour won't give us enough time for everybody, but I promise we've got this down to a fine art. So we'll start with Don because Don did something amazing for this event. He lent his amazing and considerable talents to doing something I did not know that he had in his talent box, which was to make the most beautiful graphics for all of our guests to share out.
I missed that.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I don't think everybody was in on the group. I know Kyle had a lot on his plate, and I was like, oh, maybe I can help him out a bit. And so I thought I would jump in and try to help out as best as I can.
So I met Don, I think, through Plan C. Is this correct?
Yes, we met through Plan C because you opened up the channel, and a friend had invited me. I think it was Kaden Phoenix, who does a Jalisco comic, and she's fantastic. And then you picked up Pablo the Gorilla, so thank you very much for that and promoted it. And the book has been doing well, and hopefully when cons come back, I'll be able to promote it a little bit more as I'm working on number 2 right now.
It's an amazing book. It's kind of an interesting take because I don't know if I would ever let, a gorilla with kind of a mechanical robot arm deliver my pizzas, but it seems to work out really well for Pablo. Why does he deliver pizza?
The comic started out with the idea that you could live in the big city and not be noticed at all, even if you were a giant albino cyborg gorilla. So that's where the joke came from. And then the other one is, in the back of my head, it's like, oh, how awesome would it be if Pablo could deliver pizza to the Ninja Turtles? So we're gonna keep hoping on that one to happen.
Start the letter campaign.
That's right.
I like it better than like defaulting to the obligatory photographer or reporter or crime scene technician, which kind of like is what happens to most heroes as their, side job.
Yeah, and pizza delivery or just food delivery in general has, I think, been ranked in the last 2 decades as always one of like the top 10 most dangerous jobs in the country. So what better predicament to put a gorilla that just wants to live a normal life and then to have him deliver pizza?
So was Pablo the first of your work in comic books, or did you have some things that happened before?
I have a few things going on, but yeah, Pablo is my very first creator-owned comic that I've released. I used to run a daily sketch blog called Winging It, so some people know me from that, and I participated in Inktober, and I actually have a best-selling book. My book with Andy Nordval, Siren Song for Inktober, is an official Inktober project that was released through Ingram Spark, so it's on Barnes & Noble and on Amazon, and it hit the Kindle #1 over a Star Wars book and 2 Legend of Zelda art books, as we like to say. So yeah, we were #1 in an actual category, not like in some weird subcategory. It was for sci-fi and fantasy illustration.
I think probably everybody in the group knows what Inktober is, but maybe some of our viewers don't. What is Inktober?
Inktober was created by designer and illustrator Jake Parker, where he wanted to improve his skills. I think he started it maybe a hashtag 6 or 7 years ago. And the idea was for every day of October, you would do a completed ink drawing to improve your skills. And then his hashtag caught fire, and hundreds of thousands of artists, I believe, participated in it every year. And now it's expanded into different offshoots. There's Drawtober, and then there's different themed ones. But as far as I know, he was the first person to do it.
That's awesome. All right, so this is like a weird question, but I always feel like people kind of like create real close to home. Is there something about Pablo that you identify with?
I think growing up and being a comic book fan and a geek, you always have like this weird sense of being on the outside in some cases, but yet also wanting to belong to something. And that's ultimately the idea behind Pablo for me. And then the whole pizza thing, the pizza place is actually based on an actual place that my wife and I used to go to in a neighborhood that we lived in. So I'll leave it at that. And then if you guys meet me in person, I'll tell you what the pizza place is, because it's fantastic. So if you're ever in LA and we're back to non-COVID times, non-pandemic times, I'd love to take anybody who comes out here that way, if hopefully they're still up and running.
So wait, you don't want to share their name because you're afraid everyone will go there and it won't be your secret hole in the wall anymore?
Yeah, that's basically what's going on. I love them, but I also love being able to get into a pizza place and like get out. And the place was fantastic for pizza and for their meatball sub.
Something else I'm also learning this weekend is that there are a great many people that are very creative and work in the comic book industry, but they also have another career that they do, whether it's just as a hobby or their main source of income. Do you have another thing that you also do?
For me, no. I left a job with the think tank, the Rand Corporation, almost 8 years ago, just to do this. It's always been a dream to be a comic booker, make some free books. And, I kept drawing at everything at work. And eventually my coworkers were like, it seems like you want to be doing something else. And I was like, yeah, I think I kind of do. I was in a fortunate position where my wife, because at that point she was working her way into her industry. She's a television editor. And she got really well established and she's done really well for herself. And she's like, hey, if you want to transition and you think this is something you want to do as your career, now's the time to do it. And I've been really fortunate and really lucky the last few years for all the opportunities that have come my way.
Is there anything you really miss about being able to do your previous job, or you're just really happy to be doing what you're doing and never going to look back?
Yeah, I'm never going to look back. Don't get me wrong. The Rand Corporation has done some phenomenal work. Before I left, I helped with a veterans project. The data that came out for that went towards the Wounded Warriors Project. And that was something I was really proud to be involved with. And, I've helped out with other projects for the CDC, NIH grant projects. So being able to do that was very fulfilling. My coworkers were spectacular. I couldn't have asked for a better group of people to work with, but there's just always been an itch just to draw and to make things. And I'm really privileged to be at the point where I can do that right now.
Well, I'm looking forward to issue 2. You have an ETA?
No, because I'm working on 3 books simultaneously. So I'm writing Pablo the Gorilla number 2. My working title is Dropping the Deuce. And then I'm working on a book with Michael Tanner right now called Battle, Grapple, Rebel. I'm in the middle of doing fine pencils on that. Hopefully that'll be done soon. And then we're going to be shopping that around. We'll see how that goes. And I'm also working on a book that's an adaptation from a short film I did that was at the Dances with Film Festival out here in LA in 2019 called Retro with my friend Aaron Lindenthaler. And so I'm laying out that book right now. I'm just trying to get it all out there, hopefully within this first quarter, Q1, Q2. So wish me luck. And there's a bunch of other stuff that's coming out as well that I was a part of a few Kickstarters in the end of last year, one of which was with Travis over here. We did Cthulhu Invades Oz, and gearing up for another one. There you go. So yeah, I last year was oddly, as bad as 2020 was for a lot of people. I was thankful to find a respite in being creative still, and I'm really thankful for all the opportunities that came my way.
Well, I'm so glad that we hooked up, because I can't imagine my shop without Pablo on the rack anymore.
Well, thank you.
Perfect. It's a good thing to hand to people that are like, "I don't know what I like." You're like, "Here, try this." Okay. You don't have to explain very much. You're like, it's a gorilla with a cybernetic arm and Builder's Pizza. Go.
Yeah.
It's a perfect pitch.
I feel like it should sell itself, right? That's it. Yeah.
Super easy. All right, Cory, the DLG.
Hello.
Peeps. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you? You've got to be exhausted by now. You had inventory last weekend, and then now you're doing this. Then you launched CBSE, and now so do you sleep 2023? Is that what you scheduled that for?
What I don't tell anybody is I'm actually a vampire, so I don't need to sleep.
The legacy grows.
I am the creature of the night. No, I just drink lots of coffee.
That's fair.
And just push off sleep until 50 years from now, and I'm retired. I'll be good.
I want to move my camera. There we go.
That's good.
I'm never in the middle of my camera. I don't know why.
Your glorious beard is so long that it's off camera.
That's the secret. That's how you know it's a good camera beard.
You need to start braiding cool things into it at this point.
I'm not brave enough to do like the Viking writing on the side of my face, but that would be next. That would be the next thing to happen.
Yes. All right. So you are so talented. You've got multi things you're working on all the time. It's hard to probably keep you nailed down to the one thing that you're doing at any moment. You're probably thinking about all the other things that you need or want to do.
That's 100% accurate, actually. That is, every time I start to work on something, I start to wonder, like, oh no, where am I at on everything else? But it's very fun to do that. For those who don't know me, right over Jen's shoulders there are my two friends, Another Day at the Office, my very first comic book ever, and then next to it is the follow-up issue is the start of a 3-issue miniseries. I'm doing that, as well as I just released my new comic, DMA, Department of Metahuman Affairs. I don't think I have any over there with you. I probably should have left you one, but I didn't think about it.
No, I have it over here. It's in a pile that I'm not going to be able to find.
And I also host and own my own radio show, Nerd Thug Radio. So yeah, my head's always spinning. And then I just got excited when Miss Jen launched CBSE, and I said, please let me do something. So I've got something in with her, and then she's gonna probably tell me no, because I do like 10 things. So.
So what was the first thing you did creatively? Where did you start? Was it the Nerd Thug Radio first?
It was. I grew up like just into all the nerdy stuff and really loving comic books and cartoons and video games, but I always had boring day jobs. And eventually, a friend of a friend is the baby mama of 90s rapper Big Yang, and he bought a hip-hop internet music station called Money Green Music, and I jokingly said, well, obviously I need to have a show on your station. And Big Yang said, cool, I'll give you 2 hours on Sunday, rent's due on the 1st. And that was like the whole conversation. And I was like, wait, what? And so then I had to kind of figure out how to make a radio show, and that kind of started the whole journey. So that was 2016.
Yeah.
We're now on FM radio on 106.5 and 104.1. And we've also now added a sports show, and it's been crazy, and there's been good times and bad times, and there's been times we had like 10 sponsors, and now we're down to one. The Adventure Begins, comics, games, and more, right here in Conroe on 1488. And we're having a great time. We're making it work, and we enjoy it.
Yeah, I've actually seen pictures of the studio. It looks really nice. What a great place.
Oh yeah, Bill, much like you, the passion that he has for what he's doing, it shows. Just they go all out. And then also the studio you're talking about, Lone Star Community Radio. Dick just remodeled it last year, right before COVID. For a long time, it really felt like, and I can say this because I know him and I know he knows this, it felt like we were recording like in a closet, kind of. And he kept always telling us, he'd be like, hey, we're remodeling really soon. Like, just be patient. We're getting the stuff together for it. And now that studio is gorgeous.
So what's the secret to keeping like talk radio podcast kind of form? How do you keep it fresh for yourself?
So I think I'm just a weird freak, and I can just talk about anything for any length of time. Like if someone ever needed just a verbal essay of some kind, they were like, Cory, we need 10 minutes on SpaghettiOs. Go. Like, I got you. I could do it. And it's it actually a real fear of ours when we got started, me and Joey Savage, the captain, when we got started, we weren't sure that we could even talk on any one topic for any real length of time. And so we did a fake, like we did like a pilot, and we timed ourselves. We wound up doing like 45 minutes on the Daredevil pilot with like no real intro or exit or any, just talking about it. And we went, okay, we could definitely do an hour on anything. So we're good.
Oh yeah. So tell us a little bit about Another Day at the Office. What's the pitch for the book?
So Another Day at the Office, the pitch is probably the most fun thing about it. It's a cop in a city full of superheroes, and really he would rather he get to do his job, but it's kind of sexier when the superheroes do it. And so everyone just lets them kind of have their way with it. It's almost like if he was like in a city full of celebrities and they were like, oh no, we'll just let them do it. And so like he never really gets to do his job. And so the first issue is really just a story. It's a single issue story of a guy just frustrated at his gig and just wishes he could get into the stuff that he loves, but all these other people are getting to do it first, even though there's no qualifications or intelligence behind it.
Yeah, it's funny. We had a real joke about this the other day, that I thought that the first issue that I bought was the exact same as the second one, which was a pretty cover. And so it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, we were doing the thing on CBSN, and Another Day at the Office is a really cool thing in history I'm very proud of, is that it was the first variant exclusive for sale on CBSN. And so when we came back and we did this next issue, you were like, yeah, it's just a reprint with this beautiful cover. And I was like, no, it's a new story. And you went, what? And yeah, it does. It's off a new miniseries.
The exact same title and number.
Yeah, I know. I recognized that afterwards, and Bill was like, I have to add something because the computer won't let me just make it another number one. And I went, oh yeah, that's a good point. I'm definitely learning as I go through this process.
Next time, just another day in the office.
Anotherist day at the office.
Oh yeah. All right, Travis, Gibb, you've been waiting very patiently, sir. You've got a million things to talk about. How have you been?
Good. I've been really good. Yeah. A lot of things going on with me. Creating tons of books and keep doing it. We have our first quarter is stacked. We're right now we're shipping out, the Cthulhu Invades Oz, which, as Don said, we've got both Jonathan Hendricks and Don in it. So we've got two people on your panel who are in the book. Broke Down 4 is finished. We're just waiting for time to go on Kickstarter. So that'll be, the next Kickstarter probably in February. And then also Voodoo Nations is halfway done right now as well. So issue 2 of that will be done in March. So that's our beginning quarter is pretty busy.
Oh yeah. So the two books that I love of yours, of course, Broke Down and 4 Dead Bodies and Voodoo Nation are so different from each other. How do you approach your creative process? What inspired you for both those books?
For Broke Down, I really wanted to, I was looking at the genre of crime in comic books, and this is before I was heavy in the indie scene. This is more when I was buying, stuff at the comic stores. I found that every crime story had an extra element, right? Whether it's a small supernatural element, a small Cthulhu element, even 100 Bullets has this crazy government conspiracy shenanigans, right? So I was just like, it works in movies. Quentin Tarantino, all those guys are just gangsters, right? Let's do that. So I really wanted to write that because that's the movies I love. When I'm renting or buying a movie, it's probably crime. Like I really dig that stuff. When I do like a Voodoo Nations, and my process is a little different, I get into, I'm actually a pastor, believe it or not. You wouldn't believe that if you read Broke Down. But Voodoo kind of tabs into that, but I really wanted to hit the horror, but I really wanted to do a slow pacing comic book, you know, that kind of builds a horror theme out through and makes it, and it's been doing really well. You know, if you look over at Vault, like Automo is like the slowest book in the world, and then you get to issue 4 and you're like, what?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So for Voodoo Nation, of course, it deals with Bishop, which is like a very, very evil voodoo character.
Yeah.
Did you do a lot of research to be able to write his character?
I did, yeah. I did a lot of stuff, and then I kind of threw it out the window a little bit for fun. You know, it's kind of a spoiler, kind of not, but Bishop isn't a actual voodoo priest name. You know, in the voodoo religion, Bishop isn't. That's actually a Christian stuff. And how does that play into, and why does he have this vendetta against Christian? Will really play into why he has that. We're going to reveal that in the 4-issue arcs. But playing that in and playing out what makes my story interesting is, unlike other religions, voodoo is not organized. Basically, you know, you got taught as a child the different things. There's not like a set books. There's a couple of small like scripture manifests that they have, but they're not really an organized religion. So someone who's studying voodoo or voodoo, as is what it's called in Africa, is not the same as someone doing it in Honduras or Haiti or New Orleans. It's all completely different. It's not like the Christian faith or the Buddhist faith where they're just ostrich. So that was really interesting. So when I came up with Voodoo Nations, that's the premise and the backbone of the book. And what we start figuring out in issue 2 is there is an organized religion. What does that look like, and who runs that? And that's why it's called Voodoo Nations, not just Voodoo Nation.
What, the art is gorgeous in both.
Thank you.
Super excited. So I'm going to jump back to also the other book. So it's so interesting that the way you've broke down almost feels like a buddy cop book, but they're obviously not cops. They're both very bad. They're like bad guys. They work for organized crime.
Right.
And one of them just did a stint in prison and comes out, and he, you know, you think he'd get rewarded for keeping his mouth shut behind bars because, you know, snitches get stitches. But his boss essentially puts him in an impossible situation, probably with the idea that he would not make it out alive, either him or the person he sends to go do it with him. But they're forced in this crazy situation where they have to rely on each other to survive. It's a crazy concept. I mean, do you have any background in like law or
no? So here is my background. My parents were both drug addicts, and I say that not to like mock it, but I saw the people like that. I saw people who did crazy, stupid things and got into crazy, stupid things. No, I've never witnessed a murder or whatnot, but I have been into a casino behind a hotel. It's a regular hotel that sits somewhere, and there's a small casino with like 5 or 6, you know, slot machines. And what do you do at 16 trying to figure these things out? But one of the things I realized about drug addicts or people who do crime, my best friend, who I gave honor to in issue 3, literally died with a shootout with cops. Because he was a small little drug lord in New Hampshire. So all these people are all connected. And what I love about these people and growing up into that, I know that there's good in each of them. So when I write crime, what I love about it is getting that they think they're good or they're doing something for someone. That's their moral compass trying in this crazy world and scenario. And a lot of times they're just trying to get out. So when I write that, I build it. And that's why, you know, each issue starts with a 5-page flashback about a character. So you can kind of learn a little bit about them, and it kind of unveils some stuff. And I'm super excited. So I don't know if you know this, Jen, but issue 4 is the last one for a while. So that wraps up everything. So Broke Down 4 Dead Bodies will be done, and then we'll come up with a trade probably close to the end of the year, which is really cool. So that's kind of done, and that's super exciting for me. It's my first finished work, like from start to finish. Cthulhu Invades Oz is also finished, but that's kind of an anthology, so that I didn't do everything. This is one that I did everything with.
Okay, you've got to tell me, are you the kind of person that leaves things with a cliffhanger, or you wrap up a story arc?
So everything is wrapped up, but there's, of course, hooks if we want to continue. But everything that's important to Broke Down in 4 Dead Bodies, all the questions that you want answered will be answered. I do have potential to do some other stuff, but I've got a full plate. I mean, just Jen, there's like, you and I have to talk off air at some point. There's like 4 or 5 more projects this year that I plan on trying to somehow put out. So it's ridiculous. So
I'm down for all of them. Just write me down.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got Broke Down, which is obviously crime. You've got Voodoo Nation, which is obviously like spiritual, supernatural things. And then Oz looks like it's going to be fantasy.
Right.
You just like want to hit all of the different genres, right? You want to put your hand in all those buckets?
I do. I really want to stick to the, suspense and horror, the crime and horror. Like I really like real people. But what I've noticed, when you create books, people really love a character. Like I could put really Bishop Lucas on anything and someone will buy it. So they love characters, and that's what comics accelerate at, right? You get a gorilla who has cyber on and selling pizza, someone will probably buy that. That's someone's stick, so trying to figure out the balance of writing the down-to-earth characters like I like, because, if I was ever a writer for Marvel or DC, I'd be a Nightwing. I'd be a Daredevil. I wouldn't be the Superman. I wouldn't be the Justice League. I'd be writing those street-level characters because that's where I'm at.
Yeah, we talked to Russell Noerty yesterday, and he's got a book that the name of it is Cthulhu is Hard to Spell.
Yeah.
It's like, that's why you have to put on the cover, because we're going to buy it.
Yeah, I'm in issue 2 of volume 2 of that, actually.
Mm-hmm. It's way cool. Anything you have that you can talk about that's coming out soon?
A lot of it I want to keep under wraps. The only thing I could talk about, because we're going to reveal a promo next week, is a book called Yellow. So Yellow is going to be a 3-issue miniseries, and what it's about is a supervolcano erupts. And if you don't know, when a super volcano erupts, it actually clouds the air. So in like 1817, New Hampshire and the north United States actually had no summer. It actually made it cold, so they had a winter for years, and they couldn't see. There's a black cloud. So basically something like that happens, and organization tries to help the situation, and they make it worse. So the whole world goes dark. Everybody's fine. They're still getting sun. The sun's still coming through, so there is a little bit of heat, but the world's dark. And then this small area, Yellowstone National Park, becomes yellow. And a lot of people are trying to get there, and they're trying to figure out why that place gets sun and the rest don't. And that's what it's about.
Oh, love disaster anything. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, definitely put me down for all that.
Yes.
For sure.
Well, I'm excited. I'm going to be setting you the Cthulhu, by the way. That comes out pretty soon. We're getting the prints soon, so you'll be getting those within 30 days.
Ooh, love it. Love it. Love it. And to answer your question, Mike, we have all the contact information for everybody on the website. So we did plan ahead so that you can find everybody afterwards. But we are going to go at the very end of the panel and let everybody do their socials so you can connect with them. So don't worry. We've done this before. It's not our first rodeo. All right, I'm going to hit Nicole up. Nicole, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. So Nicole has so many talents. She's a degree in, is it graphics arts design?
It's actually computer animation.
From Full Sail.
Yep.
Yep. And she's designed probably more toy packaging that you didn't know was designed by her. That it's really kind of an interesting thing you never think about. Who designs the package that's on the toy that you buy, but there are actually people that have to figure out where all those graphics go on that packaging, so it makes sense. And also she owns this really cool company called Bad Taco. Yeah. It's always Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, I know I'm not wearing my shirt today, but it is cold. So.
So how did you start? How did you know that that's what you wanted to do for a career?
I'll make my own merchandise or just go the art?
For the art part.
The art part? Probably since I was just a little kid. Like I was always coloring and drawing stuff, especially dinosaurs. That was like my biggest inspiration. So Jurassic Park and all that stuff. I had all those books on that and animals, and I just always was drawing all the time. So my parents have all sorts of crazy doodles I had when I was a kid, and it was just something I always wanted to do. I thought maybe animation was going to be my thing, but it was computer animation is a lot different than traditional, like totally different that I did not expect, because you don't really draw it. You are mostly clicking a lot, and you are filming yourself. So you're constantly looking at yourself all the time, or your friends, if you can get them enough to go have video for you. But I ended up not trying to pursue that, and then went back into graphic design and somehow discovered that I like making products and merchandise. So that's been fun to do. So just seeing your stuff actually physically come to life is pretty cool to see, especially on shelves and stuff.
Yeah. Let's see. What did you start doing first? Did you actually enter the market in doing the design for packaging, or designing actual products first, or did you?
It was actually freelance graphic design I got to do, and there was a few times I did. It's mostly just online advertising. We make banners for the newspaper and stuff. And then actually, through your store, I met Steve to get me that job to do packaging for his toy company. So then that had all sorts of ins to like Kotobukiya and Disney and Nintendo. So that was really interesting to just work with all those different companies, because they're definitely all different. Like they all have their own set of rules, and some of them are really just chill with whichever you want to do, and some of them are like you have to be by the book to a T. If you're not, we won't take it. So.
Are there any toy lines that people might have seen that have your work on them that they might like? Aha, that.
Well, it wouldn't per se be my work 100%, because what these companies do is so that everything looks the same and uniform. They give you an actual book. Has a CD with it, and it's like, these are the graphics you can use, and this is how you're supposed to make it look like. So, for example, with Star Wars, the year that I got to do the flash drives for PNY, their little figure flash drives, and they had a book, and they're like, this year it's just Darth Maul, and it's a really creepy picture of him for some reason, but with his teeth showing, and you had to put him in the corner a certain way and everything perfectly aligned. So there's no super freedom in that. But with the KISS flash drives, they didn't have much of a graphics catalog, so they let me do kind of whatever with that. So that was kind of cool.
Did you ever get to do anything from scratch?
Probably when I did, there was a small company called Lumi that we were trying to work on, but we canceled that after a year. Because I think they kind of just put too much money into it and weren't getting too much out. But I got to do all sorts of packaging and everything. And so that was fun, because I actually had the freedom to design everything from the characters to what I wanted the characters to be on, whether it be pins, shirts, hats, whatever. And then they let me touch the packaging later, because it was too plain, and I said, I need some color to it, because that was their whole demographic, was like rainbows and colors and stuff. So fortunately, I think that didn't come out right towards the end, right when it was closing down, but it was cool to finally do something 100% for once.
I saw the line because Nicole and I work together. So
yeah, I show you all the time what I do.
It breaks my heart that it didn't like go out to the wide world, because there's like, corgi butt pins that I think everyone should own.
Everyone had a little story. Like there was a vegan brontosaurus, so he's all about just eating vegetables and everything and cooking, but he looks really derpy. Another one was a cat that was Jinx, and she's all mystical and stuff. And then you had the corgi, who he was like a battle corgi, so he would like fight little creatures and stuff. So yeah, I miss them. So I'm not too sure what I get to do with them, because they didn't tell me. So I just kind of have these designs I'm just sitting on. I'm hoping one day they'll say, yeah, you can just keep them. You can just do whatever you want with them.
That would be awesome. It would be, to me, it would be such a really cool thing if you could just launch the line yourself, like as a, you know,
I know.
low key launch the line.
It hurts because there's so much we never release that's just no one can see until one of those little contracts are done. Like, well, after 5 years, you can release this information. And it's like,
I think it would be really successful. My gut says that they should have just like stuck to it. I mean, maybe not this year.
oh yeah, unfortunately 2020 was when I really started working on my own business on Bad Taco. I was really like, okay, we're doing it, this year is the year. And then COVID hit and I'm like, all right, no conventions, you know, okay, I don't know how to sell this stuff online. It's hard when you don't have, you know, already a built up following. But hopefully this year we can start maybe at the end of the year trying to get that vaccine. So
yeah, Nicole has a big rabid following that really loves, they went to see her at convention. She makes the best booths. The booths are so great.
I didn't decorate my office, but I mean, this is how I work and it would be too much. My cats sleep in here, so it's kind of hard to have
real
at home. Yeah.
So what do you have coming for the future? What would you like to see happen?
So I want to try again this year, hoping, knock on wood, that this year goes okay, you know, a little better than last year. And try to push up more lines of like different themes. Because what I want Bad Taco to be is kind of a mixture of everything I like, which is really cute stuff and then kind of like badass anime looking drawings. So just have like a mixture of both. So I want to have like a summer line that maybe has that kind of neon retro feel to it in the summer, have some shirts, just start out really little for a bit until it kind of can build up and I can actually make more merch than just stickers, right? And then maybe have something with like flowers and anime girls, but more like abstract. And then it'd be great if I could have vinyl figures. Oh, I'd love that. Like blind boxes, I'm a sucker for those. So if I had like little tacos and their own different, I don't know, costumes or something and just have collectible little taco figure, I'd love to make those. But I tried resin and it is very hard to deal with. So I just don't have the patience for it or a garage because of my cats. So yeah, we all know how you have to have a completely dust-free environment if you want to do any resin casting. And yeah, cats make that possible. Yeah, it's kind of just like screen printing. You need like well, resin, you don't need a huge space, but screen printing you definitely do, but you need a good amount to air out at least some of that chemical smell, and you know, it's going to dry, so you can't just have like floating cat hair going around and that stuff.
Let's see. Will, we haven't got to talk to you yet. Come on, my friend. Also multi-talented, super multi-talented, Will Holland, all the way out of Kentucky today.
Thank you. Thank you. So
let's see. I think I know you first and foremost as a writer-illustrator. So let's talk about that. You've got a really cool character that I love, Pencil Ninja. How was Pencil Ninja born?
Pencil Ninja honestly was born one day. I was actually in a religion class in college, and we had to do a little mini presentation. And so the presentation was find a way to talk about yourself and your faith. And so I went to a resale shop in town, and I found a little Krillin action figure from Dragon Ball Z. And so I painted him up to look like me as much as I could, you know, but of course it's a kid version of myself. So I did the little glasses and painted them on and everything. And then I was like, well, wait a minute. What if I took this? And when I was in college with my mother, we actually created a comic strip called Trey, which was a story about a little boy who was running around with his mom and just different little educational things. We tried to kind of deal with different things and social ills, but through the mindset of an 8-year-old. And so then I kind of combined the two things and then created this story about a sugar-powered robot boy who was 8 years old in his body-wise, rather, and based off of something that a youth minister, a young youth minister working in the inner city would do drawings every week and teach lessons to the kids. And then he unfortunately lost his life due to a drive-by shooting. So his father, kind of as a way to honor him, builds the robot version of Pencil Ninja.
I love the positive message that you put in all of your books. It's really kind of a good way to like reach like kiddos maybe they're having a hard time, because you address often like pretty real life problems that they might encounter.
Yeah, I try to do a lot of stuff with whether it be bullying, whether it be stuff like the value of self-importance, understanding that you have value. I try to do things like about sharing and things like that, about being grateful. I even do stuff where we're dealing with stuff like obviously Santa's a spy. Just silly stuff where we can kind of talk about the importance of being in a position to give rather than to receive. And so I try to always talk about stuff like that. I imagine, like, I build Pencil Ninja's world very similar to like Fat Albert back in the day, where like there are characters in Pencil Ninja's world that he may be reading about, or he may be watching cartoons about them. So I build out those characters so that way other people can see kind of his world, but through the eyes of different things he's influenced by.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And speaking of giving time, you have spent a lot of time in the last couple of years giving time to people and putting them on your podcast and really, giving them a lot of, but bringing them to the forefront with your ability to kind of really do a great job of interviewing them. How do you go about finding who you would like to interview, and how long have you been doing it in total?
I think December 19th of 2019, I believe, was the first episode of Conversations About ... and went through and started. Just my literal approach is blanket everywhere and hope and pray for responses. There are some situations where I won't get a response at all. There are other situations where people will be like, okay, yeah, sure. And then there's some people will be like, oh, well, I can do it, but it's going to be later. I'm working on project A, B, or C. Get back with me in a couple of months. And so I got to get a little calendar and put it down. Okay, here, reach back out to this person.
Yep. Organization is key. What is your background in? Did you go to school for either thing?
So originally, when I went to Campbellsville University, which is where I went to college, I majored in religious education with a minor in art. And so I've always drawn since I could hold a pencil, according to my mother. But when I started really wanting to develop the things that I was given an opportunities, I wanted to work on getting fundamentals down, things like perspective and things like that. And so I work hard to do that. And then over the last couple of years, I kind of had to teach myself graphics design, as far as book layouts and different things like that, and learning and trying to share those things. Like I look at like something like this guy here, it's just a short little story about Harbinger as a character that Pencil Ninja would read about. It's actually based off a character that I played in a Pathfinder campaign, but I really wanted to see where his story would go. And so I just started putting stuff together. And slowly but surely, I'm going to build this out. This is something I hope to build out over the next few months and try to get a bigger, full story on it.
Yeah, inspiration comes from very different places. That it's not like you don't have a bunch of people that haven't played Pathfinder that have also thought to themselves, this character needs to live in another world that people can read about it. So I think that's a really cool idea. All right, we got to talk to Jonathan Hedrick. I saw you sneak into the room, or at least you were just down low on the actual like little tiny screen that I can see. How are you doing, sir?
I slid in. Thank you.
You are a very, very busy person, time traveling to find out things that are going to happen in Recount next.
Right.
Do you get jet lag when you time travel?
Yes. Right.
So I know that's not true. When did you actually finish what you have in the can for Recount, and how surprised are you at how much is happening that kind of seems to mirror what's going on in that comic?
Yeah, I wrote all of Recount in 2019. So to see it play out, life imitate art in the way it has, it's been pretty strange and surreal. It's not what I would have hoped for, to be honest with you, because there was a lot of pain went into making sure this book didn't come across as agenda based. With having fictional politicians, it doesn't take much for anyone who wants to try to link it to a certain side. So, and that's why the words Republican and Democratic, were never used in the recount. While every character, their face isn't supposed to resemble anyone, in politics. So, to see events occur as they did the other week is really disappointing, to be honest with you, from creating this type of book.
Yeah, you read the book and think to yourself, if you didn't have this other frame of reference of things that are going on right now, it would just read as like, this could never happen. This is like, it's a great book of like, what if. That would be really like so scary, the concept of the ultra violence that could occur around the events of an election. And it's so well written.
Thank you.
It's such a crazy thing that it happened at the same time.
Yeah, it's a shame. But yeah, like I said, 2019, there was already an odd, palpable political climate in the air, if you will. So it was meant to not be too far-fetched in the first place. So yeah, it is what it is.
Absolutely. All right. You have a bunch of other projects out. Tell everybody about all your other cool things.
Yeah, in addition to the recount, I have a superhero series called Capable, and I just ended a Kickstarter last week for that. That was successfully funded. So now there's 3 issues out for that book. That takes place in a world where people with disabilities all of a sudden start gaining superpowers that are opposite of what their handicap was. So yeah, I'm really excited about the success of that series. Issue 4 is already, the script's complete, so I'm going to get art for that started soon. Hopefully I'll get maybe 2 or 3 of those out in 2021. I also have a zombie universe, if you will, called Freak Show, 2 books so far, Freak Show Princess and Freak Show Kingdom. I'm sorry, Freak Show Knight. Freak Show Kingdom is what I'm calling the universe of the zombie story. Those 2 books came out last year, and more to come from that. Freak Show Knight actually is going to be come out through Diamond, be listed in Diamond next month. Freak Show Princess is being reprinted in a black and white version that's available for pre-order now through Diamond, called Mississippi Zombie 2. Mr. Travis Gibb is also in that anthology. So we have a clause that we have to work together if there's an anthology. It's just part of the deal. Because I have a story in Cthulhu Invades Oz. I was fortunate enough for Travis to ask me to write a story in that when I was still a very early comic book writer youngling. So yeah. Then what else do I got going on? Brian Silverbacks and I had something coming out soon on Kickstarter in April called Tales from Kara Prime, which is a lot of his characters, a lot of short stories to flesh out more of those characters other than Loggerhead. I'll have a story in that. Then in the Kara Prime universe, I wrote basically a follow-up to Loggerhead. It's going to be called Arctica Cold Blood. And Loggerhead makes an appearance in this story. So if you're fans of that, check that out later on this year. And yeah, I've got some other secret projects that I'm not ready to announce yet, but if you follow me on the social medias, you might learn about it sooner.
Oh yeah. It's probably time to start the rounds for social media. So go in reverse order in the way you were interviewed. Give your social medias, and kind of if you didn't say what your next project is coming out and where to find it, go ahead and add that too.
All right. Jonathan Hedrick, spelt the way it is right here on Facebook. Twitter and Instagram the same way, but remove all the vowels. Just pre-order the recount at your local comic book store. Pre-order Mississippi Zombie 2. And yeah, thank you for your support.
Will, how do we find you?
Okay, so real quick, got some bundles, got a couple of book bundles available. You can go email me directly at will_holland@hotmail.com if you're interested in a book bundle. They're $25 plus shipping. So it's like 5 books in there for that. So you figure that out. And then I am available. My best way to find most of my books is actually going to be www.amazon.com/author/William Holland. And I didn't know if you wanted to talk about this or not, but because I'm not sure how you want to do that exactly.
Come up with a trivia question that I will come right back to you at the very end, and we'll give it away. How's that?
Okay, sounds good.
Nicole.
All right. Is this going to be backwards? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, cool. So there's my little business card, and you can find my Instagram at Bad Taco Shop on Instagram or badtacoshop.com. Just ignore this email. I have to get a new one. So that's for that. And then my personal art account where I just draw whatever fan art and whatnot. It'll be on that Bad Taco Instagram. We'll just say Des Fernand. And so the thing I'm trying to work on next are those flower anime girls. So just like a mixture of like let's say Lily of the Valley or something, and try to just have like that flower incorporated into the girls. So like the flower is like the hat or something, or they got tattoos, just something cool as shirts and pins. So.
Perfect. Mr. Gibb.
All right. You can find Broke Down and 4 Dead Bodies at brokedownand4deadbodies.com. Super easy. You can find Voodoo Nations at voodoonations.com. You can also buy them from Jen. Just message her. She's got them behind her right now. There's even an exclusive cover. I don't even have a copy of that exclusive cover because the mail is horrible. So if you want to get that gift from her, on Indiegogo, we still have Cthulhu Invades Oz, and that's until we start shipping the retail packages, and then you won't be able to get it. However, we did get some glow-in-the-dark Kickstarter exclusive. You're going to have to get that from our retailer partners. Jen as well will have that, so she'll have a couple of those. I don't even think she knew that. Jen, you may not have known that, but we unlocked glow-in-the-dark covers. So some of your covers are going to be more valuable and are going to be glow-in-the-dark. So that's super cool.
Oh man, I'm gonna find myself a dark room when those come in.
We'll plan a day. We'll have us all on. You can, we'll have the whole crew. We'll do some stuff for Space Cadets. It'll be fun.
I think we should absolutely do that.
Yeah, but that's me.
Yes, Cory.
Yes, I changed my thing there so you can see. That is my little secret shop where we sell everything. The Nerd Thug Radio T-shirts. We also, of course, sell digital versions of my books that are already done and out and released. Those are $1.99, or you can still get those in shop. My current project is Department of Meta-Human Affairs. There's a spicy cover to it, but it's a fun book about civil rights and superpowers and all of those kinds of things and the questions that it raises. I've got about 38 physical copies still left. You can get those at the website. Shout out to Speeding Bullet Comics in Oklahoma. They just bought 20 of them last week on the shelves. And so, that's it right there. It's CoryDLG.squarespace.com. All the goodies, physical, digital, or apparel. I also want to say Will is awesome. Please get his books. That's a great deal. And those Bad Taco shirts are walking around Space Cadets all the time. And every time I see one, I go, "Oh, where did you get that? That is awesome!" And they go, "Oh, Nicole did it. She's in the back." And
I bought a shirt, but I need to buy more.
Everyone's kicking the door and be like, "Nicole, give me a shirt." So I'm excited for you to get a little store set up. That's going to be awesome. And I did want to ask the guy who did Recount, Jonathan, was that just the creepiest thing for you? That it's something a year ago you wrote, like to see it kind of unfold on TV that day? What was that like?
January 6th was an odd day. I don't want to compare myself to any particular authors or whatever, but I remember reading this interview about Stephen King saying how drugged up and coked up or whatever he was when he wrote Cujo. He didn't even really remember writing Cujo. But when he saw it in the movie theater for the first time, he was like, "Whoa!" But I had a complete opposite reaction on January 6th. I was like, "Whoa!" Because you really can't tell if this is going to hurt the book or help the sales. But that's the least of my concern, honestly. rather,
No, I think Miss Chin did the most awesome thing and put you up on her Facebook page that day where she was like, "This guy can see the future," and it's not to capitalize on a terrible event. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying, but I thought it was crazy. I didn't mean to hijack Miss Chin. I had to know what that was. There's no way that wasn't the weirdest thing in the world.
Thank you for asking.
Interviewers always want to interview. I get it. John, give us your socials.
You can see I'm very good at branding.
Yeah.
So you can find me on almost every social media platform at Winning It, or the major ones at least. I'm also at winningit.com. You can find Siren Song, the Inktober project, on Amazon. I have an Etsy shop set up for my comic Pablo the Gorilla, which features a Dustin Nguyen variant. Not related to me, he's just a really good friend. So two-time Eisner winner, shout out to him. And then at the end of the month, shout out to Carla Gadecki, who does the comic Duplicate. Her Kickstarter has just been delivered, a little postcard by me, but I am doing some original art cards for her. And she's looking to launch at the end of this month, the beginning of next. So shout out to her. I have a pinup for Monster Matador with Stephen Prince and Fabio Alves, Ringo nominees. So that has also been delivered, and that's out. Travis and his book is coming out, as well as Russell Nolte's book, The Terrible Twos. You can find that at Wannabe Press. And I recently did a super limited set of Marvel anime sketch cards, and those are starting to make their way around, but I believe the boxes are really hard to find. So if anybody finds one of my sketch cards, please give me a shout out. Let me know.
All right, we're going back around all the way to Will and do the giveaway. But first, we're going to go in reverse order again. You have a secret hidden talent. I want to know what it is. So if it's like cooking, you secretly can like skate and do pirouette. What is it? What is your secret hidden talent no one knows about?
Oh my god, that's hard. I definitely can cook. I honestly don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass. I'm pretty open about everything that I do, I think.
Cooking's good.
Cooking's good. I love to eat. That's probably my secret hidden talent right there.
Travis, what's your secret hidden talent?
I am actually a pretty well-known storyteller for White Wolf, and did giant LARPs of over 200 people for White Wolf, for Werewolf and Vampire Masquerade.
Wow.
That's my secret talent, is being able to hoard goth kids in hordes of over 20. That's a very impressive. Over 20, they get dangerous. They charge.
Hedrick, what's your secret hidden talent?
I sing really well in the shower and in my car. For some reason, it's just those places. But yeah, you should hear, if anyone ever takes a shower with me, you are going to be so impressed by my singing, specifically my singing.
And I live near him, so if you'd like me to take a shower with him and record it for you, we can make this happen. You just got to make sure we do it live.
This got so weird so fast. Nicole, your turn.
I don't want to say the same thing, but like I don't like singing in public or in front of anybody, but I'll sing to myself. Like if I'm in the car, I'll just sing my lungs out, but nobody will hear me. And it's not that I sing bad, it's just I get embarrassed. Like, I think I've told you I'm embarrassed just like showing myself on screen right now. I'm like, oh, everyone's watching me.
So we're gonna make a super group that sings in the shower soon. That'll be awesome. Cory, what's your secret hidden talent?
I will watch like millions of hours of YouTube and still somehow manage to get most of my stuff done. I don't know. I think I've invented the 36-hour day. I'm not sure.
Are you Jen?
I feel like it's something. I can scroll down someone's Facebook feed where they click on a video and then there's video after video after video after video. I can be so far down. I don't remember whose page I was even on when I started. And then I'm like, okay, well now I got to get back to work, and I can just, I don't know. I feed my ADD in little bites, and then I can come back to other stuff.
Perfect. Will, we're out of time. What is your trivia question? Go.
Trivia question is: there is a little small movie that was done by a really big celebrity that has a very similar title to King in Black. What is the name of that movie?
Oh.
That's what.
Here's how we'll do this. First person to message the EXP on Facebook will get, with the correct answer to Will's question, we'll get a copy. We'll get that copy of his one-off King in Black cover. How's that sound?
Yep, that's original art on that cover. Thank you, everybody.
Yes. Hey, everybody.
Coming up next, we have Raven Gregory. Everyone, stay tuned.
All right, guys, we will be back in just about a minute with our final legend of the day, bringing it home with one of the greats, Raven Gregory. We'll be back in just about a minute. All right, guys, I am Kyle. I have been your host along with Miss Jen and so many other greats here from the comic book shopping experience this weekend. We're going to bring in another one right now, the six-shooter, the man, the myth, the legend, Jesse James. Jess, what's up, buddy?
Nothing. I am having a fantastic day. Just left 10 hours at a live auction, expecting to buy one box of things, but I end up buying 72 boxes of things. So I'm still trying to figure out how that worked, how we got into that flow. But you
Jesse's
get
the only person I know who'll be like, I went for one McRib and bought the whole McDonald's.
Yeah,
That's kind of how
exactly.
Jesse is.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, but it's cool to be in the comic book world. Today I bought as a comic book collector versus being a comic book store owner. So it's an awesome way to collect comics. So.
Well, we are going to bring in someone I know you've known for years. He's one of my newest friends in the industry. Another great legend that we've had today, an amazing creator and writer, Raven. I love his name. Naked Under These Clothes, Gregory. Hey!
Hey, what's up, people?
I will let you guys have some fun.
All right, folks, what is going on? This is the Comic Book Shopping Experience. The Experience Expo going on. Of course, we're ending it with my good friend today. I've known Raven for 11 years. Very first guy ever to sign at my store. First guy to hang out and bring me actually all the cool people to my store. I could go down the list of people I would have never met without meeting Raven. He was a neighbor of mine for about 4 or 5 years as well. So great guy. Raven, what is going on?
Oh, nothing much, man. Just hanging out here, talking to you. I've missed you, good sir.
Yeah.
You looking fabulous. You looking better every time I see you. It's like you're aging in reverse and shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's from powerlifting all these long boxes that we get into the store, and you would think the youngins would go over and help me, but no, they let me do all that stuff. So plus that's work. We don't want them to work. So Raven, tell me how you got started in comic books, because I know you are a back issue guru. You love comics. How did you get started?
Well, what happened was, I'm not sure of the particulars, but my mom met my dad, and at some point in time, they had sex.
Right.
And then 9 months later, boom, I was born, and the comic book world rejoiced.
Do you remember?
There was
watching?
And everything was like, oh, the Raven is born. Let us all rejoice. Now we boobs and butts on covers because that's what people like.
Now, but what was your first comic book store you started hanging out at?
Oh, see, and I promised everyone, Jesse, that this was going to be the most unconventional interview of all time.
There you go.
So I'm going to be going off on tangents for everything you've planned out. And my goal is to make you bust out laughing. That's when
I'm with you, I don't have to have notes.
Okay. I like this. The very first comic book store I ever hung out at was I used to hang out at Hero Comics. I actually got my start working there. I used to go up on the roof at the tender age of 16, and the owner of Heroes Comics actually owned the plaza itself when it was at 35th and Thunderbird, and I used to tar the roof in order to be able to get my comics. So I would, during the summer, during the hottest part of the summer, I would like lug these big, huge tarp rolls, and I'd get the tar and I'd go up there and I'd tar the whole roof and I'd re-roof the whole thing just so I could buy some comic books.
So you had to transcend. So were you on the roof tarring saying, man, if I just wrote this book, or was it, oh, I got those comic books and that's what started you down the road to become a writer? Or how did that actually work?
So the way I've always loved writing since I was very little. I actually have the first comic book I wrote when I was 4 years old somewhere. But I always loved storytelling. So what happened was many years later, this is after I had become a comic book collector. I loved Hulk growing up. When I was in 6th grade, my mother's boyfriend gave me a box of comics, just a big giant box of comics, and I believe there were a bunch of House of Mystery, some X-Men. X-Men 94 was in there.
Wow. Okay. Sure.
Was it X-Men 94 or 96? Whatever's the first appearance of the whole team, that was 96. In there. Incredible Hulk 181, I had that.
Holy cow.
Yeah, so from there I just never looked back. I was just always into comics, and then Age of Apocalypse happened. They said they were killing off all the X-Men. I just got hooked onto X-Men comics then, and I started going backwards, getting caught up, and then eventually I had this massive collection. And in 2000, it was either 1999 or 2000, a couple friends of mine and me were hanging out together, and we were, hanging out like young people do, partying, smoking weed, which is now going to be legal in Arizona, so we can talk about it.
Right, sure.
And somebody was like, we should make a comic book, and I said, what kind? And they said, I don't know. And that was the night I went home and started writing The Gift.
Right. Yeah. And there's what's funny about The Gift and the notorious stories of you hanging out in Atomic Comics, and no matter what someone grabbed, you would run up and you say, you know what goes good with X-Men? You should try this Gift. And hundreds of people have told me that they actually bought The Gift from you, not even working in the comic book store, just hanging out and saying, oh my gosh, you gotta get this. How does it feel when you walk into a comic book store and you see The Gift #1 on there? How was that feeling? How did you feel?
Oh, it was by far the there's nothing like it. There's nothing. The comic book world is there's a lot of stress involved with it. There's a lot of I don't want to say politics, but there's a lot of shit that comes with being in the industry. But I will say this: the comic book industry, for me in particular, has been filled with so many firsts that I just can't put into words how amazing it is. Like, you remember the first time you went to San Diego Comic-Con,
right?
And you walked into the hall. You walked into the hall, and you saw the convention for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, like, screen's freezing up. When you see your book on the shelf for the first time, it's one of those firsts. You put so much work and so much time and effort, and you dream about this thing becoming a reality. and you spend so much time with it, and then finally it's on the shelf and you're like, wow, I did it. And then you have to do it again and again. Right. And then years later, I would spend, and this is not an exaggeration, I spent years chasing J. Scott Campbell to do a cover for me. And to finally get Campbell to do that Wonderland cover was like, never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that I would get to work with some of the greatest artists this industry has ever spit out, from David Finch to Campbell to Mike Deodato. All these people I grew up reading and loving and just enjoying their craft and watching them grow. Not to mention Ebass. I mean, right. He's one of my closest friends. It's just been a whole entire career of firsts, where every single time I don't think it can get any better, it gets better.
Yeah, and I think the great thing about this, the one note I have in my head, is the opportunity your books have brought to cover artists who probably would never had the opportunity to start off with big books, mainstream books. How were those pitches sometimes to Zenescope, where it was someone you personally knew who was on that crust? How did you actually do those pitching?
Well, I think the best example is Mike DeBalfo,
right.
Good friend of mine. I found him on the wall at Atomic Comics. He had drawn a very Campbell-like pinup, and I found out who he was, and I got his information. And at first, in the very beginning, trying to get somebody on a cover at Zenescope was a little difficult, because we didn't have a lot of established names at the beginning, and they wanted to see that these people were capable of doing what they said they could do. So a lot of people, including Mike, had to do spec covers, which are basically, you do an image and then you say, hey, if you guys like this, buy it off me. So Mike did that, and he went on to have it still has an illustrious career at Zenescope, Aspen, Big Dog Inc. And I mean, every cover he does, I see him get better and better. Nii Rufino, also one of my closest friends in the world. She started out doing a spec image for colors on Return to Wonderland, and Wonderland just blew up, and to this day, we are still working together. And again, that's my buddy. There's nobody above her. Love her.
Sure. And what's crazy is, I've done 309 exclusives, so one of the most biggest store exclusive makers out there. But our first cover was your book with Mike DeBalfo on the cover, and I remember having that party and you bringing out Ebass and Nii, and It's very hard when I try to explain to people the clique that we actually have grown into with our community, even though those people live afar. Is that natural to happen in the comic book industry, or do you think we're just that we all fit into that group?
It's strange, because I remember years, like almost a decade ago, I had a conversation with Renee Geerlings, the vice president of publishing over at Top Cow, and she had told me about it's really funny how you may meet people in this industry and become friends with them, but the people that become your pack, your inner circle, they're the people that you come up with together. And I feel like, especially you, I mean, since day one, you pushed Zenescope more than any other comic book store I've ever been to, and made it one of the #1 sellers at your store, whether it was the regular comics or the exclusives. And same with Ebass and Nii. We all came up together all around the same time. And I think part of that kinship that we all share is that, we've all kind of gone through the ringer together whether it's the good times or the bad times.
Right.
I'm still amazed to this day that one of the biggest events I've ever had in my career was at your store with like 2 days notice, and you were out of town, and you were just like, go for it.
Yeah.
And it was just packed. And it was just, I mean,
yeah, I actually, believe it or not, I was on a panel in Charlotte, and the Charlotte convention, and someone had come up to me just before my panel, and they said, so I don't get this. How are you doing a convention signing at your store with huge people at your store, yet you're in Charlotte? And I remember seeing the picture and my mom being in that picture. And I said, well, my mom's at the store. So my mom and Raven probably just put it together.
Yeah.
It's amazing when you look at the stuff that we have done, whether it be your 100th anniversary or your 100th issue, Ashcan private parties, and being able to do that with 40 artists and you not knowing jack about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I just think it's kind of cool. We've actually had this great growth in the industry, and kind of with not the top three, really not doing it with the top three, but actually bringing independence to the forefront and taking customers. And you know, these customers, they're rabid. They love your stuff. And as a writer, I think that's amazing that you have transcended to the customer base that follows you.
Yeah, man, it's really cool. I mean, Arizona shows a lot of love to comic book people. Speaking of which, I have a funny story to share with you.
Sure.
So I didn't know if you knew this, but okay, wait. Oh, just zoomed in. That's cool.
There you go.
I don't know why that happened. Now my face looks bigger. So somebody did this on purpose. So funny story to tell you. You are the only close friend I've ever had in my life that I've actually blocked on Facebook.
Yeah.
Now here's the funny reason behind it. So I was, for some reason, you know how I always like your post on Facebook?
Yeah, sure.
For some reason, the algorithm made it so every single one of your posts popped up on my thread. And it wouldn't stop. And I unfollowed you. They still showed up. I unfriended you. They still showed up. So finally, I blocked you. They stopped. And I forgot to unblock you and add you back.
Right, sure.
All this time. And I was like, when you wrote me, I was like, I hope you didn't think I was mad at you or anything.
Yeah. No, believe it or not, I you know me, I'm very social, and you know, I really rock it out when it comes to social networking. And I can't tell you, if I was to go to my computer and bring my laptop, how many people would say, are you and Raven not friends anymore? Because people connect us so much. Yeah. And I would just say, well, you know, Raven's off doing his crazy stuff and whatever, and we'll get this back together. But it is funny how you're only 5 minutes from my store, yet I think the cool thing that we learned very early, and this is the cool thing, we learned it very, very early, that Facebook was the place to hang out, keeping friends with your family, but your kinship with your fellow creators. How was it before that? Before you got on Facebook, was it a challenge to have any type of communication with anybody?
Well, I mean, we had MySpace, we had the Bendis board. There's a lot of heads out there that remember message boards back in the day.
Sure, sure.
But outside of that, there wasn't really a sense of community outside of Twitter, maybe. I mean, I would get emails from fans quite a bit, but nothing like being able to. I pride myself, and I don't want to sound egotistical in any way, but I pride myself on what you see is what you get with me. When I post on Facebook, I'll talk about my alcoholism. I'll talk about, hey, books are selling well. I'll talk about my kids. I talk about my life. I'm I'm an actual person. I don't pretend to be anything I'm not, you know? And I feel that Facebook offers people a way of connecting where if they're being genuine, there's a real sense of community just in the idea that there's all these things that we as individuals share that kind of isolate us from one another. And to know that there's people out there who are either having the same joys or going through the same difficulties or love this one particular thing or really is on the fence about the whole WandaVision, but is willing to give it a chance because Marvel never fucks up. Wait, am I allowed to curse on this?
Oh, there. Go ahead. You are good to go. Yep.
Yeah.
We'll bleep it out if we have to. So you're good.
But yeah, I feel like that's the one true beautiful thing about social media is if it's not used inappropriately and obsessively, it becomes this thing that really connects individuals with one another.
Right, that's awesome. This is Comic Book Shopping Experience. We are on the Expo, or the Experience Expo right now with Raven Gregory, who's been doing this forever, pretty much. What is the, do you miss San Diego Con, or do you miss the after San Diego Con?
Oh, I don't miss it. I don't miss anything about that show at all. Wait, let me take that back.
I'm talking about the after parties, so, or
okay.
The after get-togethers.
I miss. Well, oh gosh, how do I say this? San Diego Comic-Con has a lot of wonderful memories for me, both during, before, and after. And I love everything about San Diego Comic-Con in the confines of those memories. But given my current mental state, I can't stand San Diego Comic-Con because there's so many people. Last time I went, I was very claustrophobic.
Oh, wow. Okay, sure.
Yeah, because there's so many people there that I had to rush to the booth to get behind the booth because that's the only safe place because of how many people there are. It's like you're in a tuna can. It takes forever to get to where you're going. And then in the terms of the after parties, I'm an alcoholic, so you know.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
I've had some pretty wild rides at San Diego Comic-Con that I'm not looking to repeat, but there have been some wonderful memories that have come out of that show. From meeting RVD to oh my gosh, Wayne Brady.
Yeah.
I geeked out. Shit. Man, there's just so much stuff that's happened.
Yeah, I tell everybody about, I think it was my second or third year, and there was like 18 of us crammed into one room, and Joe or Ralph came in or someone like that, and they couldn't believe how many people were just laying on the floor because you partied until they kicked you out, and then you just got up, and it's like, okay, let's go. You rock with the fans. It's an amazing thing. So is there one convention that you would want to go back to that kind of has a good feeling for you, or conventions are just out right now for you when they come back?
Yeah, conventions. I mean, I'm sure. I'm the older and older I get, the more there's a lot of anxiety. Like I remember being much younger, and I didn't feel anxiety about anything. And now it's like it's very easy for me to get anxious about particular things. And conventions for me, just the crowds, it's very stressful. But I do miss the fans. I do miss interacting with the fans. I've always loved hanging out with the fans, whether it's before the show, after the show. I miss panels so much, just because there was that sense of being able to give back, especially during writer panels. When I first started doing comics back in 1999 or 2000, the very first show I ever went to was MegaCon in Florida.
Oh, wow.
And
Okay.
I remember doing conventions for a whole year, just going to panels and soaking up all the knowledge from all these writers and storytellers, and talking to people in Artist Alley, talking to artists, talking to writers. And I think that as a creator, it's extremely important that you always be willing to give a little bit of your time back to where you came from. You know, one time we were not comic book writers or store owners. We were people who wanted to be comic book writers or store owners or artists or et cetera, et cetera. So that's one thing I really do miss. And also because I just have a blast on panels. They're the funnest thing for me, because I never take myself too serious. And usually I'm with somebody who gets that concept, and we get to put on a good show. But yeah, it's the older and older I get, just conventions seem to be a very stressful environment. In the sense that I don't like leaving my kids. I like spending time at home with them, and just the crowds, man. The crowds, it just wrecks me.
I think the funniest thing, and to this day, I think it's the funniest thing ever, is Raven was in Tucson, and he was just sitting at his counter, and I think we had Ebass distract you. And so Ebass is talking, you're turning around, and John Layman put all his books in front of your table. And I walked by and said, Raven, let me get you this picture of all your great books. And you did this greatest pose, so excited to show off your books, but they were all John Layman Marvel books. On the crap is, he had like Bay City Jive on there and Sentinels.
There it is. That's the one. Because I mean, from this day, me and John have this. In case none of you have heard of John Layman, who wrote Chew, is now writing Chewed. What's the new one called?
CHU. Chew.
Yeah,
it's just,
Chew with the daughter. The Time Crazy, the man who fucked up time, and countless of other books. We have this rivalry going over the years, where I made fun of John one time for writing Sentinel, which you know, I don't even remember what the story is about, but it just, for whatever reason, it was an easy target, and I was like, I'm gonna fuck with him for the rest of his life about writing Sentinel. Not that the man didn't go on to write Detective Comics for DC,
right?
But Sentinel, I could fuck with him forever. I never got to Marvel, but I never wrote Sentinel. So he likes to play this joke on me where he'll slip that book on a table. I don't know where he has copies of this freaking book. It's like it's endless, but he'll always put it on the table.
It is you two are probably, you know, you try to figure out this industry, and it really comes down to the guys that find ways to have fun are the guys that are the most successful. It's just the funniest thing. I think people, when they walk up to your book, they're so excited to see you, they want to meet you. How do you get to the shy customer? Because I've been with a lot of customers that have been shy to come up to you at your counter, at your table at conventions. Do you have to kind of draw them in, or do you think it's a natural thing where eventually they'll come up and start talking with you, get some stuff signed and all that?
Well, I mean, I always try to be very personable. I mean, you've met me. I will literally see somebody with a Spider-Man comic book, and like you said, be like, hey man, you like Spider-Man? You know what you'd really like if you like
Right.
Spider-Man? Check out Wonderland.
Yeah.
You know, it could be like, hey, you like Johnny the Homicidal Maniac? Oh my gosh, Wonderland's for you. Oh shit, do you like breathing? I like breathing too. You know what's really cool for people that like breathing? Check out No Tomorrow, Irresistible, whatever. Like
Right.
I'm kind of I mean, and truth of the matter is, there was probably maybe like maybe 25% of the time, maybe 30-40%, I was probably a little tipsy. So I have no fear when it comes to talking to anybody randomly. And also, one thing I learned a very long time ago, and I'm pretty sure it was Ali Garza who taught this to me. We did, I believe it was FanFest. I remember it was at the Cardinals Stadium. I don't know how many years ago, like 5-6 years ago. And I remember Ali was sitting right next to me. And for whatever reason, one particular day, I wasn't upset, but I was bummed out that I'd set a goal to make money wise. And I didn't hit that goal. And I was talking to Ali about it. And for those of you who don't know Ali Garza, he's this exceptional artist. He's done tons of exclusives for me. He's worked for DC. He did Teen Titans or Robin or some shit over there. So yeah, I think it was Teen Titans. Ninja Boy, exceptional artist. But he sits there and he tells me, he's like, you know, when I come to conventions, I don't have a goal or a set amount of money I'm trying to make. I mean, I try to break even, but when I go to shows, I'm just going to have fun and meet the fans. And once I acquired that mindset of not caring, and it's very difficult to get there because, especially if you're traveling somewhere and you've paid for a plane ticket, or you had to pay for a booth or a table, or you have expenses, or you have bills back at home, it's a very difficult place to get to. But once I got to that place where I could go to shows and just have fun and interact with the fans and enjoy the fans and enjoy conversation with the fans, instead of one thing I absolutely hate, and I try not to do, is, have you ever been talking to somebody at a show or bought something and you get the sense that they're kind of like, okay, you bought something, it's time for you to go.
Right. Yep.
Because I have other customers to deal with. I mean, it's a business, true indeed, but I hate the sense of ever having to rush a conversation because I want to make money. You know, I feel like that does a disservice to the fans who actually support you and will carry you throughout your career. I'm very happy that there are so many fans that I still have from the gift, because if somebody comes up to me at a show, I can't remember how many times I've ever left my booth and been like, hey, you got to check this guy out because this guy has exceptional art, or you could learn something from this guy if you're a writer, or this is the book, or even I remember one of my friends, Karita Ho, she showed up at a show in San Diego and had this beautiful tattoo of J. Scott Campbell's Wonderland on her side. And I took her over to meet J. Scott Campbell because I was so flattered that somebody would actually do something like that. I've always prided myself on being able to have that kind of relationship with the fans, even though sometimes I understand people get tired. And I mean, I've been tired at shows. I've been hungover at shows. And I mean, you've seen me at Tucson Comic-Con. Sometimes I have slept at shows.
Yes. Yeah,
I
I think it was Emerald City where I had said I was walking around like, where the hell is Raven? And someone pointed underneath the table, and you were passed out under the table. I mean, you just gotta do what you gotta do at that moment. So to wrap back a little bit, because I got a couple people that have texted me just a couple of seconds ago. How did you go from the gift to all of a sudden Wonderland, and how was that pitched to you, or did they pitch, or you pitched to them?
Well, the story of that is, so I was doing the convention circuit. I was doing about 20 shows a year with the gift.
Wow.
And along the course of that, I would run into the guys from Zenescope, and I love their book, Grim Fairy Tales, because it had a very Twilight Zone vibe to it, and I love Rod Serling growing up, Richard Matheson, all those guys, and we just were fans of each other's work. And one day on Newsarama, and for the kids out there, this is how weird the comic book industry is when it comes to breaking in. They were publishing Final Destination, and in the gift, in every issue, somebody dies a horrible and very unique death. So when I saw they were publishing Final Destination, I just wrote them and I said, hey guys, I would love to write this series. I wrote the gift. Somebody dies in unique ways in every single issue. I was born to write Final Destination. So they wrote me back. Ralph Tedesco, the VP over at Zenescope, wrote me back. And he said, sorry, man, it's already written. But hey, we're getting ready to do the prequel to the movie 7. We got the rights from New Line. Would you be interested in that? And I was like, oh my gosh, I love the movie 7. I was born to write this.
Right, sure.
I'm like, I'm fat. I can write gluttony and get it. So, and I'm not even joking. That's what I did.
Right.
And so I wrote that. And the artist on it was Tommy Costello. God rest his soul. He's no longer with us, but he did an exceptional job. And then from there, after that issue, I had known so many people on the circuit that I was able to introduce Zenescope to a lot of people and kind of help them grow. And through that process of helping them grow, along the way, I had pitched them the idea of a Wonderland story. And together we collaborated and created Return to Wonderland. And from there, they eventually brought me on as the executive editor at Zenescope. And we just did stories together for like 6-7 years.
So, you know, people, because everybody always says, oh, it's bad girl stuff, or it's pinup stuff, or it's strong women. Where do you kind of place the way that you look at it?
I'm really fucked up in the head, and everything I write is basically me on a therapy couch. Wonderland, the theme of Wonderland was a dysfunctional family struggling to stay together no matter what happens. Surrounded by a horror story about Wonderland, how horrific it would be if this place of madness was real. Irresistible, about a guy being heartbroken, going through divorce and trying to find his confidence, and the consequences that come with it, the waking, the fear of losing your child, you know. No Tomorrow, a man dealing with death, you know, from, you know, when people lose people and whatnot.
So is it an expanded universe that you are creating yourself? Is that how you feel that you've created this universe around the way you think?
Yeah, in my head, it's all the same place. It's all somebody made the comment a while back. Somebody said something, I can't remember, but it made me realize I've just been writing the gift over and over. It's always regular people getting some kind of power or some kind of ability or dealing with some kind of otherworldly situation, but it's very grounded in who these characters are and the flawed, tragic thing that makes them relatable to the average reader.
How far are you out on projects right now, in your head and physically?
I'm not far ahead on anything, actually. I tend to currently work on deadline-oriented projects. I don't really have anything in the books outside of Widow's Web, which I'm going to finally finish this year. I just finished after 5 years, and here's the insanity of this. Me and Nihai Rufino have been working on Crows, Secret Life of Crows, for over a decade. And the last issue we did, the final part of the trilogy, I wrote 5 years ago, I believe. And I have been working on the prequel to that for about 5 years. And I just now last week, or I think it was the week before, sat down and actually wrote it.
Wow.
The Crows is something very, very unique in the sense that during the last panel, somebody mentioned that when Stephen King wrote Cujo, that he had no recollection of having ever written it because he was so high and coked out and on beer and booze and everything that he doesn't even remember writing it. Crows was very similar in that it's very different than anything I've ever done before. In my eyes, for me, it's one of the most poetic and beautiful stories that I've ever had the honor of doing, just because, you know, if for no other reason, I got to do it with my best friend.
Right, sure.
And she had this incredible concept that she let me bring to life. And writing that was probably the most difficult thing I've ever written, because whenever I read the original trilogy, I have no recollection of having written any of it. And it's so stylistically different than anything that I've written in my career that trying to emulate that, I spent 5 years psyching myself out. You know, like I was so afraid of fucking it up that I'd freeze up every time I'd sit down and write it. And I've gotten to the point in my career where, and I really hope anyone listening doesn't take offense to this, but it's true. If I'm given a book, I now at this point in my career can take a step back and say, I am not so personally invested in this story that I'm going to allow it to emotionally and mentally fuck with me. I can just write the story because I don't give a shit.
Right.
Like, I give a shit about telling the best story I can possibly tell, but I don't let it consume me like I used to with stories like Fly. Like Fly dealt with, you know, a group of kids who got a drug that gave them the ability to fly. And as they grow up, you see how their interactions and use of the drug fundamentally change their lives for good or for worse, which was a huge metaphor for when my wife and I were struggling with meth addiction. So stories like that, when you're so close to the source material, they're amazing stories. They come out so there's so many people that have come up to me when my wife passed away and told me that No Tomorrow really touched them. Fly really touched them because they know someone dealing with addiction. These very relatable stories are stories that I've lived. And there's this sense, almost this romanticized sense as a writer, creator, where it's like you're trying to make yourself look down the barrel of a gun so you can see the bullet perfectly because you want this story to be the essence of everything. And I find that writing from that particular point of view can be very dangerous for creators, whether they're artists or whether they're writers or whatever creative endeavor. When you let the muse so consume you, it's a beautiful craft and art form, but I don't believe the craft anymore is worth your life.
Sure.
You know, one time, a very long time ago, I wrote a story for a publisher, and I remember having a conversation with the editor, and this is before I was a full alcoholic, struggling with alcoholism, but I was trying to stop drinking. And I remember telling the editor that I was having problems doing the story because I wasn't drinking anymore. And usually when I'd write, I'd have like a small glass, I'd have a bottle of Jack next to me, and I'd drink a couple glasses while I was writing. And I remember the editor said to me very nonchalantly, well, if you're having such problems writing it, being sober, why don't you drink? And it was that kind of thinking that made me realize that sometimes you can take art too far if you let it take over you. So I try very, very hard to keep a level of distance between me and the work now.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. You know, you have this long history, this long story that people know. And I think that's one of the great things about you. And you said it about social networking, that you don't hold back. You are you. And people know all your struggles and everything you've been through. And I think that's why a lot of people gravitate to you. And you know, I want to jump on something that you had talked about, the crows and Widow's Web. Does it hurt a writer and an artist when your product is selling out completely so that the future generation can't even get it? Or is the goal to sell out and not worry about that?
It's a double-edged sword. I mean, really, we all, as a person working in the industry, your goal is to get your book into as many people's hands as possible. You want to expose as many people possible to your work, because I mean, why else are we doing this? I mean, I don't know if there's many Steve Ditkos out there in the world left who are drawing issues of Spider-Man just for their own personal read through.
Right.
It really is a double-edged sword. One of the things that stands out in particular when you make a statement like that is crows. I've had so many people say they've never read the first issue.
Yep.
And it's because it's completely sold out. And I've actually went online and tried to find it, and the prices on the book are astronomical. The first volume of Wonderland, the ongoing series, is a I think $15 trade paperback, and it's $50 now online because it's out of print. You can't get it anymore. So on one hand, I love that, you know, I feel like the people that were meant to find crows in particular, crows finds them.
Okay.
But on the other hand, I really would like more people exposed to some of the stories. But, you know, what can you do? I mean, there's only so much you can do. You can put the book out there, and then the book does what it does. There's, you know, you can promote, you can market, you can go to conventions, but at some point in time, you kind of just have to let the book do what the book does.
Sure. Tell me about, and you want to go off the cuff, how did the ass cover come across? How did you create that, or did eBass create that?
Oh, so that was a perfect storm of events. Oh, so I love telling this story because that cover, I don't know, I mean, it's just gone on to become a thing now. It's literally its own genre of cover when it comes to exclusive covers in the industry now, specifically because of Eric.
Right.
So we were having a conversation about doing a cover for The Waking, and I had really wanted the hand boob, the Janet Jackson cover where the zombie hands are holding the boobs and covering them, and the girl, and I was like, Eric would be perfect for this. And Eric, in his infinite wisdom, was like, you know what? I've already done that cover. I don't want to do that cover again. And Eric loves ass. And he was like, what if we do it with the ass? The zombies holding the ass. And I was like, yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Eric, everything Eric does just kicks ass. So Eric does this cover, and I swear Zenescope did not think that book would sell.
Yeah.
They're like, what? It's an ass on a cover. Who's going to buy that? And this book sold out. They sent me the books at the show. They sent me all the books at the show. This book sold out so fast at Phoenix Comic-Con that they called me after the first day. I think it was halfway through the first day. And they said, stop selling the book. We have too many orders for the book. You have to send back the books. So, and this is before Zenescope started doing shows at Phoenix Con. So I sent them back the book, and I had books for myself. And the funny thing about this book is, this also applies to Fly, because we did a similar cover with Fly, where, you know, this girl is bent over and it has a sign that says "Spank Me," and then the alternate cover is she's been spanked by all these like baseball bats and these things, and they're all broken in a pile by her butt, and you know, they're all shattered because she has a super butt.
Right.
But the thing is all these books were like, this is before the limited to 100 books.
Right.
That were selling for, that off the knock were selling for $100. These books were 10, 20 bucks. And they went on to this day. They still sell for like $200, $300. Yeah. And I cannot tell you how many times Eric has literally paid my rent with the extra comps I had of that book over the years. I would take to a signing and I'd put the $200 price sticker on it, and somebody would buy it, and it would pay my electric bill when money was tight.
Yeah, I truly believe, being in the exclusive world and the variant cover world, I think that was where the big pops started to come right after that. People started to realize that there wasn't really any, the limitation, you could go one step higher. And you can go one step farther. And when that book came out, I remember people calling me and saying, well, you're friends with Raven, you're friends with Ebas. I'm like, guys, you just got to go online and buy them. And and for a comic to maintain its value as a cover variant, I really think that's where it started from. I think it's iconic. We have seen publishers galore do them as I mean, when people consider that a homage cover, how is that a homage cover? But that's what you have created. That's hilarious, right? What
that's all Eric.
I guess the biggest question to me, to you is there anything that you would really like to write, even if it was for free, with any company? Who would you want to write about?
There's nobody.
Nobody.
I just want to tell my own stories.
Sure.
I mean, when I was a kid, I would have, my answer 10 years ago would have been Hulk immediately.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And you know, maybe X-Men or something like that, or I don't know. I mean, I'm still a huge fan of comics in general. I still have a buy list I get every week. I follow mostly writers, but I still love the books that comic book companies put out. But nowadays, I've gotten to that point in my career where I just like telling stories in general. There's no particular prom queen that I want to date anymore. I'm very satisfied with my career in general. I've slowed down a lot. I used to write 4 to 5 books a month. Now I write maybe half a dozen a year. So, but I mean, it just comes with age. You know, you get surgery in your hands and whatnot. So, but yeah, I just there's no real pot of gold at the end of the rainbow for me anymore, other than telling stories that I can sit back and look at and say that came out pretty good.
Awesome. Where is the best place for people to follow you at?
You can find me on Facebook, Raven Gregory. I'm on Instagram, The Raven Gregory. Twitter, Raven Gregory. It's just Raven Gregory. Just type my. I'm all over the internet. Recently, somebody typed in my name on YouTube, and I saw all these interviews that I don't even remember ever doing.
Right.
And I'm like, one of these days, I got to go and watch these things and see what the hell I was saying.
Yeah, I found one yesterday that where Jessica Negre was interviewing me like 11 years ago. And It's funny what you find. So, buddy, I love you very much. I love your family. You've been a great family member of mine. So let's keep in touch. We'll hang out soon when we all can hang out, and let's rock and roll together and have a great year.
Definitely, man. Thanks for the great interview, dude.
All right, you got it.
Guys,
this is the comic book shopping experience. The EXP Expo is going to be rocking and rolling all day tomorrow. So make sure you follow us, follow those links on the bottom when Cal puts those up. Everybody have an awesome day. Take care of little great stuffed animals like that. I don't know if it's a stuffed animal or not. Knowing Raven, it might be real. Big Gremlins fan. So everybody, I want to thank you for hanging out with us today. I am the 6-year Jesse James at Just James Comics. So we will talk to you later. Cal, it's all you.
All right. Well, thank you, Raven. Thank you, Jesse. Guys, that was such a great interview. I'm so proud of the work Raven's doing, and so proud of Jesse and starting this thing. And I'm having a day. I'm getting all emotional here at the end of the day. It's been a good day. It's been a fun time. I've gotten to interview a couple of my own heroes today, so I'm just kind of beside myself at the moment. But we are going to be right back in just about a minute with Nerd Killer Warfare. Nerd Killer Warfare, for those of you who don't know, is nerds arguing with other nerds about nerdy things, which is the entire nerd experience summed up in several words. So we will be back in just a few seconds. With that, stay tuned. Yeah, stay tuned. You know, I've really got to get used to starting to do the things that I'm supposed to do during these breaks, instead of starting them at the last possible second when I can never possibly get them done on time.
Well, it's more fun if you try to do them at the very last second.
Right. It really is. It's really fun. We do have this changed. This segment, guys, Nerd Killer Warfare is brought to you by Kingdom of Geekdom, produced by the Woodlands Online. They are also one of the very few that are bringing us content for the comic book shopping experience that we will be debuting next week. That show will be debuting on Thursday, Nerd News Now, which several of us are a part of. That'll be super fun. But it is time now for Nerd Killer Warfare. And I'm going to let Jen explain what Nerd Killer Warfare is and how it works while I do some technical stuff and bring everybody else into the room.
Perfect. All right, Nerd Killer Warfare is quite honestly the most fun I've ever had watching or hosting a game, because it totally pulls in on people's ability to, talk about what they love, which is their nerddoms, and also plays a little bit on their fears, because it's also based a little bit on debate class when you were in high school. So the way that Nerd Killer Warfare works is that it has a theme every time, but the theme changes. And also the location in which the battles take place in this imaginary world also changes. So no two games of Nerd Killer Warfare are all ever the same. And also the players change, so the arguments change. And in this way, you have two things that are going to get paired together. And we'll have two contestants at a time. I'm going to give them their first object and then pair it with their second object in a minute. And then they're going to have to take those two things and the circumstance under which I put them in that with those two things. And they're going to have to argue which would win in that situation. Here's the fun twist about Nerd Killer Warfare. I don't really care if what you argue about those two things actually is true. You can actually argue that the actor that played the part that we're talking about, that their girlfriend's hotter, completely acceptable. If it's a cartoon and there's no rules in the cartoon world, totally use it. And the other thing is you can actually bluff in this game if your opponent doesn't know any better, but to call you out on your shenanigans, you can pull it over on us all. So it's really about your way to be able to talk intelligently about nerdy things that you may not even know about, although I did pull things that everyone should probably know. It's not difficult. Like, I'm not going to pull really fringe characters. It'll make you crazy. That would be so mean. So Kyle, do we have our just like practice guys in the room? Do they end up coming? Nope. I don't see our practice guys. We're just going to launch into the game.
I'll do a practice round. I'm not going to get to play because I'm going to be pressing the buttons. But I will do a practice round. I know Dirk has played before, so he kind of knows the rules.
Okay.
And we're good buddies. So do you want to rumble?
Yep.
Huh? Are you ready?
Are you down for it? Are you down
Casual,
for practice?
casual.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's we can break everybody in. So there'll be no excuses when
the wrestling promos have started. Just throwing
when we declare victory. There'll be no excuses. I will be a fair and honorable practice dummy here.
So we're going to do this practice round, and then we're going to introduce everybody, get to know everybody before we actually do battle, because you need to know your enemies. It's important.
All right, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to pull everybody but Jen and Dirk and I out of the room. Those of you who are out of the room, Brainy, Tyler, and Pat, we will introduce you later. But you guys are going to have to be the judges on this thing.
Spoiler,
so you decide who wins.
This is the winner's circle, right?
Well, they decide who wins. So if I know anything, it's going to not be Dirk.
Oh, no.
Well, no, that's fair. Bring in the heat early.
Everyone should know that Dirk and Kyle know each other quite well, so this is a dangerous battle.
We're pretty good buddies. So.
Pat and I are good friends too, so it's going to be there's going to be a lot of action.
All right, let me see if I can do this thing. Jen, why don't you give us the pairings?
Okay, so this is not going to be our scenario or anything close to it. So this is just going to be one that I made up just so that we can learn how the game goes down and get used to how we take turns and don't talk over each other. It's usually we do this in person, so it's really easy to know when someone's done talking. But now we're gonna We're going to put the person, if your face is up close to the screen, then you're the person that gets to make your argument. And if you're not, then you get to be patient and pay attention to what they're saying so you can rebut. All right, so here is the challenge. Here's the verse part. This is going to be a car situation. This is going to be a car,
this is what I
car
lost
and
last
driver.
time I played.
Car and driver, super fun. I made up some new ones for you guys. So in this case, the car driving part is going to be happening in the world of Tron. So you're in the light field. So there's no telling what's going to show up in this giant race. You're only trying to survive. You're not trying to go from one place to anywhere else. You're just trying to survive in this situation. Okay, you ready?
All right.
All right. Kyle, here are your matchings. Your driver is Baby Driver. This is going to Baby Driver from the movie. Baby Driver. You can pick your own tunes. That's part of your argument. Have fun. Oh my gosh, Dirk. Here's your driver. Not necessary for you to watch this movie just to know anything about it at all. From the movie Ford versus Ferrari, Ken Miles, played by Christian Bale. Okay. Here's your drivers. And Kyle, Baby Driver is going to be driving the Tumbler from Batman. Oh, this one's going to be a tough one to beat. Dirk, your car is Speed Buggy.
Yeah.
I'm just going to start here. Dirk has, I think, for me, a unbeatable team up. I'm just going to throw this out there. The guy from Ford versus Ferrari in the Speed Buggy, which is my favorite car from pop culture.
Notice
throwing it out there.
Well, this is the practice round. This is the practice round, right. So it's okay. We'll be gentle. We're giving people the lay of the land.
All right, when I smoke you, it's going to just make it look that much worse. Is all I'm saying.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, my word. Guest first. Dirk gets to go first. Dirk gets up close to the screen. Argue until you're done arguing your point, and then we'll let poor Kyle have his turn.
Well, and I think poor Kyle is absolutely accurate in this case, because I understand that he has the Batmobile, which is more or less like a big tank. So for starters, it's not even built for a situation like this. And the reason it's Speed Buggy is going to absolutely destroy the Tumbler is Speed Buggy has, along with that oil, cartoon physics logic. Let's ignore the fact that I can actually do the Speed Buggy voice, which means if I can do the voice, Christian Bale can do the voice, which means that also, because we know that Christian Bale, having the various different acting abilities he has and the in-character he has, he will be very much in vibe and in sync with Speed Buggy. But Speed Buggy also has cartoon physics, bro. It doesn't matter what the Tumbler can do. It doesn't matter it's built like a tank. It doesn't matter how big the tires are. Speed Buggy has cartoon physics. You're done. It's over. Automatic KO. Automatic win. Automatic destruction. I don't even need to spend any more time justifying my case. Cartoon physics for the win. Christian Bale being an amazing voice actor, he can change his voice, being able to do the Speed Buggy voice, to even be more in sync with Speed Buggy is the icing on the very wonderful cake of victory that I will be consuming. Cartoon physics.
Kyle.
Full stop.
Rebuttal. Kyle, rebuttal, go.
Let's start here. Your driver is in a movie about guys who drive cars, but he isn't even one of the dudes whose name is in the title. At least my dude, the whole movie's about him. It's Baby Driver. The whole movie is called Baby Driver. Like, if you're not Ford or Ferrari, what's the point of even being in the movie? And then here's the thing, right? You've got Speed Buggy and sure, cartoon physics. Have you seen the Batman movies? Christopher Nolan doesn't know what physics are. He ignores them all the time. I've seen that car do a negative G stop and then flip back down. It's not a real thing. It's all CGI. So it's actually just a better version of the same cartoon. You know, it's CGI. It's all computer animated. So they make their own physics. Your guys had to sit there and draw cells for hours and hours and hours just to be like, oh, Speed Buggy's going to go over a hill now. I hear you tapping that Verner's. I know that's where your safety is. You're going to bring in the Verners. I hear it. But no, my guy is the title character of his movie. He's in a car that couldn't possibly exist. By the way, have you read the things online about, how the tumbler couldn't actually tumble? Like in real life, it would have killed whatever was in it, flooded the engine, all that kind of stuff. Like there's all kinds of reasons why the tumbler can't work. But we'll ignore that and just go, it's got its own cartoon physics because it's just a realistic looking cartoon. Then we'll go to the third thing, the soundtrack. My guy comes with a Grammy award-winning soundtrack. All right. Baby Driver got nominated and won Grammys for the music. So the taste that the things this guy puts in his ears, the taste he exhibits in his musical career or in his musical fandom totally outpace anything. You said was it Brad Pitt's character from Ford versus Ferrari? So
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale. So, see, I even was thinking about the wrong guy. Christian Bale, your guy drives my car.
And he
exactly,
and he upgraded.
I gotta drive this instead of the speed buggy now. I am boring. Whatever. It's I can't even
you can stop right there. You can't even. That's the point. You can't even keep the character straight. You're talking about what's on your iPod when you're sitting here trying to talk about whooping my car. Get out of here. It's over. Call the match, Jen. Call the match.
All right, let's bring in our judges.
Arguing your points. Oh my gosh, that was okay. Normally I let people at least do a second round rebuttal, but fine.
Well, it is the practice round.
Right.
I just burned my voice out doing a terrible Christian Bale impression.
All right,
let's bring in our judges.
Right.
Rest of my players. Which of you thought that Dirk Manning had the better argument? You can just raise your hand.
I'm going to raise my hand only because Kyle failed to bring up the most important point of the tumbler, that it has a built-in light cycle.
Yeah, I'll agree with Pat on that one.
That's Kyle's favorite vehicle, right?
Yeah, speed buggy's my favorite vehicle. I'm arguing against myself.
Right.
All right, audience. Does audience have any opinion? Who won the practice round, Dirk or Kyle?
Argument one, I would say
anybody?
Dirk won. But I have to give the point to Kyle.
Yeah, we give Dirk the point. Like I'm perfectly capable. I'm perfectly happy with conceding because I totally screwed up which actor it was and forgot that the tumbler totally looks like something out of Tron.
Right. To be fair, I hadn't even seen the movie, but I was pretty sure. Then when you started talking, I'm like, I didn't see the movie, but I think he messed up. I wasn't going to go dirty, Kyle. You're my friend. I wasn't going to go dirty.
I've never seen Baby Driver either, so.
Oh, Baby Driver is great. That's worth seeing.
Okay, so we're going to do some introductions. Tyler, you are an epic challenger because you know what you're doing. Tell everybody all about you. Who are you?
My name is Tyler from theGrandGeekGathering.com, where we have podcasts, articles, videos, and so much more. I also stream on Twitch. But we also have a thing at San Diego Comic-Con every year and about 10 to 15 different conventions throughout the country. When we have conventions, that's actually called Unnecessary Debates, where I get a bunch of my friends, comedians, writers, actors, whatever they do, cosplayers, and I have them answer the questions that are just so stupid that I don't want to answer myself. And it's a lot of fun, and it's a great time. And we have 10 different podcasts right now with our newest one called Most Extreme Ranking Challenge, where 4 of my comedian friends and I try to rank things together. We have to agree on the list, and if not, there's a lot of bargaining, chaos, and crying in some cases. So yeah.
Where would we find it if we wanted to come and consume all that awesomeness?
I mean, anywhere. YouTube, any podcast app, or our website, thegrandgeekgathering.com.
Awesome. We'll make sure it gets shared at the end of the show so everyone can totally find it. Brainy, introduce yourself, sir.
Well, there's no introduction. I mean, I'm Brainy. I'm one of the co-owners of Enjoy Games and Comics. I have a few weird hobbies. Yeah. Beyond that, there's not very much to say.
Brainy was our DJ last night, guys, for the after party.
I was the DJ for the after party, and guys, thank you for having me on that. It was a lot of fun. I did play one of Kyle's favorite songs for, I won't spoil it for anybody if he ever wants to tell it what it is.
And I'm
You played a couple of songs that I loved last night.
Yeah, interesting story.
I was going to say, I'll out myself.
I had the set decided last week on what I was going to play until yesterday morning. I'm like, you know what? I want to change this. So I started, looking for new songs. The very first song you hear in the mix, I just couldn't. I'm like, this has got to be the song that starts my set. She goes off saying she's at a bar, I believe, with a man, and she can't remember her husband's name.
Snap.
Um,
All right, Pat, come on and tell us all about you.
Okay. I totally expected Kyle to like make a smart comment there.
I'm saving my comments for after you introduce yourself.
My name is Pat Kowal. I am a rookie comic book writer, publisher, editor, all those fun things. Just recently published Get in the Game, an anthology comic with 10 different creative teams. So that's out there. That's actually hitting previews next month. So that's going to be in shops in April. Might be able to get some early copies if people need them. And I'm also the exhibitor relations director for Cherry Capital Comic Con in Traverse City, Michigan. So
he's also the Jolly Green Giant's cousin. And just in general, he's the actually guy.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to defend myself a little bit there. This from the guy who's afraid to correct the media for errors in a story.
Not the media, the New York Times. It's different.
It ain't.
It is. That's how you get on a list, man. I don't need to get hit because I told the New York Times they spelled my name wrong.
Yeah, spelling your name wrong. I wouldn't. Yeah, that I'm not getting. That I wouldn't beat him up on because who cares what your name is?
That's what I'm saying.
All right, Dirk, your turn. You don't really need an introduction, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Mute him. Hurry up. Mute him.
No, Dirk Manning, writer and creator of Twisted Haunted Highons, Nightmare World, Tales of Mystery, Love Stories to Die For, Hope, Buried But Not Dead, Right or Wrong, Writer's Guide to Creating Comics, all kinds of other stuff. You can see that my works are so well loved by Pat, he's headbanging. I will be a guest tomorrow at 3 p.m., hosted by the magnanimous, fantastic, marvelous Ms. Jen King herself. With Twisted for the first half hour, and then with Drina Joe, editor extraordinaire, for the second half an hour. So we will definitely, you'll get to see more of me tomorrow. And yeah, and Butts and Seats, the Tony Schiavone story. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. I was trying to keep it low key. The Adventures of Cthulhu Jr. and Dastardly Dirk, one of Jen's favorite titles, along with
First time in your life you've ever tried to keep
one
it
of
low
Jen's
key.
favorites. But
Drina, is
we're
Good
just here to
Gravy
rock and
the
roll
name of his
tonight.
next anthology? Good Gravy is the next.
yeah.
His
Dirk
food, you know
will
what?
be the sequel to Buried But Not Dead.
I'm not one to ever give Dirk any credit for anything, but if you do a Good Gravy book, an anthology, I will actually sit and write something. And then it will star Pat as the Jolly Green Giant.
I'll have your people call my people.
Dipped in gravy?
Yeah, way too much gravy in there, man.
Right. It's time
Actually,
to
one of
play.
my favorite cartoons is the No More Gravy bit in Looney Tunes with the wheel, with the gambling wheel. He gets the gravy torture.
If we don't mute him now, we'll never start the game.
Kyle, put me in the center. Let's go. Center square for me.
All right.
Oh, God, there's two of them.
Oh, there's two of them.
Well, I'm going to disappear in a second on one screen here.
I believe that's cheating in some way.
Right.
Nope. There we go.
Kyle versus Kyle?
Angry that is lost, Kyle automatically doubles himself in the game to try to increase his chances of winning.
All right, here we go. Here is your situation. Some of you guys know already what the title was for this edition of Nerd Killer Warfare. Oh no, Brady! Oh no, Brady!
Come back, Brady. We love you.
Woo, okay. This is villains and their weapons. Villains and their weapons. And the way the game always is played, there's no villain that can ever match their weapons. So throw all that out of your mind. There may be some completely overpowered weapons or overpowered villains, but the matchup means it'll be completely ridiculous, of course. And in this case, I have to give you a location because the location is important for every battle. Please use your location in your arguments. And in this case, the location is the island of Krakoa, home of mutants. So we're going to play this. We're going to give you each, and you'll get to argue yourself until you're kind of done. So just know you'll get another chance to make your point. So you're going to have an argument. Your opponent's going to do rebuttal, and you're going to get to argue again, and your opponent's going to get to do one more rebuttal, and then we'll make a decision. Don't give up. I've seen people play this game before, and they're like, "Well, I don't know. I think you win." Man, use all your powers of baloneying. Baloneying is key in this game. You can totally baloney. Okay, first round is going to be Dirk and Brainy. Dirk and Brainy.
Wait, he has a disadvantage.
No. I think no.
I appreciate your integrity, Brainy.
Dirk brought the bottom half of his face. It's
That's
on.
right. There's a casual Sunday edition.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Right,
Saturday, Dirk.
Here's your villain. You ready?
Oh,
This
it
is
is.
somewhat unfair. This is a good villain for you. Joker. Okay, there you go. You got Joker. Brainy, you have Darth Vader. Okay, seems pretty mundane, right? Pretty mundane. Okay. Here are your weapons. You ready for your weapons? Dirk, your weapon is Lucille.
Make him overpowerful.
Batter up. And Brainy has Loki's scepter. Brainy, start the fight. Fight!
Hold on. We're trying to do this right, and you're going too fast.
I'm so
This is the very first time we've done this like this.
Yeah. I usually have like pieces of paper with the pictures on them, which is so low tech. But we're trying to do the high tech versions.
So we have the Joker and Lucille versus Darth Vader and Loki's scepter. See?
Yep.
Graphics. It only took me an extra 25 seconds.
Oh, that's very fancy.
Yeah. Who's going first?
Brainy.
Brainy goes first.
Nope. I don't even know why this is even an argument. I mean, you've got Darth Vader, who's already uber powerful without any weapon whatsoever. He doesn't. All he needs is his mind. He needs nothing else. And then you give him a more powerful weapon with a scepter? Seriously? I mean, he's going to be on an island full of mutants. All he has to do is control every single mutant there with his mind, those Jedi mind tricks, take over and destroy Joker and his Lucille. I mean, come on, seriously? Joker? That's the competition? You couldn't give me anything better than that? I mean, this guy, all he does is freaking throw water balloons at people. Puts a little bit of laughing gas in there, maybe whatnot, and he has a freaking baseball bat. A baseball bat. Then what's he going to do, run at me? And all I have to do is control his mind, toss him down the freaking island, and we're done. What else is there to do? Heck, I mean, if you even said he would get my old lightsaber, okay. You know what? Tell you what. Let's do this. I'll even give him the scepter. I will give him the scepter just so he even had a 10% chance of competing with me. All right, 12% chance. And it might make him a little bit better. Now, the word
Dirk's turn. He has the floor. You can accept the scepter or not, Dirk. You can try to win this with just your wits in the back.
You know, Brainy is talking a lot of smack for a character who died, 3 movies in. So to talk about how Darth Vader's like the biggest badass on Earth, it's like, give me a break, dude. It's like his second battle with his son, he got just absolutely annihilated. Okay. He got chopped to pieces by his best friend in his first, in his first major battle. So, I understand completely, all the hype about Darth Vader, but that's the thing with Darth Vader, it's nothing but hype. We're on Krakatoa. We're with the Joker with Lucille. Lucille, in its first appearance, became one of the most iconic weapons of all time. Lucille just, and again, it's a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire. And what Darth Vader got on? A little eggshell helmet, crack, 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 scrambled eggs. Just like in the film franchise, Darth Vader goes down for the count. The fact that we're on, Krakatoa as well, let's not forget the fact that Joker, before he became the Joker, and even afterwards for that matter, has demonstrated a very strong sense of intuitiveness for science. You talk about him throwing water balloons, bro, get the hell out of here, man. He sits there and he creates all kinds of chemicals and things like that. Now put him on a magical island with all kinds of mutants, with all kinds of regeneration and things like that. How many times have people tried to kill the Joker? It's impossible. Now put him on an island where regeneration is a factor on top of that. Game, set, match. Darth Vader gets his head his big, white, ugly, bald head caved in after that janky-ass helmet. Crack, crack, crack. Done.
Brainy, rebuttal.
The only thing I want to say is the Joker has had, 50 years to beat up on a guy wearing tights and dressed as a bat, and he still couldn't do it at all. You are going to put that against a guy who can control the Death Star? Seriously?
Bro, you're sitting there talking about the fact that the Death Star did anything. It got blown up twice. Twice. 0 for 2. 0 for 2. Meanwhile, you're sitting here confusing the fact that Joker doesn't defeat Batman. Let's look at it the real way. Joker keeps Batman alive, okay? And again, we're talking about giving Joker a bludgeon when the last time he had a bludgeon, a crowbar, he killed Batman's, sidekick just for kicks. Again, Darth Vader, no offense, a lot of hype for a little kid in a speed racer who got his ass kicked by his son in his second fight. Joker, you said it yourself. 50 years in the game, keeps rocking, keeps rolling, just like Joker did in Robin with a crowbar, upgrade the weapon to Lucille, and now he's going to crack Darth Vader's head open and just, scattered, smothered, covered, and smothered, brother. Game, set, match. Adios, Darth Vader. Just like in the original franchise.
You see, you made my point. Joker
I think we're done. I think
they can't. They don't need to kill him.
Match is over.
There's no Force Ghosts here, Brainy.
Let's see what the audience says. Audience had a couple of comments that they made. We'll throw those up. Critical Blast had a good point. Magic item.
So the magician has a magic item, and the crazy guy has a baseball bat. I know where I'm putting my money.
Brady, I can't believe you didn't say something like Darth. There's only one Darth Vader and 3 Jokers. It takes three. It takes 3 Jokers to do one job. I can't believe you didn't say that.
And Brady kept going to mind control. How about this? You're gonna come at me with a bat? Yeah. Force throw. You can't even come at me. I would just throw you away.
I was waiting.
Well, even with the mind control, just control the island. The island's sentient.
That's true.
And will eat you.
All right, Pat and Tyler, who do you think won that round? We'll call it on your recommendation.
I'm gonna give it to Dirk. I think he just had a lot of good points, and the Death Star twice. It was it was just a cherry on top of that round. Well done, sir.
I gotta say, Dirk's was more persuasive. I think it was the thinner argument, but it was more persuasive.
All right, this round, Dirk takes it. Next round is Pat and Tyler.
All right.
Pat, here is your villain. Your villain is the Borg Queen.
Oh, man.
Tyler, you have Agent Smith. The Matrix.
Oh. I was like, who?
Not the guy that sells you insurance.
I just forgot about the Matrix. I completely. It's like, I was like, did I forget something on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Like,
I'll give you visual help.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Oh man.
Okay, here you go. Pat, here is your weapon. You have Sinestro's yellow power ring. Okay. Tyler, Agent Smith has Golden Eye. James Bond. These are completely random pairings, by the way.
Da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. Okay, alrighty. Oh my God.
Tyler, go first.
Do we have to use the weapons? I'm so confused.
Yes.
Okay. First off, well, thank you for giving Agent Smith's number one weapon, which is a gun. Okay, so I want to start off with first. The Borg are a quasi-organic technological marriage of people. It's like basically not people, but creations and beings that coexist and basically like they're interconnected. Agent Smith, however, is more like a virus, and unfortunately for the Borg, they can create somebody into a Borg and I guess quote unquote infect, but it takes time. It takes hours. It also, they have to go through and be synced in, as we learned from First Contact and also a little bit in Voyager. However, with Agent Smith, they can just go through people, teleport in between. They can be on a complete other side of the city whenever anybody leaps and bounds. But of course, we are on an island that feeds off of mutant powers, where a virus is not a mutant power. A virus is something that is broken, and and everything around it in reality is not there. In this case, in this scenario, where the Borg have limitations. The Borg are technology. Unfortunately, Agent Smith is a virus and can really do some heavy damage in their communication. He can tap out their communication greatly and then use his one gun, his one shot on the Borg Queen, and then the Borg all go bye-bye, as we saw in First Contact. And I yield my time for this round.
I realized we're on the floor of Congress.
Yeah.
Tyler,
it was too soon. I'm sorry. Too soon. Sorry.
The gentleman from Michigan would like Tyler brings up some solid points. Agent Smith's able to jump through people and he can take them over and he controls them and he has that ability. But at the end of the day, there's still flesh and blood. There's still mentality there. There's still mental acuity there. The Sinestro's power ring grants a creature who can assimilate and control you a power over the fears of those beings. So basically, what she's able to do is she's able to use that fear to push away the people that she doesn't need, that she doesn't want, while she's assimilating them, and assimilates more and more people, even assimilating the island that's a living being, and playing on all those fears. There's still all that going on, and you've got this weapon that's you've got a satellite that never hits anything. I think it had one successful shot in its entire career, and then it just it can't do anything. The power ring continually has that ability to continue to keep people away while they're being assimilated. Those things are happening on the other side of the island while you're concentrated trying to jump around figuring out who the best person to be there. The island's consuming your powers. And I'm still fear locking everybody away from you. It doesn't even. It's not even close. Once they're controlled, you still have the Borg Queen that can override your virus. You're a virus. You're a computer program. She still has the ability to overwrite all of that. She has beaten all of that every time it's come against her. Anytime they tried a virus, she adapted and assimilated.
True.
Same thing happens in the Matrix. Assimilated.
All right, Tyler.
Okay.
Rebuttal time.
There are two things I want to point out. One thing is, remember, Agent Smith can multiply, like, too much, like to a point where the Wachowskis lost control of their own franchise. That's how much Agent Smith can multiply. So that battery will go out, and Agent Smith and like 50 other versions of him are just going to come in and just beat the living ever crap out of her. Secondly, remember in the first movie how he had two partners? I'm going to tell you Agent Smith's number one like power is it's killing extras. And what are the Borg? Glorified extras. So I'm just saying, whatever the Borg Queen throws at him, he's already killed two of his own extras. He can kill all of those extras. I don't care how much makeup they're using. And and secondly, I mean, again, a virus, you can't cure a virus. Like it's going to be seeded into her. Agent Smith is going to be in her, like her mainframe computer, that you'll need somebody in a van who's going to be hacking into it and just be like, I'm hacking into the mainframe computer. It's you can't do it. You can't do it all the time. Not when you have 50 Agent Smiths flying, just falling from the sky because the Wachowskis have no idea how to make a movie anymore. And that's besides the point. Also, GoldenEye, great game and great weapon. That's it. I'm sorry. I'm relying on comedy now.
All right, Pat, it's your last round of rebuttal.
all I have in my mind now is Ant-Man hacking the Borg Queen.
I want that movie so badly.
Oh my god!
It's a crossover we deserve.
Oh my god! Oh, that erased my brain, which is exactly what's going to happen to Agent Smith once the Borg Queen figures out that he's there. Because all she has to do is erase the program. The program's gone, just like Neo did at the end of the movies.
God. Why are they making a fourth one? It's so stupid. Just stop in your head or behind, whatever.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so I don't know how to bring everyone back to normal here, but let's do some voting. Everyone should be able to come back. Let's bring Brainy back to do voting. Let's put everyone.
Oh, Pat, that was amazing.
I was like you said, hacking in the back of a van, and all I can see is well, I can't think of his name now. The sidekick in Ant-Man.
Michael Pena.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like all I could see is Michael Pena talking a mile a minute, trying to, and then it was hacking the Borg Queen, and everything got assimilated, and I don't even know what.
Hey, but we got $600 though.
I go away for 30 seconds. This whole thing goes off the rails.
Beautifully off the rails. I mean, come on, trademark.
All right, Dirk, who do you vote for winning that round? Who was the best arguer?
Oh man, I felt like my opinion was a tennis ball on that one, going back and forth and back and forth. And I thought that Pat was done when he lost it, but I have to give credit where credit is due. Pat, you rallied back after having your mind wiped and turned that into a catching him on the button KO knockout. Pat gets that one, but it was close. Man, that was close.
Your vote.
I have to give it to Tyler only because he brought Pat to tears.
Fair.
No.
Let's go to the comments for other votes. So what do you guys think in the comments? Who won, Pat or Tyler? I'm hard pressed to ever give Pat credit for anything, but deleting the software was a good argument. And then, but Tyler causing Pat to have a complete and utter meltdown is everything. It's giving me life at this moment.
I
don't even know.
Everybody.
I gotta give credit to Pat though. Pat rallied back from. I mean, Pat was like the 2 3/4 on his back, and then just did a kip up into a super kick.
He did. I also just I like the idea of just I forgot the actor's name, but Agent Smith just killing extras for no reason whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm Union. Don't kill me.
I felt like I was Tyler on
trying to
point.
get my sad card.
And then Pat snuck through, but man, I don't know.
And a reminder, if you ever get something in your pair-ups that you don't know anything about, like let's say that I handed off GoldenEye to Tyler, he didn't know anything about GoldenEye, you can totally baloney your way. I mean,
I love James Bond. I love GoldenEye. That's why I just didn't know what Agent Smith just be like, bam, like that. I wanted to.
Golden Eye, not the golden gun, Tyler.
Oh my God!
I even threw you a lifeline. I threw you a lifeline in my argument.
I thought of the golden gun. I don't know why. I even did the GoldenEye music at the beginning. That's sad.
I'm sitting there waiting for you to be like, well, I'll just use the satellite to wipe the island off the map.
You know what? I've watched that movie so many times. I never really understood what GoldenEye was. Hey, how's it going? Y'all doing good?
Oh my God, sorry.
Oh,
the editor has broken the tie.
Right, Tyler won.
Oh, sweet. Thank you. Pat, that was amazing. That was so
All right, now we're reshuffling for the next round because this is not like an elimination tournament. This is we're here for the arguments. We don't care who wins, really.
Nice.
We're gonna match up Dirk with Pat for this round. Dirk with Pat.
This could get oddly personal.
I think this
above the belt, Pat. We stay above the belt.
That's a good band name.
Hey,
Oddly personal.
This is for the interim karaoke title.
That's no fair because I always get screwed out of that one, no matter what.
Dirk would have to be, actually be a champion in that too.
So can we make it that both of them have to sing the arguments?
Please.
Actually, their editor, Drina edited Pat's book too, and she already decides who wins. We can save ourselves having to listen to both of them.
I rest my case. You had no idea, Jen. Reviewer on the take two, then good for you. But
oh my, how in the world? Okay, Dirk, you ready for your bad guy?
Let's bring it on.
Here's your
Right
villain.
underneath.
In this case, it's a villainess, Cruella DeVille.
Oh, and what's our location? Did we say that yet?
Our location stays the same. We're not moving yet.
Okay.
Next round, we're going to move location, but we're going to stay where we are right now. Pat, your villain is Sephiroth.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Sorry, Pat.
What just happened?
Yeah, no fix here. All right, but let's hear the weapons. This might change the game.
Cruella is wielding the master screwdriver.
Oh.
Ooh.
Going all Doctor Who now.
Mm-hmm.
And Pat, Sephiroth will have no sword. He will have the Predator's shoulder gun, though.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
For the record, the Predator's shoulder gun is called the Plasma Caster.
I didn't know it had a name.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't either till I went to grab the photo.
Those are kind of all sexy together. I like those.
I'm going to need to find a cosplay with this now.
Mm-hmm. Cosplayers are like going, yeah, that could work.
Before I mute my mic, Drina, check your Facebook messages.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, Dirk, you get to lead this round out because your name's here on the top. So, Dirk, fight.
Dirk ran away.
No, I'm here.
You're there.
All right, we're still at Krakatoa, right?
Yep, Krakatoa.
Oh, good. So let's make this very simple. We have Pat sitting here with Sephiroth, a fairly, again, much like Darth Vader, a lot of surface, very little substance villain. Only weapon being a shoulder-mounted mechanical gun against one of the most devious, notorious villainesses of all time, with a weapon that would automatically disable your weapon. You are helpless. You are powerless. I am not some innocent little girl that you can stab from behind in a river. All right. So I am going to skin you just like in a different world, I would be skinning all the different Dalmatians. I disable your weapon with a magical screwdriver. You are helpless. Game, set, match. Over.
All right, Pat. Rebuttal.
So first I'm gonna really just drill down on that magic screwdriver. It's not a magic screwdriver. It's a laser screwdriver, which is terrible compared to a sonic screwdriver, which is neither here nor there. Because Sephiroth, well, yes, okay, you may disable that gun, whatever. Sephiroth can still transform into the Genova clone that he is, 10 feet tall, one-winged angel, feeding off the life force that Krakoa creates through its consumption of mutant powers. He's literally at an all-you-can-eat buffet to power up. There's nothing. You're talking about a woman who got outsmarted by puppies. She couldn't handle 99 puppies. But she's gonna handle and disable one of the most powerful beings in all universes. Sephiroth can destroy things, control minds without even blinking. He's so insanely powerful. And that's just in his human form. When he transforms into the one-winged angel, the gun is just window dressing. He's just going to reach down, grab Cruella by the neck, and twist.
Ooh, I like it. Rebuttal.
See, again, we're talking about a situation here where we have a lot of sizzle and no steak. There's all this talk about Sephiroth being one of the most powerful villains in the world. If he's so powerful, why does he have to sneak up on people from behind with a 15-foot sword, by the way, compensating much? And then stab women from behind in the back. You know, there's all this, again, a lot of sizzle, no steak. All this talk. Sephiroth is the most powerful villain in the world, blah, blah, blah. Bro, listen, your character just showed up in Smash Brothers and couldn't even take out Mario in the trailer, all right? So I don't want to hear about how tough this character is. Push comes to shove, weak character, big weapon, take away the phallic symbol that he struts around with, because Cruella de Vil is not impressed. Magic screwdriver for the win, disabled. Sephiroth is useless without his weapons. He's borderline useless anyway. And again, and then you can actually talk about grabbing a woman and breaking her neck. Today's day and age, that's all we need to know about your lame-ass character.
Mic drop. Yep.
Wow.
Pat.
That got rude in a hurry. Hey, I didn't make the rules. They're fighting. It's what it is. You come to the arena. You're in the game. It is what it is. Man, woman, child, whoever it is. You signed up. You're in the game. I don't make the rules. You got to take them out. You got to take out the opponent. Cruella has no powers aside from that screwdriver, which isn't going to work on most of the island anyway. It doesn't work on nature. We're on a lush paradise, so the environment is all for Sephiroth. Yeah, he sneaks up on people, but that means he wins. When you sneak up, you're gonna win. And he doesn't even need the 15-foot sword because she's just a normal mortal human who got outsmarted by puppies. He is a super angel being. It's over.
It was over before you started talking.
Oh, that's it. Okay. I am going to point something out. I cannot believe, Dirk, you did not invoke the name of Glenn Close.
Oh, see, I was thinking of the cartoon. Yeah, I was thinking about that's fair.
And I put in the comments this.
Exactly.
Cruella didn't get outsmarted by puppies. She was distracted trying not to step in anything.
Fair. Fair.
All right. Tyler and Brainy, you need to say
Oh, man.
who won that round.
Well, obviously, Pat. I'm joking. I'm sorry. No. Wait. You go first, Brandy. Sorry.
Am I allowed to give the vote to Kyle just because he accessorizes Sonic perfectly with her coat?
No. Good try.
I mean, seriously, the win's right there.
I think Dirk won that one.
I agree with it. I agree with Tyler.
I don't think. Yeah. I don't know. Sephiroth is just like a god. I mean, especially his final form. So it's like, I mean, he was hard in Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. So I'm like, man, yeah.
Like Kyle pointed out, man, 99 dogs. Heck, I can barely keep up with one of my dogs, so I'm going to deal with 99 of those suckers.
Right, 99 dogs, 2 hamsters, a bunny.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. Maybe I'm forgetting. Who had Sephiroth? I'm so sorry.
I did.
Pat won. I'm sorry. I'm
giving to Derek.
I vote for Pat. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Hey, good morning. No, sorry.
I was very curious what that rationale was. I'm not going to lie.
I got you guys confused. I had to step away from my computer for a second. It was Pat. I was listening because I have wireless headphones, but I had to go pick up food.
Was this there for a tie? Was that did Brainy say Dirk?
Yep.
I said Pat. Sephiroth
It's a
cannot
tie.
be
That's
beaten.
fine. We can have tie rounds. That's completely good. We'll just use those points all together. All right, Tyler and Brainy, the matchup I can see in front of me is going to make you spew milk out your nose.
No.
I apologize.
God. Or ramen.
It's
Okay.
so good. So good. All right. It's going to seem really messed up, but if you guys are good arguers, you can totally work your way around this, okay? Tyler, your bad guy is Galactus.
Jesus. Okay. I don't know much about Galactus, I'm not gonna lie, but okay. All right.
Make it up. Go for it.
I will.
Don't
I
look up
will.
the movie. Don't look up the Fantastic Four live action movie.
Oh my God, it looks amazing. Look at this graphic. I'm joking. Like the cloud and everything. Wow.
Can't believe you showed Brainy your belly like that, man. Don't tell him you don't know stuff. All right. Brainy, your bad guy is Voldemort.
Oh.
I'd rather take the cloud.
I had Glenn Close, man. I don't want to hear about it.
No, that's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Tyler, are you ready for this? This is the most ridiculous combination I've ever seen.
Okay. Okay. World Eater versus World Eater versus Noseless Edgelord. Let's do this.
Yep. Galactus has here's your weapon. You ready?
Oh.
Galactus has Mega Maid. From Spaceballs.
Isn't so just 2 of him then? Is it him and his robotic friend, like his robotic Tinder date? Okay, let's do this.
Brainy, Voldemort has Valentine's SIM cards from Kingsman.
Man,
You should say British.
That sucks because I really love that song.
Brainy, you get to go first.
Oh, come on. Give the guy a chance.
Oh, Kyle wants to argue, I guess.
Oh man.
Okay, so it's my turn.
Yeah. Go.
So I'm trying to see where it's going to be fair. We've got a giant world eater who needs heralds to find his planets for him. He can't do crap without those guys. I mean, he's worthless. If his herald is just, and this has happened. His heralds decide to go do whatever the heck they want. The guy starves to death. There's nothing he can do. He goes off trying to find another herald or whatever. Whatever. Can't do crap. Now, I mean, Voldemort, the guy as a teenager, fools the entire freaking kingdom of magicians. These guys are powerful magicians that can do whatever the heck they want. And they're fooled by a freaking teenage kid. All he does is freaking invert his name, and they can't figure out who it is. That's as simple as that. And Galactus, I mean, he hungers and hungers. How much does that guy need to eat? And he's eating planets. What is he freaking? Oh my God.
Tyler.
I'll yield the floor to Tyler for this one now.
Tyler.
Oh man. Okay. Man. Okay. Well, first off, I'm so glad that Galactus has found love. I'm not judging whether it's organic or not. That's good for him. Secondly, Galactus has heralds and stuff and everything. That's totally fine. But with Voldemort, all you need to do is destroy his Horcruxes and his merry band of misfits, and then he's gone. He's out. How do you do that? You just eat his planet. He's just like, oh, okay, thanks. All right, game, set, and match, I guess. Voldemort can do so much, and that's totally great. But again, like the amount of you have this gigantic man, and then you have his friend, his robotic friend, just coming in at both sides of the planet. They just need to smush it, then it's over. I don't care what sim chip you have. I mean, I'm sure Galactus doesn't even know that song or any of the songs from Earth, so he's cool. He's just like, all right, whatever. And then Mega Maid. I mean, okay, Voldemort needs air. Mega Maid is good at one thing: suck. You can't expel. You can't do Expelliarmus without any air. Okay, you just can't. You just can't do it. I don't care how much parry air you got. I don't care. If you got the Spaceballs flamethrower. It's there. Mega Maid is going to do all the work, and Galactus is going to be like, all right, thank you, and this is mine. I don't even need my little surfer dude anymore. He's like, I'm good. See you later. Have a good life. Good luck with your family. So dark. Anyway, that's it for me.
All right, Brainy.
Your argument that he's going to eat the planet, he's already tried eating Voldemort's planet so many times. And
True.
he gets beat up by a stretch guy. A guy, those little sticky toys that we used to use just to pull and let go of, he gets defeated by one of those guys.
Stretch Armstrong.
All Voldemort has to do is shake his tiny little wand and make that little cloud of yours disappear, turn into rain, and feed the rest of the planet. Sheesh. Come on. Galactus has nothing against Voldemort. I yield the floor.
All right, Tyler, go.
That's fine. You can turn Galactus. I'll have Galactus be a cloud. That's totally fine. The thing is that he's still going to cause some destruction, and he's still going to need a maid to clean it up. And he has the most mega of maids at his exposure. Exposure? That's not the right word. That was not the correct word. I apologize. It's at his expense. Whatever. Words. Things. English. And so again, Voldemort can do so many tricks with his little wands that that Harry Potter just snaps in half at the end of the movie, nonchalantly, and that's totally fine. But man, Voldemort has failed again by a bunch of kids, by Neville. Okay, Neville did so much damage to that guy. Like Neville. Psh. You know what? Galactus has a lot of little minions and stuff like that. None of them are like Neville. And I don't rely on a little rat guy. That's just disgusting. Absolutely not. But he's just gonna be sucked up first. Mega Maid's gonna be like, oh, what's this vermin? Oh no, thank you. No, it's one and done. Galactus is just gonna absolutely destroy, and Mega Maid is gonna clean so well, and it's gonna be fantastic. What a great duo!
His next herald or something.
Yeah.
All right, that round is done. The round is done. We did have some good points that people brought up. This is the one I thought you guys should absolutely be arguing.
I didn't even think about that either. Yeah.
Okay, Owen. That
don't come for Neville.
Voldemort is British, so. There's lots of ways to argue this. All right, let's bring everybody back in the room. Pat's back. All right, Pat, who do you think won? Was that Tyler or Brady's round?
You know what? Tyler had me right up to the end. He had me right up to the end, and he shot himself in the foot by bringing up the breaking of the wand at the end of the movie. That destroyed me. No, it's terrible. The book ending is so much better.
Oh, 1,000%. I mean, I'm just trying to go for like
you triggered me. You straight up triggered me.
Trigger warning.
So, Brainy gets my vote.
Oh my God. Sure, that's a reason to give a point. Why not?
Are you gonna pull a me and switch your vote in 5 seconds by being like, wait, what time is it? What year is it again?
Oh my gosh.
Dirty.
You know, Brainy was carrying the match comparing about how Galactus got beat by Stretch Armstrong. And that was about it until Tyler pulled the ace and said, but Voldemort got brought down by Neville. So,
Dirk, you better be careful. Trina's going to come for you. You keep at that.
I just got to keep it real, man. And again, I would give it to Brainy on points, but Tyler got the round with invoking Neville and hanging out with the little rat guy.
Yeah, right. Great actor.
I gotta say, I think Neville's value here is that he's been bullied his whole life because his last name is Longbottom. So Neville's just exercising his demons here.
I don't disagree, but in the context of the round.
Can I please point out that my last name is McPhail? Do I get any pity points there? Is that?
Yes.
You know, Voldemort was very hard for me to argue for because in the back of my head, I kept thinking they're teenagers, kids that beat him up.
Right.
In the back of my head, that's all I'm thinking. Dang, he lost to teenagers.
All right, we're entering into final round territory. Final round territory takes us to another location, a different location. In this case, I'm going to choose somewhere that's both beloved and feared. We're going to the Bronx.
No.
We're to the Bronx.
Hey, I'm walking here. All right.
Bronx is important location here. Right. Uh-oh. You okay, Kyle?
You good?
Good.
I am now.
Making sure I don't need to go over there and do some.
Hey, don't die on the air.
All right, so we're gonna pair Dirk and Tyler, who have the most points. So we got the you got the champion type are going for it. So Dirk, you have Cersei Lannister.
Oh.
Tyler, you have Gargamel.
Ouch.
Well, get the cat at least.
Right.
Dirk, Cersei has a freeze ray. Freeze ray.
Okay.
From
Any particular from which one?
That's Gru's freeze ray.
Oh, Gru. Okay.
Gru's freeze ray. And Gargamel has sharks with freaking laser beams on their heads.
I'll take it. You know, at this point.
I broke Dirk. That's what I'm saying. The matchups are all the fun.
Oh man.
I think Tyler gets to go first.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
I get to go first.
Tyler gets to go first.
Gargamel, eater of Smurfs. And at the beginning of the show, they did confirm that he did successfully eat Smurfs. And I think throughout the entirety of the show, he prevailed. What did Cersei Lannister prevail and really win in Game of Thrones? Because I don't know. She got kidnapped how many times? I mean, she's smart. She's very, very, very manipulative. But damn. Peter Dinklage outsmarted her so many times. Daenerys outsmarted her on the other side of the globe when they didn't even have internet or, anything. But okay, first off, Hank Azaria, Gargamel, Cat, magical powers. Cersei doesn't have any powers. She doesn't have anything. She has the power of her voice, and I will give her that. Gargamel has no social cues. He is socially inept. All he cares about is talking to his cat, who probably cannot talk back. I think everything is just seen through his eyes, and he wants to eat Smurfs. He lives small. He goes to the Bronx because he's there probably on a dream. He came over and was like, I deserve better. I somehow inherited Dr. Evil's sharks with laser beams on their head. So he won some kind of lottery or something. He just won. He's already a winner because he ate Smurfs. He did exactly what he wanted to do. Was he successful all the time? Probably not. But I guarantee you his track record is way more than Cersei Lannister's. And he got free sharks with laser beams on their head. He probably doesn't even know what a shark was or a laser beam. And he got both. Good for you, buddy. You and your cat, I'm sure you're happy as hell. And you're going around the Bronx now. You went from the forest to the Bronx. That is a defeat. Cersei Lannister is going from is whatever that city's called to the Bronx. That is so beneath her. She's out of her element. Gargamel is fully aware of what's going on. He's just like, oh my God, I'm seeing everything. I'm not gonna. If you've walked around the Bronx or anywhere in New York City, you are just your eyes are like lasers everywhere, much like the sharks' lasers, and you're trying to figure out every single thing, and you're aware of it. Cersei Lannister can't fight. Gargamel has magic and a cat. If that cat's gonna help, that cat's protected him in the past. It's gonna protect him here. Cersei can't handle those claws, those magical claws from that fat, stupid cat. There you go.
Oh, that was good. Dark, you got your work cut out for you, man.
Oh.
Go.
Well, I appreciate the fact, Tyler, that you're doing so much of my work for me by continuously pointing out how completely inept Gargamel is.
Mm-hmm.
Failed wizard. Do you even know your cat's name, bro?
Oh, man, I can't remember.
I didn't think so. Okay. So anyway, that demonstrates the level of competence we are talking about here with Gargamel, a character who repeatedly, even when eating magical mushrooms, still cannot find the Smurfs in one forest. Okay, Gargamel's an old man, all right? He's an old man. He lives in one forest, and he still can't find the Mushroom Village. Give me a break. Not to mention the fact that we're in the Bronx. What good are sharks going to do you in the Bronx where there's no salt water? Again, whatever. You said it yourself. Cersei Lannister. Brilliant. Exactly. You're talking about a brilliant, cunning woman, one of the strongest and most cunning villains in history against a fuddy-duddy, lonely old man with his cat stumbling around in a forest who can't find a patch of mushrooms. Okay. So really, then we take the freeze ray on top of it. You know what? I almost don't even know if it's needed at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right.
Okay. So listen, Cersei also is not very socially aware as well because she's been outsmarted by a lot of people, including Mr. Hippie Jonathan Pryce, which was fantastic, I guess. Just the fact that Jonathan Pryce played a guy without shoes and had no class or anything like that. That was just hilarious. Anyway, another thing. I don't know if anybody else has seen the other guys. I'm sure that it's the argument with Will Ferrell about the sharks learning how to breathe, going up on land a little bit at a time, stretching out their breathe. Their breathing. I swear that Gargamel is going to do the same thing with those sharks to get the full extent of everything. If not magic power, he's not a failed magician. He knows magic. He can do magic. I guarantee you he can do a spell to make the sharks be on land. And you know what? That's awesome. I want to see a shark just with a laser beam on his head just walking down the Bronx. That'd be a great comic book. And Cersei would not know what to do. Gargamel is so socially stupid. She may outsmart him, but she's not going to outsmart his cat because the cat is always the voice of reason. And that cat cannot be at all manipulated. And as well as the sharks with laser beams marching in right behind him. Whether it be the other guys, because it's a great movie and I want to give that movie as much love as possible, of them trying and getting farther and farther and farther to kill all the lions that are in the Bronx, because we know about the lions in the Bronx. And Also, again, Cersei is so like full of herself. She's gonna think that she's got him, and then right at her most vulnerable, Gargamel's just gonna attack and get her, and then it's over right there. And then he gets to ride sharks with laser beams on top of their head with this cat that I still don't know what his name is because it's not on the Wikipedia page.
Listen, let me put you out of your misery, just like Cersei's going to put Gargamel out of her misery. For starters, you mentioned that Cersei's smart, and you're right. Cersei would know that Gargamel's cat's name, without having to look on the internet, is Azrael. All right? The cat's name is Azrael, for starters. So right off the bat, your cat, that half of your argument has been based on, is really on Cersei's side, because she's smart. And I know what, so we got that right there. She is also a master manipulator. Gargamel's stupid. You've also mentioned that. And Cersei is a brilliant master manipulator. Okay. So 1, I got your cat. 2, I've got you wrapped up. And let's be honest. You mentioned it yourself that Gargamel eats Smurfs, which means he's going to have a blue tongue. Cersei's going to manipulate you. And by the time that Cersei's done with Gargamel, not only are you going to have blue tongue, you're going to have blue balls right before she takes that freeze gun and blows your head off.
Oh, no.
It's pretty good. It's good. That's good.
That was good. All right. Round is over. Let's bring everybody
you know
back.
what? Okay. I know this is not going to count at all. This is not counting the vote at all. What I should have said is he is dumb as Congress. And like Gargamel is as dumb as Congress and still could get maybe something or 1 or 2 things done.
Can I make a point?
That's not part of it at all. Do that. Please don't have that part of it.
Yes,
Can I make a little point here that I think matter? You guys, Sharks in Brooklyn, you're going to need them to fight the Jets. I'm just saying.
The Bronx, not Brooklyn.
Come on now. And then, by the way, Azrael, the cat, in Islam, that's the angel of death. Separates souls from bodies. So if you've got the cat and you're fighting Cersei, just separate her soul from her body.
See, I was a little sad nobody brought in like Miles Morales or something like you're in the Bronx. Like why are we not bringing Spider-Man into this fight? Why are we not finding ways to bring in the
characters we have?
I feel like he would just.
No, you can argue however you want.
Right. I feel like if Miles came in and just saw Gargamel with a cat in the Bronx and Cersei, he would just be like, there's no threats here, and just keep swinging.
Simple manipulation.
The crazy guy with the cat.
Balls, game over.
This is the argument that no one used that I think would have won the day.
Yeah, Dirk touched on it very slightly at the end. That was just I'm like all Cersei has to do is take her top off and Gargamel's done.
She doesn't need her body; she has her brains, which Gargamel does not have. But it was very
and Gargamel had Smurfette.
Right, Gargamel did.
I feel like Gargamel was so far away from humans, he wouldn't even know what to do. He would just be like, "What are those?" Oh, he'd be like Goku. He'd be like Goku in Dragon Ball. He's like, "I don't have those." Like,
So Gargamel creates Smurfette. Yet he spends his entire career chasing other Smurfs. Why the did he just not create more Smurfettes?
Right, and just eating them. Like I don't understand it either. Stupid Gargamel.
I didn't even need to go there. We didn't even need to go there. Cersei's too smart for that. She's too good for that. This was a.
It was a tough one. I really had I was just trying to go the angle where he was so stupid that he wouldn't be manipulated because we've seen that in politics.
Right, Brainy, your vote, and then also anyone that's watching, you can totally put your vote in now too. Brainy, who do you?
I'm waiting for these guys to send me my Venmo. Whoever sends me the most will get my vote.
Are you on Patreon?
Oh, wait, I don't work for the Congress. Never mind. I take that back.
Oh shoot!
Man, this actually was a tough one. Since Gargamel did spend most of his life, chasing Brainy Smurf, I gotta give it to Derek.
Dirk got that point. Okay.
That's fair. That's fair.
So Dirk got a point. Pat, who you giving your point to?
I'm giving it to Dirk. He hit that and right at the end he hit the trump card and just kind of put that last nail in that coffin.
All right, here's the next round. It's Pat versus Brainy.
Nice.
Pat, your villain is Sauron.
Oh my God.
Ooh. Wait, the X-Men character or no?
We'll find out. Whatever Kyle picked up the picture for. We'll find out.
You have Cimarron right there for you, sir.
I'm good with whatever one he chose.
You're either an X-Men villain or an eyeball.
Yep. Brainy. Ah, there you go. Brainy, your bad guy is Freddy Fazbear.
Oh no.
Stuff of nightmares, I assure you. Pat, your weapon is Zorg's ZF1 from The Fifth Element.
Nice. I just watched that movie.
Freddy Fazbear will be carrying around a plasma rifle in the 40-watt range from Terminator. They're in Bronx. It's time to fight. Pat, you have the floor.
Okay. Well, so now we're talking about this wonderful gun that I love. I cannot say enough good things about the ZF1. This thing has so many different parts to it that the little stuffed bear that terrifies everybody is going to be a pile of fluff on the floor. Because all we need to do is hit Freddy once and hit the replay button, and it's fluff everywhere. So, and if that doesn't work, now we just freeze them in place with the freeze spray, or burn the pile of fluff with the fire, the flamethrower. That gun has everything. Nets, poison arrows, like all of these things that this animatronic fluff ball has no need. Hey, we'll even take it and we'll bring him near the things he wants to be. We'll do this at the Bronx Zoo, around the other animals. We'll take him to the bear's den so he can be with his type of beings as he's turned into nothing but a pile of fluff and gears. That's just the weapon. Let's not talk about the being that has created the rings of the world that control the hearts of men, that control everything. The wraiths at his command, all that stuff, that's extra. Who cares about that? Because the ZF1's going to take care of everything. Like I said, one shot, replay button, pile of fluff, flamethrower, there's no more Freddy.
Whoa. That's some intense argument. Brainy, you were equal to the task. Bring it.
Well, so something you guys don't know about Freddy is when he's not scaring and killing little kids, he's actually dropping some mad rhymes with, likes of Grandmaster Flash and, African Bambaataa and stuff. Now, we all know Sauron's powers come from a ring. One of the biggest mistakes you can make is walk in the Bronx with a nice, shiny, fancy ring. You walk in there with that ring with the posse like what Freddy's got behind him, all he has to do is say, guys, check out that ring. All of a sudden, Sauron's finger's gone, the ring is gone, powers are gone, he's dust. Nothing left, nothing more to do. I don't even need to use my T2 gun, man. Forget that. I've got the power of the rhyme.
Ashton liked that one.
All I need to do.
All right, Pat, rebuttal.
See, but once again, you talk about the ring and you want to get the ring, but you're talking about hanging out with humans. The hearts of men fail. The ring controls them. They'll just become another wraith. Just one more being in my army. And once again, get that ZF1 rolling. Hey, poison arrows take care of all of it. Nets, everything. It's just not even fair. That gun. Oh, by the way, just hit the red button and throw it at him, and the gun blows up and everybody dies. But Sauron's immortal, so who cares?
Oh, he just dropped the mic there. Brainy, come back.
Once again, I want to point out, I have a gun which I don't need to use. All I have to do is hand it to one of my guys. Problem solved. Second, these guys aren't just humans, they're legends. These guys created a whole generation of musicians. And no matter what you say, man, music controls the world. We have a universal language in music. Sauron can't even speak, unfortunately. All he can do is mumble.
What does that simply walk into
the Bronx?
That's my case, guys.
That's awesome.
That's spectacular.
And the round ends with a great one-liner. All right, here we go. We got to do our vote.
Oh man, Pat, why didn't you talk about Morgoth? Man, it's all you had to say is Sauron just says, "Master Morgoth," and he would just destroy everything. And then Sauron's immortal. He could just wind up being like, "All right, bye, peace out."
Ed, why reach for the extras? You don't need the extras. You got that. That gun is stupid good. It's hilarious. I literally just watched The Fifth Element like 2 days ago.
Nice, great film. Oh.
No, again, no, Brainy walked away with this one. Just like I like you, Pat. I like you a lot, but
the evidence shows contrary.
It really doesn't. Not in the Pat, you can't brag about not needing the extras when he just wrecked you off round one with the whole comment about taking the ring. You couldn't even drop right into the mountain. Or Brainy, well played, sir. Well played.
Pat, your argument that the hearts of mortal men fail.
Exactly.
It's New York. They're not mortals. They live in New York.
Right.
When you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us.
And you're not dealing with a mortal man. You're dealing with a teddy bear. Right.
Sauron would be walking, and Sauron would be trying to get the ring to Mordor or whatever, and New Yorkers would be like, "I'm walking here."
Right. Right. They would walk right by.
Like they don't care.
It's like, right. Go to New York Comic Con one time, Pat, and you'll see it. It's true. They do not care. They would just blow right by.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here. See, Tyler mentioned it beforehand, and I got up to try and find it on my bookcase, and I can't on my bookshelf, and I can't find it. I have a copy of the Silmarillion sitting here somewhere, and I can't find it.
Right there.
Look at that.
Oh
Tyler,
man.
What's your vote?
Oh, this is a tough one, man. Because Pat, you could have also said you did say he was immortal. Which you could have said whoever gets his ring will fight and kill each other anyway. So in the end, Sauron would still win. So
right.
I'm gonna go with Pat because he did bring up the immortality, but I would have gone that avenue. But yeah, I mean Brainy was amazing. That was fantastic. But I have to give it to Pat because again, you can't beat an immortal. You just really can't. Especially when the way to defeat Freddy is by closing down all the locations and then he's homeless.
Right. I mean, right. There was a couple ways to go there. Again, closing down the narrative and things like that. And but sadly, much like in real life, it was Sauron's battle to win, and he lost. So Brainy, well played on that one.
That was great. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, it's gorgeous. Look
that's
at
a
that
nice
cover.
addition. I will give you bonus points for that nice addition of that book, though, Pat.
You're in New York. You're in a city that survived Ed Koch and Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump. Let's be real. They don't care if you're immortal. They'll take you down. Not a good argument.
Oh, yeah. You guys
I
ready
watched
for the
so much-
results? I
Yeah.
have a champion
Ooh.
with 4 overall points. Champion is Dirk Manning.
Well done. Well deserved.
Thank you. I will accept this victory on behalf of myself. Thank you.
Not Gargamel.
Not Gargamel. Those blue balls. Not the manacle teddy bear. I'm not going to take it on behalf of Cruella de Vil.
Dirk will figure out your shirt size, and if I don't have your size made, I will have one made for you. So you'll have the Nuclear Warfare, highly coveted, super soft Nuclear Warfare shirt that is only given to the victors.
I will wear that XL with honor.
Perfect. We'll do it.
You're not an XL.
And everyone else, you did an amazing job. It was still close. Pat had 3 points. Brainy had a couple, and Tyler had a couple. So you all did so well.
Yeah, you guys were all amazing. This was fun. This was an honor, man.
Was
Thank
fun.
you. It was a lot. it was a lot of fun to get to riff like this.
Yeah.
It was a ton of fun.
Yeah.
We'll have a bunch more of these games on the experience. So this is just like the first time we've ever done it in this form on the channel. So I've got a million permutations of this. You can change it infinitely. And even if I use the exact same game board, I just change the location and the matchups go wonky and it becomes a whole new argument. So it's a fun game that never is the same.
Yeah.
So that's why I love playing it so much.
It was fun. Thank you so much for having us on.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us, guys.
Tyler, tell everyone again how they find you.
You see me?
Yep.
Oh, okay, making sure. Hi, I'm Tyler from the Grand Geek Gathering, from thegrandgeekgathering.com, where we have 10 different podcasts. We have a bunch of videos on YouTube, articles, and so much more. I also stream on Twitch and pretty much do everything. So that's me, thegrandgeekgathering.com.
And I have to say thank you so much to everybody, especially Tyler, because everyone else is kind of in my friend circle, but Tyler was recommended by someone in my friend circle, and I totally thought I had messaged everybody many days ago, and I just like sent Tyler the link, and I'm like, show up to the game, and he was like,
Yeah.
"Do I know you, lady?"
I was like,
do I know you?
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I just said, hi, do I know you? I'm so sorry. Like, I get all these messages so much from people all the time who are just like, hey, here's my Kickstarter. I'm like, oh, nice to meet you. Tyler, I just accepted your message. What's going on? Like,
Oh.
so, it's fine. It's totally fine.
Tyler's a great sport for me to be like, oh, no, legit. I was just like a real game show in a real place.
Speaking of trigger warnings,
yeah,
unsolicited Kickstarter links.
It's fine. You know, it's all about the hustle, man. I respect it. It's just sometimes it's so weird when you just don't get anything prior.
Pat, how does everyone connect with you?
You can find my website with the historical digital nerdage at digitalnerdage.com. I'm going to be putting a storefront on there soon where you'll be able to get in the game for the time being. And then again, like I said, in the February previews, Get in the Game will be in there. And then there's cherrycapitalcomiccon.com as well for all the information about that show. I would be remiss being on a comic experience the show to not mention the nominations opening for the Gary Reed Independent Creator of the Year Award that will be opening here very, very shortly. So
save something
those
for
are
your panel.
That's awesome.
Yeah, well, I mean, and like I said, those will be on the Cherry Capital Comic Con website. So,
Brainy, where can everyone find you if they want to shop with you, and where can they find you if they want to hear you spin?
All right. Well, if you guys want to shop with me, it's Enjoy Games and Comics everywhere. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. If you want to hear my music, it's Dodgy Beats on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. I'm sorry, Instagram, it's Dodgy Beats 1 because somebody stole my Dodgy Beats. It's TAJIBEATS. And if you want to, talk to me about my printing stuff, that's Nested Egg for, almost everything, actually.
Yep. Brainy has like a million businesses that he runs, which is awesome. He's super talented, so it's hard to hold him into just one. Speaking of someone that has their hands in lots of creative pies, Dirk, tell everyone how to find you.
Yeah, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc. at Dirk Manning. Look for the avatar of the guy with the top hat and the scarf. DirkManning.com is my website. Again, I will be on tomorrow at this channel, 3 p.m. with Twisted, 3:30 with Adrena Joe. We'll be doing a power hour of awesomeness. But by all means, tune in an hour early at 2 o'clock for Pat, as well as Rob from Cherry Capital and all their cool stuff. So I'll be tuning in like I have been all day today, an hour early, to see Pat and Rob before we then have a lot of fun with you, Jen, tomorrow at 3.
it's good for Dirk to do the hustle for me. I appreciate that, sir. I was like, crud, I didn't promote it.
Hey, Pat, I always got you, brother.
Hey, guys, this is Pat's first convention as a creator.
Nice.
All the convention he was going to do last year as a creator.
Yeah. There ain't none.
Including his own convention.
Right.
He didn't let him come on the virtual convention we threw for their convention as a creator. We made him come on as a host.
Because I was hosting everything.
So we've been trolling Pat for like a year, You know, it was hashtag Pat's book is late. Then it was finally Pat's book is done. Then it was finally hashtag Pat's book is here. And then COVID. So,
That really was it too.
you know,
we don't talk about that thing between 2019 and 2021. It's just a wash. We don't talk about it. We just move on. Pat is a creator now with a book. He's doing his first convention tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. Things will be.
I'm very proud of my friend.
Absolutely.
That's Drina for making it readable.
Yes. Hey, Drina was integral. I love Drina so much. She helped me so much and is absolutely amazing. And there's not enough good words to say about her.
I just want to give mad props to Kyle, who's been our producer for the entire day and all day yesterday, and spent many, many hours pre-convention coding the entire website, because he had between Monday, when everything went live with the New York Times article, until the day we started this con, to code and make every social media asset we have and all those graphics and everything you've been seeing. He deserves mad props.
Indeed.
Well done.
Well, and I gotta shout out everybody who's been on the convention, everybody who will be on the convention, for sticking with us even when it was, hey, we're gonna do this convention. We can't tell you literally anything about it. We're gonna call it the giant top secret convention. We can't tell you when it is, where it is, what it is, who's hosting, who's doing anything. Just trust us, and we're gonna do it.
Yeah.
And the three, Tyler, I don't mean to exclude you, man, but you're
Fine.
you know, I believe that we will be doing a lot of work together in the future.
Let's do it.
You know, Brainy, Dirk, and Pat were three of the first people going, hey, tell us what you need and when you need it, and we'll be there. And, you know, I gotta give a shout out to so many of the great people who have been on this convention, who have been doing this. Tomorrow is a huge day for us again. It's the Martin Luther King holiday. So, look, banks are closed. If you go into work, that's just because they conned you. All right? Tomorrow does not exist. Banks are closed.
Hey, I need my paycheck, man. I'm going to work tomorrow.
You can't cash it.
Right.
That's what direct deposit's all about, man.
That's fair. That's fair. No, it's true. But be here tomorrow all day, guys. We've got great programming coming all day tomorrow. Then starting Tuesday, the real work starts for me and for Jen and for our team. Tuesday, our full lineup of programming starts. New shows every day, 7 days a week. Sales shows, talk shows, game shows like this one. We've got news shows. We've got a reality show we're working on. That, oh man, I gotta go to Saginaw. We got so much stuff coming. You won't even be able to believe that it's all happening.
Coordinate that trip to Saginaw with me. I have to make one too.
I don't want to.
Also, regarding that reality show, I hear that Jeffree Star and Kanye are open. So,
they ain't that kind of reality show. Not that kind of reality show. I'm good.
Reality show?
You guys go to sleep.
No, I'll tell you guys, the reality show is inside the inner workings of a small publisher. It's nice. Pretty great. It's a look at a small publisher, very blue collar publisher, works real hard.
I wonder who.
They hustle harder, as someone eloquently said at a retailer summit. You know, it's going to be a great program. We got so much good stuff. I'm not going to put you over. I'm not doing it. So,
I got a shirt, man. I just want a shirt. I'm good. I'm happy. I'm taking my spoils against 3 very strong competitors today and just walking away proudly.
So we will be back at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow with more great creators. We go 10 a.m. tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow to 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. A full 12-hour day of programming, 12 more panels, like 40 more I don't even. Tomorrow is very guest heavy. We've got Twisted, we've got Drina, we've got Leah Letterman, we've got Pat and Rob, we've got some guy Red 5 and a couple guys from Red 5. We've got
Matt Hawkins,
I
Casey
love
Pierce,
Matt.
Riccio, Eric Gutierrez, John Marroquin, maybe Jason Westlake. You know, a
Garrett
bunch of
Gunn.
Garrett Gunn and
Frank Gogol. Travis McIntyre.
Richard Davis and Travis McIntyre. We've got a ton of folks coming on tomorrow. Make sure you tune back in and check that out. Follow us on all the things. Facebook.com. Search the CBSE, all one word on Facebook. Or you can go to bit.ly/the_EXP, capital FB, the_Facebook, the EXP Facebook, yeah. To get our Facebook, twitch.com, twitch.tv/the_EXP, the_EXP1 on Twitter and Instagram. You follow us everywhere. We're going to have programming that only airs on some of those platforms, so make sure you're looking at everything all the time. Turn on the notifications, click the little bells, whatever you got to do on the platform you're watching on, so that you can know we're here. I feel like I'm forgetting something.
You got 12 hours tomorrow to get it back over. Don't worry.
Go to sleep, Kyle. Go to sleep.
Yeah, go to sleep.
I know what we're forgetting.
For the nap.
I know what we're forgetting. That's going to do it for day 2 of the EXP Expo. Thank you for tuning in. We will see everybody later.
Good
Bye,
job,
guys.
Good night.